Formula One leaves Singapore and heads over to Japan. For the first time in 3 years, we are back at Suzuka. This weekend could see Max Verstappen become a world champion for the second time. It's also the beginning of the end for Formula One in 2022. 2 weeks' time, we're at the United States Grand Prix at Austin, Texas, followed a week later by Mexico, and then a 2-week break before Brazil and Abu Dhabi round out the 2022 season. In the Drivers' Championship, it's quite simple. Max Verstappen, if he wins this weekend and Charles Leclerc finishes second without the fastest lap, Max is world champion. It seems an open door then for Verstappen. It seemed that way in Singapore. With rain predicted over the weekend, anything could be less simple. It's a 2-point gap between Leclerc and Perez as well. Russell is a point clear of Carlos Sainz too. The top 5 now all over 200 points. Lewis Hamilton is on 170. He's clear to Lando Norris. However, Norris in a battle still with Esteban Ocon. Ocon, after a great performance last time out, is catching up. Alonso, Bottas and Ricciardo complete the first page. On the second page, Vettel is a point clear of Gasly, is a point clear of Magnussen. In a separate battle with Stroll, Schumacher and Tsunoda. Zhou and Albon battling out as well. De Vries not likely to race the remainder of the year. Latifi still pointless this season. And Hülkenberg only did the start of the 2 races this season. In the Constructors' Championship, Red Bull hold an impressive lead, 576 points to Ferrari's 439. They are in danger of being caught by Mercedes as well on 373. McLaren with a double points finish last time out, and Alpine scoring nil points. It is now advantage McLaren in the Constructors' Championship. Alfa Romeo are now clear too of Aston Martin, who've moved ahead in the standings from 9th to 7th with a double point scoring finish in Singapore. They're now clear of Haas, who are just the same points as AlphaTauri. Williams in 10th still have 6 points. 5 races to go in the 2022 season. We're back in Japan for the first time in 3 years at Suzuka for the Japanese Grand Prix. Konnichiwa from Japan. The Suzuka International Racecourse is back on the Formula One calendar for the first time in 3 years. Max Verstappen has his first opportunity to become a 2-time world champion. And the circuit, which over the years has crowned 11 different champions, is today about to crown a 12th. Mixed conditions and rain in the air, we're in for a thriller of a Japanese Grand Prix. Welcome to Suzuka. And on the other side of qualifying highlights, the cars will be ready to leave the pit lane. "50 seconds left then, Bottas is on an attack run as well. And Vettel still pushing like absolute crazy out there. That's Russell radio as well, just talking about it. Vettel looking quite quick at the last couple of corners then. Vettel's first sector time is good, second sector even better. Zhou, Magnussen, Vettel and Latifi Albon in the drop zone at the moment. 30 seconds left. Who will be the big surprise elimination from qualifying 1? Vettel doesn't want to be it as well. He loves this circuit. He has been on pole here in 2009, 10, 11, 12 and then in 19 as well. He's always made it through to qualifying number 3. He's never failed to get out of Q1 and here in the circuit. He goes 10th this time with time to spare. Vettel might just have made it out. Checkered flag is out. Red lights go on. First driver to meet it is Stroll, who just goes through with a 1:31.419. So Stroll goes 14th. Vettel's down to 11th as Bottas takes 10th position as well. Zhou Guanyu is next up for Lando Norris at risk.
I have massive pulling.
Zhou goes into 8th. Stroll's now in the cusp of being kicked out. Lando Norris is 16th. Schumacher goes 11th. That pushes them down further and further. Stroll is out of qualifying. Magnussen can only go 16th. He was 6,000 off the pace of Tsunoda.
Lando can go up.
Lando can go up. He was fastest of all in the first sector. Second sector was a personal best as well. Lando 18th, jumps up to 8th. So that's Tsunoda on home soil, currently out by 24 thousandths of a second. Gasly could be eliminated too. Ocon is pretty much safe. Tsunoda goes 12th, makes it through to Q2 as well for the Japanese driver. Gasly is eliminated from qualifying And I don't think Latifi or Albon are going to improve as well. Ocon goes 6th. It's all down to Albon then. He's 8/10 down, so at the moment this could put Vettel out of qualifying if Albon manages to sneak through. Latifi, doubt he's going to do it either on the board. Latifi 20th at the moment and bad first sector.
He's not going to do it.
No, it's not. Albon crosses the line. Albon goes 16th. Albon doesn't do it. Wow. 131.311 for Albon. He goes out of qualifying. So it's both Williams eliminated after showing so much pace in practice 3. It is Albon out. Gasly, Magnussen, Stroll and Latifi all out. And this is what happened to Gasly at the hairpin. Turns in, locks up, runs wide, and the AlphaTauri brakes, costing him as it cost Tsunoda as well earlier on. Let's hear from Gasly.
I has to wait. Why? Why they do it? Why you do it with the other car, not with me? We had time.
Rare from the FIA to make that mistake with the graphic as well. But out of Q1 is Albon, Gasly, Magnussen, Stroll and Latifi. 2 minutes to go then here in qualifying 2 for the Japanese Grand Prix. In the drop zone at the moment, Norris, Vettel, Zhou, Schumacher and Tsunoda. The top 10 going into qualifying 3. Verstappen, Sainz, Leclerc, Ocon, Ricciardo, Hamilton, Alonso, Perez, Russell and Bottas. Certainly some big surprises in the drop zone as well. Must learn to be Lando Norris. Sebastian Vettel wants to get back into Q3. Never failed to get into Q3 in the Japanese Grand Prix as well. He hurtles it into turn 1 and 2. It's his first season he's been, of course, with a different team. And this is now where it's all going to come down to. Everyone out there on soft compound tyres, brand new soft tyres as well, I might just point out as well. Perez has just started his lap time coming through the first part of the S's as well. Bottas, Zhou, Schumacher coming across the line. Last driver to take the checkered flag will be George Russell as he's coming out the last corner. So first one to take it will be Vettel. Last one to take it will be Russell. Remember that. Although I think, Josh, Vettel might just get another lap time judging by this lap he's on. 1 minute 30 lap time, 48 seconds to go. He's only 50 seconds in. Josh T says, I think it was Uchiyo Katayama as well. So that, of course, Uchiyo Katayama used to be a driver in Formula 1 as well. So if he was team principal, I missed that. So thanks, Josh. Presumably with, that would have probably been somebody down the line. Zhou's 13th. Vettel 12th at the moment. Perez of all, Megan, though, fastest first sector. And Fernando Alonso's looking good as well.
Yay!
Alonso looking strong through the first couple of mini sectors. Checker flag out in 15 seconds. Vettel might just do it, but he's a bit slow coming out of the last corner. Perez is 3/10 up on Verstappen. Cross the line. Vettel goes 5th. Gets himself probably safely through. 1:36.56. Checkered flag is out now as well. Ocon goes 2nd. 1:30.357. He's 11 thousandths off of Verstappen.
Watch out,
Perez. 4/10 quicker. The first man of the weekend then for Perez. A 1:29.925. Great time from Perez. Bottas is 7 thousandths down. Bottas does not get through to qualifying 3. Zhou crosses the line. He goes 12th. Both Alfa Romeos are out of qualifying. Schumacher's 14th. He's next to cross the line. Does he get through into qualifying? We're waiting. No. Schumacher's out too. Tsunoda probably will also be out. He's across the line, although he has gone green. Tsunoda goes 12th. 1:38.08. And I think that's it. Norris is on a lap time. Norris goes 5th. That kicks Russell out by 1,000th of a second. So is it going to be Alonso or Russell? Hamilton goes 4th. Hamilton.
Alonso, second.
Alonso's second fastest. A 1:33.43 across the line. Alonso gets safely through. Ricciardo's at risk now. So is Russell.
Russell 7th is going to be back.
Yeah, Russell's coming out the last corner now across the line. Russell goes 7th. So that's Ricciardo out of qualifying. Sebastian Vettel makes it through to qualifying 3 for only the numberth time this year. He continues his 100% qualifying 3 record here at Suzuka. Well done, Sebastian Vettel. And it is out for Danny Ricciardo, Valtteri Bottas, Yuki Tsunoda, Zhou Guanyu and Mick Schumacher all getting eliminated from qualifying. And this, Megan, is in the pit lane. Mick Schumacher jumping the queue as as well, because ahead of him is an AlphaTauri. I can't see who, but Schumacher.
Well, it would be
Tsunoda.
Yuki, wouldn't it?
Of course it's Tsunoda, yeah. Tsunoda, well, Yuki might get a penalty for that, Josh and Megs, because, don't you agree, Josh? Because you're not allowed to go that slow in the pit lane. So Tsunoda might get a penalty for impeding there.
That's dangerous.
I mean, you meant to go slow, but not that slow.
Oh, and now Mick's impeding him.
So dangerous for Schumacher.
So dangerous from Schumacher. Oh, Yuki, get out. I'm sorry, Yuki, but no. What you did in the pit lane was dangerous to him. Mick was warming his tyres, you went for a lap. That's Yuki being inexperienced again. That's not dangerous from Schumacher, that's dangerous from Yuki Tsunoda. So, Yuki, get out. So, it's Ricardo, Bottas, Tsunoda, Zhou and Schumacher, all out of qualifying.
Copy.
Green light is on. Here's Vettel. Yes, boys, yes, I'm ecstatic with this one. Good luck, mate, well done. Green light is on then, and qualifying 3 is underway here for the Japanese Grand Prix. A sellout crowd, and the battle for the championship is on. Max Verstappen, 341 points. Charles Leclerc, 237. Sergio Perez, 235. And Megan, the action, it's all coming up. Who do you think is going to take pole position in this session?
My hope is actually kind of a very outside hope.
Oh, go on.
Vettel.
Vettel for pole.
I really hope.
It's an outside, but you're wearing the green for Aston Martin, so you might just make it come true as well. Josh, who's your pick for pole position today?
I mean, I'm going to say Verstappen because Verstappen looked quick most of the weekend.
I'm going to go for someone a little bit different, and I'm going to go for Fernando Alonso to take pole position here today in this session as well. Second in Q2. Yeah, I think he can do it.
Good choice, and I think he's happy with that. But in the ad break between Q2 and Q3, there was a Deliveroo ad, and of course it's food, we get it. But with the Yuki Tsunoda ad, it's anger, we get it.
Yes, anger, we do get it. Deliveroo. Does someone give Yuki some food as well? He always eats too much anyway. He's going around the paddock, shoveling it in from everywhere. Oh, and this is Charles Leclerc getting blocked by, I think that is Max Verstappen coming out of the pit lane. So mind games already for Red Bull and Ferrari kicking off here. Max getting released into his path as well. Grenwin says red flag, unexpected heavy rain, question mark. No?
Better not be any, otherwise I'm leaving this box. Either way, I'm leaving this box when this session finishes.
Tomorrow we could be here for a long time, but it's all right, Megan, we've got coffee for tomorrow. We have got a Frappuccino coffee ready for you for tomorrow, and it's caramel as well, so fingers crossed it's all going to be good as well. For those of you watching and listening tomorrow on USON as well in the build-up show at the moment as well, you will hear about Megan's coffee when it comes through as well. Megan?
A little thing. Because of my tooth, I thought, I'll have to just perhaps I'll just have to warm up that chocolate bar I had somehow, because obviously the freezer, because actually the fridge acts like a freezer for us for some reason.
Yes.
I think it's having an identity crisis.
Yeah. Laps are on.
And I thought, I'll take one for tomorrow too, so I put that in my room as well. And I thought, how can I warm this up? So I used my own body heat, and figures I melted it.
Well done. Well, to be fair, I always thought you were freezing anyway, so it's quite good to know you do actually have a body heat. Anyway, Leclerc, first sector is good, second sector better, but Carlos Sainz has set the fastest first sector of anybody with a 31.192. Ricciardo had the previous best first sector time as well, so he was still quick out there, and I'm so glad that my friend has just agreed. She said, yeah, he's looking good for tomorrow, that's Lando Norris, but Alonso is doing quite well. Right, yeah. See? There you look, on the board. Not bad. Here comes Leclerc through the 1:30 hour as well. A little bit of dust kicked up. Ocon, 1:31.106. Fastest lap time then so far in Q3. Here comes Charles Leclerc out of the Casio triangle now. Boots it hard out of the last corner. Downhill to the line. It's a 1:27.557. Was there any doubt?
No, but here comes Perez.
Across the line. keeps it to the centre of the track to the left. It's second, 129.994. He can't do it. Sainz will take a Ferrari 1-2, 129.702 on the board. And Hamilton, Verstappen's next up. Verstappen then, Megan, fastest sector 1. Slow sector 2. Nice fourth.
Lando just can't seem to get past that fourth region.
No, he's always stuck, isn't he? Can never break into the top 3. Verstappen goes top. Provisional pole position belongs to the championship leader. 129.304. Hamilton only goes 5th. 139.58. Russell's just behind him as well in the other Mercedes. The 139.57 for him as well. And here comes Fernando Alonso. Out of the last corner goes P5 ahead of both of the Mercedes and right behind Perez as well to lead the third row. Alonso does a 133.22.
Let's face it, Alonso's always in Q3.
He is always in it at the moment. He's doing so well. And this is Lando Norris. What are we seeing here? He's slowing down, coming into the 130R. Has Norris impeded somebody that we haven't seen? Oh, hang on. Has he been impeded by... Whoa! Whoa! Lando having to take to the grass with the 130R as one of the Red Bulls of Max Verstappen hits the accelerator and almost loses it onto acceleration. Look at this. Hits it, loses it, and nearly hits Lando.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean...
Max, that's your fault. It's not. How
You
could
can't be
Lando?
angry about that.
Lando was building for a push lap. It was you who was slow on the racing line, and then you almost turned into him. That's Max's fault. Is it the Red Bull drivers and AlphaTauri? They just can't take responsibility for each other. We saw with Tsunoda. And that is ridiculous.
Especially when it comes to McLaren.
That was Max's fault as well. And Josh, I think a lot of stewards' inquiries ready for tomorrow.
That was stupid. I'm going to do the unthinkable. I'm going to go on F1 Twitter.
Good point. Let's have a look. Will Buxton has just tweeted as well, saying, I don't often get the chance to hear Jensen Button in the commentary box, but my God, he's good. Calm and conversational, witty, but with such deep insight and a staggeringly good eye to pick out the smallest of details in immediate real time. I must agree, Will, Jensen Button is the next Martin Brundle. Button should replace Brundle permanently when Martin retires, because Jensen is spot on with his commentary, and he's come on so far in the past 2 seasons. He's been taking on the co-role.
He has.
Daniel Ricciardo fans aren't happy.
Oh no, is this because he was eliminated?
No, because a certain Matt Gallagher in Q1 said Daniel Ricciardo is flying in this quali session.
Matt needs to keep it out a bit because he curses as well. Don't worry, Gracie can probably wear a onesie tomorrow and she'll counter Max's curse, counter Matt's curse, I should say. Across the line goes Vettel to line up P6. Vettel, completely clear track with 5 minutes to go, does a 135.54. He's ahead of both, I repeat that, both Mercedes at the moment. Perfect time there from Sebastian Vettel.
That lake looks frozen.
It does, doesn't it? Let's take another look. This is Max Verstappen. In front of him is Sergio Perez. Let's go down to Ted.
Q2, Q3. So George clearly very happy with the car here and has some pace in there. Lewis with some time to find on his teammate. Let's see if he can do it. Margin's absolutely tiny. I think, is it 1,000th of a second between them? Yeah, 1:39.57 for Russell, 39.58 for Hamilton. So Lewis is absolutely capable of pulling that one out. But let's see what happens. Sergio Perez, it's understeer that's the problem for him. That's what explains the gap to Verstappen.
Right, sorry, Ted. Turn 15, incident involving cars 4 Norris and 1 Verstappen will be investigated after the session. Josh, I think they're going to give a penalty to Max. Do you think? Because that is impeding. Megan's nodding.
Yeah.
Go on, Josh.
And very, very dangerous. Impeding. Everyone's coming out for their final runs in Q3.
Vettel.
Purpose.
Okay, boys, good session. Oh, I really enjoyed it. This track is just so much better than all the other ones. Thank you. Yeah, well done.
In other words, let's do this.
Final qualifying.
Yeah. Okay, so Sebastian, where he won his 3rd World Championship here at Suzuka back in 2011, finishing 3rd. He's completed qualifying, so he's not going to go out now for a last run. So
Boys, good session. Oh, I really enjoyed it. This track is just so much better than all the other ones. Thank you.
it's his farewell tour. He's into the last 5 Grand Prix. Here's Sebastian Vettel taking the time to wave to the fans as he comes into the pit lane as well as everyone else is on an outlap. And Vettel boxes and will remain in there. Alonso, I think, is coming back out again, but he's still in the pit lane, so he's going to leave it extremely late, probably try and come out to get a tow from someone. But 2:48 to go, Megan. Everyone taking it very slowly out there. Looks like they're going to try for 2 laps. Go on.
Am I the only one that thinks that Sebastian Vettel sounds like a little bit of the mix between Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton?
No, I always thought that as well. He does, doesn't he?
It's like he has both of their voices.
He's got both of them so perfect. You've got the higher tones of Lewis and the middle tones of Nico.
Yeah, helps that he's German, so sound even more like Nico.
Thank you. I will miss this place, but we have tomorrow to go someplace.
Thank you. I will miss this place, but we have tomorrow. He loves Suzuka. He loves Japan, and that's the first time I've actually heard Seb all season saying goodbye to fans and saying goodbye to a track. That's the first time I've heard that. That's the sign of Seb starting his retirement races. That's going to be so upsetting to see him go.
Why do I have a feeling he's going to be like, in a couple of years, just like, I'm just going to come back for one race?
Yeah, one wild card.
Maybe a season.
Yeah, one wild card and come back.
Fernando did it.
Yes.
Why can't Seb?
After 2 years as well, he came back.
I am going to say it right now.
Go on.
Abu Dhabi 2022 will not be the last of Sebastian Vettel in Formula 1.
I agree. He'll come back and be the race director as well. I think that'll be
Do a better job.
Yeah, that's a role.
Mr. Safety.
As a role he could take. Yeah, Mr. Safety as well. He could be the safety car driver, who knows? Right, first sector time complete then for Charles Leclerc with 1 minute 14 left on the board.
He'd be happy then.
He would. And at the moment, Megan, he's only off by 33 thousandths of a second. Leclerc is finding the pace and finding the time, and he's still improving so much out there at the moment. And look at Perez, he's down. Sainz is down. Verstappen's just circulating out through the S's. We've got a 4-way scrap for pole between both Ferraris and both Red Bulls.
We have. And also, I've just noticed how far behind everyone else is for Alonso.
Yeah, Alonso is literally just coming round turn 1 now.
It's like he has a clear drive.
Yeah, he does. And, Leclerc's up by 2/10. Leclerc's purple sector 2. Leclerc has found something completely out of it. Can he take his 19th career pole position and take it up through the last Casio triangle, out of the last corner at turn 18, the victory corner, towards the line as well? Leclerc does. Oh, he's 10 thousandths of a second away from pole.
He still has another chance.
I think he's backed off though. That's Ocon going P5. Checker flags out soon. This will be the end of qualifying for sure. Perez fourth at the moment. Can he line up on the front row of the grid? No. He's 4/10 off. Proves on time, not position. Sainz crosses the line. He's third. 57 thousandths off. The top 3 separated by less than half a tenth. The checker flag is out.
Wow. Something finishes on time for once in F1.
He was bang on time as well, as Vettel's in the pit lane. He's out of it as well. Hamilton's improving. Russell's improving as well, but he's down on Verstappen's time. Verstappen was 9 thousandths off the pace. Is he going to say the same time as Leclerc? No, he's 28 thousandths off the time, but Verstappen is on provisional pole position. Hamilton goes 6th. Megan. Yeah, Alonso is on a slow lap. He's not going to do it. Hamilton goes 6th. Russell goes 8th. And I think that's all she wrote. I think that's it for qualifying. Max Verstappen takes his 18th career pole position. He levels Charles Leclerc once again. They're tit for tat this year in poles. And now Max Verstappen is perfectly in position for the World Championship tomorrow. All he has to do is win the race with the fastest lap, and he's world champion. Let's take a look at the Suzuka circuit in Japan, a 5.806 kilometre circuit, 18 turns and 53 laps ahead of us on Sunday. The only figure of 8 circuit on the world, it's challenging and demanding. Hurtle out the last corner then and keep on the accelerator. 8th gear flat as you open up the DRS, the only DRS zone on the entire track. Start the lap down towards turn number 1. 5th gear corner as well. Flat out braking zone as well into turn 2, the first and second curve. Now begin the S's section as well. A quick stream uphill as well. The car wants to dance out from the rear as well. Always control it as well. Jenson Button once said you can only get this part of the track right once a weekend. Up the hill we go then towards towards the Dunlop curve at turn 7, rising uphill as well. Then into Degner 1 at turn 8 and Degner 2. All the way down, 6th gear corner, brake hard once again to 4th for the second Degner. Underneath the bridge then, and rise up towards the hairpin. Into 3rd gear as you brake hard. Control the exit speed as well as you hit the accelerator. Lift up as well as you come through the 200R at turn 12. Maximum 7th gear corner before you reach 8th gear before the top of turn 13 and 14 and spoon curve. Down all the way, 4th gear. Throw the car in. It wants to spin you wide. That's fine. It's within the rules. Hetzel down, out now. 5th gear the exit. Rising up the back straightaway towards 8th gear as well. Through the 2nd sector time. And then flick the car through turn 15. The 130R, easily flat in a modern Formula 1 car. Into turn 16, 17 and 18, the Casio Triangle, down now from 8th gear all the way to 3rd gear. Back on the power now at the exit, rise up out of the last corner of turn 18, go downhill with the DRS Open, and that is a lap of the Suzuka circuit. Good morning, everybody. Well done for getting up or staying up early as well to watch the Japanese Grand Prix. A title decider is on the line as well. And, unless you're me, who just walked back to the commentary box, across some wet grass. Look at my shoe. They breathe, so I've got wet tippy toes for the start of the race, but I'm standing in front of the heater hoping they might dry, but it's nothing, Josh Plays, compared to what the driver's going through right now, because the rain is coming down here in Suzuka and we're in for a wet race.
Yeah, it does look like that. We're going to be commentating on TV ads again. It's a DHL advert, what a surprise. But it's going to be an interesting race, and it's going to be a good one.
It is indeed. Now, let's start the timer, shall we, for the formation lap, which is at 6 as well, a.m. So we're just starting off that timer for you. That will have throughout the session to count down. 42 minutes then until the formation lap as well. Pit lane opens in 2 minutes' time. We'll throw down to Ted Kravitz. And then go up to Crofty and then go to all the interviews from all the drivers as well around this weekend. Mr. Clean says that he's drunk. Well, best way to see a Japanese Grand Prix in the wet weather, to be fair, is probably to be a little bit intoxicated, because we should get, Josh, the best race of the season. We said that back in Singapore, but this is going to be even better. Wet Suzuka, yes please.
Well, we've seen through the years that the Japanese Grand Prix has been absolutely amazing. Let's just say that.
Really is.
I think it's going to be a good one, as I said, and I can't wait for what possibly and is going to be the championship decider.
Can we just point out as well, the reason you can't see Josh is because he's not in the commentary box. Josh is travelling at the moment, commentating on the Japanese Grand Prix. What exactly is your setup today? Oh, there he is. Good morning. What exactly is your setup?
Literally, I'm in the back of a car. I've got my computer, I've got my headset, and I've got my sound mixer. That's all I'm running on right now. That's
amazing. Absolutely amazing. Better take the camera off, though, before you start glitching as well. But that is amazing, Josh. Dedication as well, and pleasure to have you as well. And hopefully now you can hear us on USRN as well. Hello, everybody on USRN. Sorry for that little bit of a delay. The microphone wasn't connected. I've just been told that the boffins, though, behind the scenes have fixed it. So good morning, everybody. You haven't missed a thing. We're about to throw down to the pit lane as well. So sorry for that little technical issue as well. It's a wet Japanese Grand Prix, if you're just joining us on USA as well, because the rain has started to come down. 40 minutes to go then. Pit lane opens in 15 seconds. You know what that means, don't you, as well? We have to throw down to the man, the myth, and the legend of Ted Kravitz as well. There we go then. Let's get the Japanese Grand Prix go. Ted.
Thank you very much, Simon. Yes, 2 wet races in a week. Don't mind if I do, F1. We'll have a bit of that. And it's George Russell and Carlos Sainz the first away down here, followed by Zhou Guanyu and then Lance Stroll. So a mix of tyres so far. So I can see both Aston Martins going out on the full wet with the heavy tread to dispel as much as water as possible. But that Ferrari and that Mercedes were going out on the intermediates, as is that Alfa Romeo and that Alfa Tauri of Yuki Tsunoda as well. So, well, I mean, let's see whether we can see Max Verstappen coming out of the garage. There's a McLaren. But, you know, the list of champions crowned in Japan is long and illustrious. 13 times the Formula One Championship has been decided in Japan, from James Hunt to Alain Prost to Ayrton Senna to Michael Schumacher, Damon Hill, of course, and, of course, Sebastian Vettel. But will Max Verstappen be adding his name to that list by the end of the race today? We will see. Much will depend clearly on the start, so it is important they get these practice starts done, as Fernando Alonso has chosen the full wet tyre. But I feel with the rain radar saying that it's going to be like this, if not worse, for the rest of the Grand Prix, there are going to be many more twists and turns before we get to the checkered flag. Let's just finally have a look at Alonso and then Daniel Ricciardo. Compare them both at the same time. See who gets the better getaway. Oh, that was fluff from Fernando Alonso. But Ricciardo on the intermediate, that looked pretty good. That looked pretty good, David Croft. So up in the commentary box, here we go. Crofty, you can just talk over as we see Max Verstappen with history waiting for him in the wings today. Let's see what kind of practice start he gets. Off you go, Crofty.
Thanks ever so much, Ted. Piquet, Prost, Senna, Hill, Hakkinen, Schumacher, Vettel, and maybe Verstappen, the drivers that have had the world title won here at this magnificent Suzuka circuit. Away goes Max Verstappen. There is Alex Albon, comes through the pit lane at the same time. We are watching the skies as much as we're watching the racetrack, and it's a good job then that our commentary box is right at the top of the grandstand. We have got a fantastic view out over the final corner and down this main straight, where we might get a rolling start here this afternoon. Don't discount the prospect of a rolling start, because the right-hand side of the grid, when the rain comes down, is much wetter than the left-hand side of the grid. So that means Max Verstappen and the rest of the drivers on the odd-numbered side of the grid, where pole is on the right-hand side, might just get an awful lot, on the left-hand side I should say, a lot better start, because it's wetter on the right-hand side. Race Control are watching that at the moment. It is the 8th time this season that Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc share the front row. Now, 4 of the previous 7 times Max has gone on to win, and when he's been on pole ahead of Charles Leclerc, he's always led the first lap in a Grand Prix. Leclerc did get ahead at turn 1 when the two shared the front row in the Imola sprint race, though. Pierre Gasly will start from the pit lane. He's changed his rear wing, and it's not like for like. It's a different rear wing spec, so he's got to start from the pit lane. Expect a lot of laps around this track before the cars settle on the grid, because the spray is getting more and more intense. Those rooster tails getting higher in the air because the rain continuing to fall down here. What a day for a championship decider, possibly. Simon Lazenby.
Thank you very much as well, and the conditions out there at the moment are appalling, I'd like to tell you as well. We're just looking at the driver tracker as well. It is indeed raining trackside as we take a look at it as well. There is a lot of water coming over the track right now. The cars are on their way to the grid. The race hasn't started yet, just to let you know, but Lewis Hamilton out there right now as well on intermediate tyres as well. So what Crofty said as well, the stewards issued a document around about 10 minutes ago as well. I saw it on the laptop saying that if it is a rolling start, they will line up single file, the safety car will take them round, and they'll go one by one across the start line. The safety car will literally only be out for a lap, and then we will go green. So lap 1, the race will start on lap 1 of 53, and it will be a rolling start. But at the moment, we've got no confirmation from the stewards whether it is a rolling start. All we can tell you at the present is that it is going to be dry. That's literally it. As we open up the race control messages as well, Gasly's radio being opened up as well. No drivers off at the moment, as you can see. We would have got a yellow flag signal for that. So that is, I suppose, good news at least, that we're not seeing anything. Green flag, as you can see, so the track is completely open as we get the race control messages shortly as well. And let's hear then as well from Pierre Gasly, see what he had to say today on the radio.
This use brakes.
Confirmed.
Yeah, Gasly starting from the pit lane in this race as well, after changing a rear wing setup and a front wing setup. Sintel says, yeah, thought so.
And Daniel Howard conditions. Copy that, so happy not to box the wet. Copy that.
So he's going to stay on these tyres. I need to turn off one of the audios, otherwise we're going to get in double team radio. Either way, the car's coming back in. One of the Haas cars going to the grid. That's Mick Schumacher. Lewis Hamilton has gone back through the pit lane, and Hamilton has had a little bit of an understeer moment at Degner 2 and has gone a little bit wide there as well. So a few drivers coming back into the pit lane as well, unsurprising. But at the moment, Gasly was the last one on the radio. Sebastian Vettel going around the hairpin now at turn 11 on Inters. A few of them did test out the full wet weather tyre, but it looks like they've all comfortably decided that Inters are the way to go at the moment. It's still light rain here at the moment as well, so not much is going to change the factor there. Josh has just disappeared as well at the moment. I'm just finding out if he said where at the moment. I'm at McDonald's. Oh, good. Have a breakfast as well. Spray getting a bit bad now coming out of Spoon Curve for Sebastian Vettel. These are the warm-up laps. Didn't Mercedes have only one set of Inters left? Yes, you're right. Mercedes did only have one set of Inters, although according to my notes up in the box, they all do have 2 new and 2 old. I think the FIA gave them a set ahead of practice 3 to replace the sets they used on Friday. So that additional set, I think, did get given to the teams as well. But all eyes up front then, as Sebastian Vettel comes down pit road again. The FIA blankets are on the side of the track as well. Everything getting ready. Danka Seb, says one of the fans as well out there. Everyone having a very interesting time then today. What are we going to see? Fernando Alonso out on the circuit on full wet weather tyres now as well, and that's a surprise as he's coming around the back half of the circuit. So he's obviously thinking that something is going to be on.
Okay, copy.
Hamilton saying that the brakes are a little bit too long at the moment. Let's go out. Yeah, brakes are a bit long at the moment. Just wondering why I could hear Paul di Resta, but I realised that the fade's up for Sky as well in my ears. You can't hear that though. Alonso looks good through Degner 1 and Degner 2, so the track's not wet enough for full wet weather tyres. It's got to be intermediate start, and it's not that much. There's heavier rain coming, so there is heavier rain coming later on in the race that tells me that they want to do an interstart, so they're scrubbing the wet tyres. Nicholas Latifi just out of the car on the grid talking with his engineers as well, seeing what he can do about it all. Charles Leclerc's come back to the grid. He's on intermediate tyres, I'm seeing on my monitor now. Synthol says, do you think it could dry up towards the end, or will it keep raining most of the race? I think it's going to keep raining most of the race, unfortunately, as well. It does look like, as Inters seem to be the call. They've prepped for this as well. We knew we were going to get it. 2 wet races in a row. I'm trying to remember the last time that happened. If anybody knows watching, when was the last time we had 2 wet weather races in a row? Please do let me know. Was it Eiffel 2020? Because then it went to Russia. Or was that 2021, I'm thinking? Synthol says, SHT says, is it raining now? Yes, it is raining now on the circuit. What's your bold prediction for the race today, mate? I said on the Grid Network yesterday that Fernando Alonso will win this Grand Prix. And I'm now starting to think that. He starts 7th on the grid. He's just gone on wet tyres. I think he's come to the grid on those wet tyres as well. Whether he'll start the race or not, we don't know. But I honestly think it's a good call that we could see Fernando Alonso take the start. Let's go over then down to Jean Alesi with Simon Exaby.
What are the chances for Ferrari, do you think, today?
Well, you know, today with this condition it's going to be difficult for everybody, but the first position is very important for the visibility. I'm sure Ferrari, like other good players like Fernando, they can do a super job today.
Do you think Max can win the championship today, or do you think that's too big an ask with these conditions?
Even if he stay in the garage, I think it's going to be the world champion. It's not the problem today.
Yeah. But today,
sorry?
Do you think he can win the championship today, though, in conditions like this?
Absolutely. I mean, he show up his speed on this condition. He's extremely fast. He's in pole position. If he don't miss the start, and I hope it's not going to be a rolling start.
Okay.
That's it.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it. Once we get into the middle of the grid, let's head to Karun at the Skypad.
Yeah, thank you, Simon. We didn't have a rolling start last week, of course, so let's go on board for the similar sort of damp conditions. This was first Sergio Perez. He didn't get a better launch initially, shall we say, than Charles Leclerc, but once they had to go for the gear shift and accelerate, he just out-accelerated the Ferrari. Let's listen in. You can hear the wheel spin. It's that second phase of of the start that Shah was struggling with. Now, interestingly, he complained that the right-hand side of the grid there in Singapore had less grip. He's again starting on the right-hand side of the grid here. You guys out there will be able to see you've got rivers flowing normally on the right-hand side, so the drivers on that side could be again at a disadvantage. We've seen some great wet weather action around here. Let's go back to 2014, the last wet race we had here. On board with Lewis Hamilton against Nico Rosberg, his teammate on that occasion. And Lewis took the lead with a fantastic move around the outside, looking for grip where you don't really find it in the dry conditions, and he drove around the outside of Nico there. Jenson Button, who's here with us, of course, this weekend, had a great battle with Daniel Ricciardo. They were squabbling over 4th place. Jenson in the McLaren on that occasion, with Ricciardo in the Red Bull. Coming up to the hairpin, and this is where we might see some overtaking in the wet. We don't often see that in the dry anymore, but in the wet we could see moves like this. Ricciardo first went for the inside, Jenson getting the switch back and then out-dragging him on the run to Spoon Curve. A couple of laps later, though, Ricciardo had another attempt, and on this occasion he managed to just make the move stick. And we have seen some fantastic wheel-to-wheel action here, and hopefully we'll get a bit more of that this afternoon.
Thanks, Karun. Max Verstappen on the radio, on the way to the grid.
What he thought about it.
This is Max Verstappen's practice start. Not good.
What a disaster start, man. Unbelievable.
Yeah, so no favours there then for Max Verstappen. The chances of a standing start are vastly decreasing, aren't they, as well, as we get back up to the comm box here. Hello. Cars all on the grid then, just waiting to go around. 27 minutes to go until the start procedure for the Japanese Grand Prix. Paul and Simon are on the grid. Let's go down to them for the grid walk.
About 6 or 7 places.
Just having a quick look at Yuki Tsunoda. I'm wondering if he's just having a quick conversation with his race engineer. I wonder if we can stick a microphone in here and just wonder how the homeboy is feeling right now, because it's a huge day for him. It's Yuki, okay to grab a word with Sky. How are you feeling? Home Grand Prix. This must be special, even with these conditions.
Yeah, definitely special. You know, unfortunately the weather is like this, so it's gonna be challenging. But you know, I always feel the massive support from every corners. Looking forward to it for sure, and I hope that I can score points in front of them.
What about the issues you had yesterday with the brakes? We know your teammate is starting from the pit lane. Have you got any yourself? What's the latest from Matt?
I think we sorted about the braking. I'm not worried much about the braking, so it's all good. Yeah, we just I can focus fully about my driving, and they're like this kind of tricky condition. Definitely, you know, the thing's gonna go happen something. So I just stay in the track. And of course, push until the end of the checker flag. Yeah.
And what's possible today? Just finally.
Points, yeah. Just aiming for the points for sure. I think points is possible. But yeah, until that, you just have to be disciplined and stay in the track.
Best of luck. Stay focused, I'm sure he will. He'll definitely get his elbows out as well. That's one of the features of Yuki. He goes from 0 to 60, doesn't he, very quickly in that helmet.
Getting quite good at this grid walk stuff, Simon. I thought I'd let you get in there and go, but yeah, listen, he's certainly got the crowd behind him. I think he did a superb job yesterday. Struggled with the brakes, nailed the lap, and I think the team were extremely happy with the lap he delivered. That was the most important thing.
Franz Tost just watching on, moving away from us. Let's take a bit. Let's get a bit further up here and consider McLaren and Daniel Ricciardo. I know you had a conversation earlier with Ted with regards to Daniel, but 3/1000th off Q2. He is obviously particularly irked by that. His teammate in the end just one place ahead of him. But yeah, again, I go back to if this is to be his last season and his last few races in Formula One, he's absolutely desperate to beat his teammate, frankly.
Absolutely. He's fighting for survival, isn't he? He's fighting whether he's going to get another chance in Formula One should that come around. I want to see Daniel Ricciardo in Formula One for a long time, and I think most of the fans do, probably most of the paddock, because when Daniel's fighting, he's just good to watch. He's a good person to be around, and he certainly gets the team spirit. And the interesting thing is, he's still got the spirit of the team behind him. that's just not happened. You know, he's still very much a main character, but they obviously feel Piastri's going to bring them some different options to go up against Lando.
There's Andreas Seidel. Let's stroll over to Andreas and see if we can I borrow your umbrella? Should I put that down there for a minute? How are you doing? How are you feeling from 10th and 11th today, Andreas?
First of all, not really happy with the qualifying yesterday. I think we lost some positions, not maximizing everything. But obviously with a day like today, anything is possible. So I guess as a team we are well prepared again for different scenarios. It'll be important again to stay in the game, and then hopefully we're set for good points with both cars.
Was it the positions, track position with Max that you lost out in Q3? Is that why you feel like qualifying didn't go well?
Actually, I think if you look at Daniel's qualifying, he had a very strong start, but then unfortunately we just missed out by 3 thousandths, I think, going into quali 3, which was a shame. And then on Lando's side, was just not such a straightforward qualifying that we are normally used to, together with him. And I think then in the last lap in quali 3, with the disturbance he had on the preparation on the outlap, with the incident with Max, compromised his lap as well. And I think we lost 2, 3, 4 tenths there, which would have helped us to be 2 or 3 positions more ahead.
With regards to this weather, what are your radars saying? Are you confident that we're going to get the full race distance in?
I think if we start as normal, which I think we can do at the moment, there's still a chance to get the race distance in. We expect a full wet race here. So it will be very interesting what the tires will do as well. We have seen as well on Friday, especially with intermediates here, they die quite quickly. So interesting race ahead of us with maybe a lot of different strategies as well in terms of number of stops and so on.
Okay, best luck. Thanks, Andreas. There we go. So they're expecting, hopefully, to get the full race distance in. What if we don't, David Croft?
Well, there's an awful lot of permutations if we don't, and we've got it all covered up here in the commentary box. Let me tell you that. First and foremost, the 3-hour clock will start at 2 o'clock. As far as I know, that's our timing page 3. We get all our information from race control. And that 3-hour clock is the window in which the race must be started and finished. Now there's a 2-hour window within that 3 hours where the clock will start and stop depending if we get some red flags. But unlike in Singapore 7 days ago, we've not got a delay to the scheduled start time of the race. So the race will start at 2 o'clock local time. Now, if the race gets red flagged, in terms of the classification, well, that will be taken by Article 58.14, I think it is, of the sporting regulations from, and I've got to read this out now, from the penultimate lap before the race was red flagged. Let me put it into simple terms for you. If we get a red flag on lap 50 and the race cannot be resumed, then they go back a lap and back another lap to lap 48 for the classification. So the race gets red flags, and it's the lap before the penultimate lap of the race. Hopefully that makes a lot of sense to you. On my charts here, I've got the whole permutations of what points can be awarded if we don't get the full 53 laps in. If we get to the end of lap 16, then only 6 points for the winner. So if we don't get the 16 lap or 15 laps in, or we get 16 laps in, then we aren't going to have a championship decider here because Max Verstappen needs to be 8 points clear of Charles Leclerc and 6 points clear of his teammate Sergio Perez to win the championship here today. If it's between 25 and 50%, which is lap 27, then we get another points total. And if it's 50% to 75%, then we get another points total. And after 75%, then we get the full points total. And you can't get a fastest lap unless the race leader has completed at least half distance. And that's a key fact to remember here. With classification, it's the penultimate lap before the red flag, but in terms of points awarded, it's how many laps the race leader has done. And I know it sounds really, really complicated, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed that my charts are right, my maths is right, and we can keep you updated throughout this race. I'm not saying we are going to get a red flag, but you know, it's raining, it could be a bit murky, the spray could be quite high, it's Suzuka, anything could happen.
Indeed. I just found Otmar Safnauer obviously trying to get... I'm not saying that we don't want to talk to you, Otmar, but there's Fernando Alonso here. Hopefully we can, or maybe you can grab his attention in a couple of moments of time. What are you feeling for today? What's it looking like?
Well,
57, good conditions for you guys.
Today, I mean, it's looking a little bit like Friday. So as long as it doesn't get more wet and we can run the intermediates like we did on Friday, I think we'll be in good shape. Ask him.
I will. I'll try. Thanks. Well set up. Fernando, these are your kind of conditions, aren't they? You love a bit of rain?
Yeah, I mean, conditions are fine now. Hopefully there is no more rain coming. That we start always this safety car delaying and things like that. So hopefully it stays like this.
The car looks very strong though on Friday in the wet. Are you happy with the conditions?
Yeah, I think the car was actually more competitive on the wet compared to the dry. So yeah, it should be a good race. Let's see the visibility on the race, if we can follow cars close enough. But yeah, I think I'm happy.
Do you think we can have a full restart in these conditions at the moment?
I think we should try. Yeah, normal start.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Fernando. Okay, let's hear from George Russell, I think, talking to Craig Slater.
What do these conditions mean in terms of the start, do you think?
For the start, I think it should be okay if it doesn't get any worse, but it's going to be really, really difficult out there because it's probably not quite wet enough through those S-bends for the intermediates to last very long. They're just going to get torn up and degradation can be quite high. So if it stays like this, there'll be multiple stops, I think. If it gets a bit heavier, then it might be a bit more of a straightforward race, but I think plenty of opportunity.
You've got enough intermediate tyres. You did use a lot, didn't you, in practice?
Yeah, to be honest, probably in hindsight, we probably wouldn't have done that. The weather did come forward substantially, but if we need to be using 3 or 4 sets, I don't think our race will be going to plan anyway, so we should be fine.
Just very quickly, some talk is so uneven that it might be a rolling start. Are you hearing anything about that?
News to me.
Not today.
Thanks, mate. Thanks very much to Craig Slater. Charles Leclerc is just watching on in his garage as well, just looking down completely to see what's going to happen next. Let's say it's Christian Horner then down with Simon.
It's a two-way duel between yourself and the Ferraris today.
Well, look, I mean, in these conditions, literally anything can happen. So, yeah, let's see. I mean, it's the same for everybody. It's pretty consistently miserable. So it's due to get a bit harder in the second half of the race. So you just got to be on your toes, but hopefully, you know, we can get a good start.
Everybody asking the question about whether we're going to get the full race distance in today. Obviously, from your perspective, you'd hope that because things get a bit complicated if we don't get the full race distance in.
Yeah, it gets a bit short on daylight hours if it gets extended, but I don't see any reason in these conditions. You know, they're better than they were on Friday, so I don't see any reason why we can't get the race up and running.
Top man, thanks a lot, Christian. Let's hear from one of his team, Sergio Perez.
Checo, intermediates to start, do you think, if it stays like this?
Yeah, I think so.
What about today? What do you reckon? You're confident you can get up there, get past the 2 Ferraris?
I am.
Thank you.
So we'll go today. The national anthem is coming up shortly here as well. The drivers are all ready. Are you? Because this is going to be an absolutely insane Japanese Grand Prix. Rain in the air as well for the first time in 3 years. We are back at this fantastic Suzuka International Racecourse. Rain predicted as well. Verstappen has a chance to win the title. Could be a question whether or not he actually does it here today. Needs to outscore Leclerc by, well, let's take a look. He needs to outscore Leclerc, I think, by 12 points. I did have this memorised yesterday. Yes, he must outscore Leclerc by 8 points and Perez by 6 points, but must lead the championship by 112 at the end of today. Verstappen will be crowned champion this weekend if he wins the race and scores the fastest lap. Here's the Japanese national anthem. Yuki Tsunoda starts his home race. For the first time he hears national anthem. Rain still falling.
A quick word.
Down
On his way.
to Esteban Ocon.
When you have a look though, Johnny, at these stands and the history of this place and what has gone before and the amount of championships that have been decided here, kind of is that just it's a real feeling of anticipation here today.
Yeah, it is, and it's just, you know, such a similar feeling every time we come back. The different generations that turn up year after year is a wonderful thing as well.
Here he is. You never let us down off the anthems. You never let us down. You're always our first port of call. You're always here for us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lando, obviously, just with what happened yesterday, just give us your final verdict on the decision for the reprimand for Max.
All was good. I think anyone in my position starting a qualifying lap would have maybe not said everything I said, but would have felt the way that I felt. After looking at it and talking with him, then I think it was a fair decision. Like, I could tell he didn't try and do anything silly or whatever, so yeah, fair result. It was still on the dangerous side, but that's racing, that happens sometimes, so we're all good.
Yeah, well, you've got through that one safely, which is good. It's going to be a bit more tricky today. What can you expect from yourself in these conditions?
Well, it's tough. I think it's going to be raining the whole way through the race, so it's going to be a lot of intermediate tyres, possibly some wets if it gets a lot worse than this. Our pace is all right, it's not anything spectacular, so it's going to be a tough one, maybe not quite as convincing as Singapore, but we'll give it a good shot.
And just lastly, quickly, is there a bit of strategy in the way? Because it seems like the tyre was quite high on the inters especially.
Yeah, the deg on the inter is particularly bad, especially in front tyres, so managing that, like strategy and pit stops is going to be quite a big thing today. It's not just going to be you on one set of tyres for the whole race, it's going to be people trying to go long, trying to go short, and undercutting and all of this stuff. So it should be a good one to watch.
Thanks, Lando. Appreciate it. I know you've got better things to do than hold umbrellas for Paul.
Nice to hear them from all as well. Ted.
Thank you very much, Simon. I don't know whether you found this, but I haven't seen so many drivers looking preoccupied before a race for a very, very long time. Let's just look into the eyes of Alex Albon, just furrowing, just rubbing his brow there, looking at the thinking about the intensity of the race to come. I mean, yes, Singapore was intense and complicated in 2 hours, but this is one of the most challenging, if not the most challenging, one of the most challenging, if not the most challenging Grand Prix circuits on the calendar. The head steward, Gary Connolly, is clearly going to have some work to do. Just a quick word about Kevin Magnussen. They shuffled up the grid to close up after Pierre Gasly starting from the pit lane. So the box that Kevin Magnussen's car in hasn't had one of these easy up tents over it for the whole of the grid procedure. So watch out for Magnussen. If he gets a bad start, it's because his grid box was considerably wetter than everybody else's. Simon, back to you.
Well, that's a little bit unfair. This is why they usually do that. Safety cars there, but Mylander.
Is it you think you're going to be busy today, and are we going to get a standing start?
Good question. We just spoke about it. Well, in the moment, it seems to be still okay from my side. If you ask race drivers, I think they agree. But let's see, we have another 10 minutes to go, and up to the rain conditions.
You've managed to get around the track. Is this inters or is this an extreme wet?
I think in the moment it's still inter, but can change quickly to wet.
Yeah, how important is your sort of lap that you're going to do now and you're going to report back to the stewards? What sort of information are you going to be giving them to do that final decision, I guess, for the start?
Well, if I do my 5 minutes before the green flag lap to the starting position, we definitely have to go for a normal start. But the information what I usually give, it's standing water parts, more or less rain, these kind of things. But I think they still know it from the pit and opening time.
Okay, appreciate it, Ben. I know you've got a job to do. Let's see if we can just have a very, very quick word with Felipe Massa. Felipe, thanks.
He's on Channel 4 this weekend.
To talk to us. Yeah, look, I mean, these are difficult conditions. We just talked to Bernd. We were wondering about inters. What about full wets? How would you be enjoying something like this or these sort of conditions at the Japanese Grand Prix?
Yeah, it's a tough condition, very slippery. You know, everything can happen during the long race on the wet, like here. But Max is Max. I think he's not feeling the pressure, so he just will try everything he can to win the championship, and let's see how it's going to happen.
You enjoying being back around Formula 1 races? You seem to be coming to a few more these days.
Yeah, not many. I come to 8 races this season, so it's nice to be back, you know, to watch some race, you know, to see some friends, and Always nice to be here.
Top man, thanks Felipe. We'll let you get off.
Okay, so we got 10 minutes to go then as well. Josh Plays is back with us as well. Josh, can you hear us in your long journey?
I can hear you.
Fantastic. What do you think of the conditions then? It looks, I can see some standing water. We don't know if it's a standing start or a rolling start at the moment. What would you guess the conditions would be?
When it's standing start or rolling start, it's always a hard one. But as Bert Mylander said, if he does the lap 5 minutes before, then it's going to be a standing start, most likely.
Yeah, I agree.
That's going to be one of our indicators to tell us if it's going to be a standing or rolling start. I personally think, like I believe it was Alonso, let's try for a standing start, and if it doesn't go right, let's do a rolling start. 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, 9 minutes then as the clock continues to tick down as well. Max Verstappen just getting into his balaclava and all his outfits as well. A couple of minutes then until we throw over for the commentary box procedure as well, with the world feed Anthem beginning as well. Nobody knows exactly what is going on as well. We've got, we'll know in about 3 minutes time whether or not this will be a rolling start or a standing start, or even the situation where we have to have formation laps behind the safety car. In that case, laps will be taken off the race distance as well, Josh, as well. That's the normal procedure. But I can't see why we won't just go for the standing start. I mean, yes, it's intermediate conditions, but we've started in it. If we don't start the race now, then that means that we can never have a standing start again in wet weather conditions ever. That will set the precedent, because we had to delay last weekend, and that was an inter-start. That went okay. I don't see why we have to even think about having a delay here today.
I don't know why the FIA has something about wet weather running or wet weather starts. Because, yes, we've seen them go wrong. 2021 Hungary, 2017 Singapore. But 9 times out of 10, they go really well, and it starts an absolute brilliant race.
This is looked to be a very interesting one as well. My friends just texted me saying, how are you feeling after waking up early? Also, good morning, that I'm tired as well. We're going to wake up to the Grand Prix. Let's hope it's going to be a good Grand Prix. I don't think there's a buffer on my side as well, Gwenrin. Hopefully everything's okay your side. You might notice that there may be 3 chairs up in the comment box, but I'm solo at the moment. Hopefully as well, Megan Burge and Ian Burge will be making their way to the commentary box shortly. I'm frantically trying to see where they are as well. We shall be there soon. Oh, Megan's watching us and she just texted me. We shall be there soon. So there will be 2 commentators alongside me in the commentary box as well, with Josh down in the pit lane. So what have you got then, Josh? You've got all your usual stuff, but on PC. On the go.
I've literally got no notes up currently, right. So I am going just by TV pictures, which is fun. But
if you spot
we'll make it happen. I can get stuff up.
Decrease to the start of the race.
Rain to decrease before the start of the race, we've just been told as well. Right then, everybody. I think the safety car is about to leave the grid, which is the best news. Josh is literally mobile as well, and will be providing more information as well, and just chatting things during the race as well. Anytime you want to pop in, Josh, just start talking. We should be fine. This should be quite an interesting race as well. The 2022 Japanese Grand Prix. Simple, Max Verstappen wins the race and gets the fastest lap. He's the world champion. But he must be more than 112 points clear of Charles Leclerc. So that means he must outscore Leclerc by 8 points and Perez by 6 points. Is he up to it to become a 2-time Formula 1 champion? 11 years to the day since Sebastian Vettel for Red Bull also became a 2-time champion. It's time to begin. Let's count them in. The Japanese Grand Prix is now.
It's time. The Japanese Grand Prix.
Well, it's nice to be back in Japan. Konnichiwa and hello, welcome wherever you are in the world. Well done for getting up or staying up, for joining us. It's the 2022 Honda Japanese Grand Prix. For the first time in 3 years, we are back at the Suzuka International Racecourse as well. This fantastic circuit, built back in the 1960s, is the perfect blend of challenge, determination and old school charm. 53 laps ahead of us today in a wet weather condition. We should be in for an absolute classic. 40.4 metre elevation change and a downhill run towards turn 1 makes wet starts here incredibly interesting. And who can forget the last time we raced here, Gasly versus Norris as well. Right round the outside went Gasly at the first corner, almost akin to what Raikkonen did to Fischer-Keller in 2005. Down at turn 13 as well, at the Spoon curve, Leclerc versus Kvyat on the inside. Leclerc sneaking through with a tremendous move. And at the Casio Triangle as well, Albon sending up the inside of Lando Norris. They've come together. Very Senna and Prost down at the bottom half of the track. Well, the 3 tyre compounds that Pirelli brought here today in order to meet the conditions of this harsh circuit was the C1 white hard, C2 yellow medium and the C3 red soft, but wet weather today means that it's green intermediate and blue wet weather tyre is what we are going to be focusing on today. Everyone's got 1 set of new blues and 2 sets of the new greens as well. Wet weather, the safety car looks like it's left the grid, so this is how they line up on the starting grid for the Japanese Grand Prix of 2022. From back to front as well, Pierre Gasly is starting in the pit lane for this Grand Prix as well after changing a new penalty as well. Also comes from Nicholas Latifi. Lance Stroll starts in 18th position as well. Kevin Magnussen starts 17th on the grid. 16th for Alexander Albon, with Mick Schumacher starting in 15th position as well. Watch out for Mick today. He's going to be a good one after his crash and rebuilt car, but he did crash in practice 1. 14th for Zhou Guanyu and 13th for Yuki Tsunoda on his home Grand Prix. 12th for Danny Ricciardo as well, and 12th for Valtteri Bottas now with the grid changing over, and Danny Ricciardo starting 11th. Inside the top 10, Lando Norris starts 10th, Sebastian Vettel starts 9th on the grid in his final Japanese Grand Prix, George Russell starts in 8th position, but Fernando Alonso in 7th is the one to watch in these conditions. He's in for a good race. Lewis Hamilton starts 6th on the grid as well, Esteban Ocon starts in 5th position, he's one of his highest of the season. The second and first rows are all Red Bull and Ferrari. Sergio Perez starts 4th, Carlos Sainz starts in 3rd, Charles Leclerc starts 2nd, and pole position goes the way of Max Verstappen. It's simple, outscore Leclerc and Perez by 8 and 6 points each, and he will be the world champion. Well, I'm delighted to say that the lights are out on the safety car, which means that this is going to be, hopefully, a dry start. Alongside me in the commentary box is Megan Birch and Ian Birch. Good morning to you both. Wet conditions, championship on the line. It's just a nice way to start your Sunday morning, isn't it?
No, not really. These are loud in my earphones.
How about now? Better?
Yeah, a little bit better.
Good morning. Everyone okay?
It's not too wet though. The interesting thing I've seen of this, like on Friday, they managed to, whereas they haven't been going out in the wet, all of them went out in the wet.
Yes, all went out in the wet on Friday. Everybody now knows the conditions as well. And Megan, this is going to be a crazy Grand Prix.
So tired.
So what is the difference between Japan being wet and, say, Spa?
Well, it's a downhill run towards turn 1, so all the water you can see at the top of the screen there, it's all just sort of sinking down, but they've committed to a standing start as well. Josh Blaze is down, well, he's actually not in the pit lane, he's on the move at the moment and hopefully can hear us. Good morning, Josh, how are you doing today?
Yeah, good morning, and travelling at mere 70 miles per hour, so
well, at least you're halfway to all of this.
Yeah, we're doing all right as the formation lap gets underway.
Yeah.
And look at all of that spray. We're not even up at racing speeds. We've just left the grid, and the spray is insane. But F1, welcome back to Japan.
I'm very worried, Megan, that they've decided to start this race with a standing start because it doesn't look like it's got those type of conditions. There's a lot of spray out there, Meg.
Sainz had a good start, but the spray kind of hindered him in the formation.
Yeah, hopefully as well this should be...
Perez was just, I'm going to stay back.
starting tyres, everybody is on intermediates as well. Gwenman says, sod that, no delays as well, because Logan suggested, can we please have a race delay, because British viewers can't be bothered to wake up at 6 a.m.
I can't be bothered to wake up at 6 a.m.
Megan,
I woke up at 5.
I'd like to point out, Megan, that if I'm being quiet, you've got to be quiet as well, with it being 6 a.m. UK time.
No one can hear.
Can we just ask for a race delay so I get to I'm going to call it get to location?
We still have to stay
I'll
on
say,
air.
well, yes, that's true, but I say this, we might get a red flag, because I reckon, Dan,
Yes.
what do you think? There might be a big crash here, because this looks too much.
No, not really. I mean, it's typical. What I call a red flag was never a red flag, and that was Brazil when it was raining that hard that they positioned a T-wagon on one of the hills, and there's not that many hills in the Brazilian track.
Yeah.
But
Aren't you cold?
No, I'm fine. Why? The heater's on. I'm bubbling. I'm not cold.
Maybe it's just because me and Dad went out.
yeah, and the water kept. But this is about 15, 20 years ago.
Yes,
the water kept running down the little hill onto the track, and it was the only real wet bit of the track.
And it was because of that wagon that sort of came out, yeah.
Yeah, it was about 10 cars went off at that.
Yes, including Michael Schumacher.
Yeah,
all went off at that
Schuey
track,
did,
yeah.
200,000
people are in attendance here at Suzuka. They're going to see a standing start, though.
Including Sebastian's wife and 3 kids.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
And his nephew, I think.
This could be very entertaining racing then ahead of us. No Toto Wolff, there's Bono.
There's Bono.
Christian Horner just sort of waiting in the garage, not allowed on the pit wall that starts.
There's no Bonatti this weekend either, is there?
No Bonotto and no Toto Wolff. They're off, taking this race off as well. I've had to change my shoes as well because I walked through the grass to put the bike on. It's soaking wet.
And even DC's doing the same as us, and he's at Biggin Hill doing this for Channel 4.
Along with Alex Jakes. Megan, prediction for turn 1. I'm predicting a riot. What about you?
Spinning. Lots of spinning, especially if there's water down that section.
Pierre Gasly lining up at the side of the track then as well. He is going to get ready in the pit lane as well. Megan suggesting T-bones as well. We'll see shortly as well.
Well, I hope not T-bones, because they're the worst crash you can have, really.
Medical car at the back. There's a lot of spray.
The weakest part of that car is actually the side
pods.
pods.
Yeah. Here we go then. Well,
someone's going to T-bone the back or something.
Well, Max Verstappen has his first chance as well. The lights are coming on. First time in Suzuka since 2019. All 5 lights are on. Action in Japan, and it's a careful start from everyone. Magnussen does. Has been stopped. Hopefully now you can hear me as well up here in the comms box. The red flag is out. The race is suspended. And hopefully as well, everything is working okay and you can hear us. We do deeply apologise that we lost the start. Let me know did you hear any of lights out? No, I'm being told. So what we're going to do is, we're not proud of this, but the red flag is sort of helping us out. We're going to fake it. We're going to fake it just so that you've got it and you know what happened. We're going to fake the start procedure. So we've got an iPad. We've got it for the start. Megan's going to get it to the start for me shortly.
We didn't see all of it anyway, so technically this is the first time for us anyway.
Yeah, because we were having complete computer failure. So we've had to go off USRN because it just wasn't working. So we're going to fake the start procedure. So let's hope this is good. You won't hear any of the noise, but it was only 2 laps and the safety car came out anyway. So.
Also, you're used to not hearing the noise by now.
Yeah, so this will be quite a simple little fake as well as we get to it. We'll join it when the 5 lights go on as well on the formation lap. Due to the red flag, we're able to do this, so it's not that bad actually. So if we all get our headsets back on, we'll have an attempt number 2 at this, shall we? As well with the start procedure. Now that everything's working, we do deeply apologise. We'll come up to the main combox cam because the order hasn't really changed much. In fact, we're even getting a race start on board now as well with Lance Stroll when he had a great getaway. So we do deeply apologise as well, but should we fake it and get it going again?
Always.
So here we go then. We'll minimise this. And to sync up, into the grid slot pulls Max Verstappen. We've just cut on board now with Yuki Tsunoda. So just for procedural sake, we're under a red flag. We know that. This is now a repeat of the start due to the fact OBS crashed. So let's just get through this and see what we can do as well. Pierre Gasly just about... So this is now a repeat from lap 1 of 53. Is everyone all right with that?
Yes.
Right, here we go then. Medical cars just pulled into position then on the grid. This is it. Max Verstappen has the opportunity to become a 2-time Formula 1 champion. But in the worst of the conditions, who will come out on top for the first time in 3 years? 1 light, 2 lights, 3, 4, all 5 lights are on. Action in Suzuka. It's a good start from Max Verstappen, who pulls alongside. Already looking for Fernando Alonso, darting across the track. Charles Leclerc has the inside line towards turn 1, pulls on the inside line. Max goes brilliantly right round the outside, and it's wheel-to-wheel stuff between the two championship contenders. Verstappen comes out on top. There's a yellow flag further back,
Probably
though.
Vettel.
And it is Vettel. Vettel's in the gravel. Vettel's dropped right back down the order. Mountains of spray coming up through the S's as well, but it's Verstappen leading with Leclerc second.
Yeah, Vettel went off. I think because he was cut across from Alonso or Ocon. I can't tell which, to be honest. He must have spun off because of it.
Green flag's out now, though, as well as they come back into Degner 1 and Degner 2. The wall of spray is absolutely horrific out there as well as they come through. Verstappen leads, Leclerc second, Perez third, Ocon as well, challenging on the back of Lewis Hamilton. Here he is as well. Hamilton coming through Degner 1, looking okay to me. As the spray's actually not as bad at turn 11 as we thought it would be, Megs. I haven't seen that yet.
That seems the safest part.
Yeah, the
Alonso
top of the hill.
cut across Lewis.
Perfectly at the start,
that's
yeah.
how Lewis got up in front of him.
And there goes on, that's Ocon. Ocon on the inside of Hamilton as well, and Hamilton has to fall back in front. There's a yellow flag out in the second sector as well.
It's Carlos Sainz.
And it is Sainz in the wall with a complete rear suspension failed as well. And it's at the top of it. Where is that? That's at exit of the 200R. So he's locked up and gone straight on there as well.
And destroyed his car.
Well, this will be a safety car for sure, and it is indeed. Safety car has been deployed for the AMG as well. Wall of spray coming around the 130R as well, and the AMG safety car, I should say, heading out onto the track.
Let's hope it doesn't crash.
Yeah. Oh, and that is an AlphaTauri, and it's Pierre Gasly with advertising boarding on the front there as well.
That happened in the British touring cars, and it ruined his radiator.
And
that's why Albon and Zhou are so far behind.
Yeah, Albon's crashed off, and he's out of the race as well. That's down at the spoon curve as well. Well, it's going to take an enormous time to clean all this lot up as well, with the cars everywhere on the back of the circuit.
Oh, it's not right.
And I think we are as well. Let's keep an eye on that as well. It's lap 2 of 53. Sainz is okay, but that is a major blow for Ferrari in terms of the Constructors' Championship by not having any points there with that. So Sainz is out. Gasly is got something back in the pit lane now as well with the new front wing on. And Albon in 20th position as well, currently having the best of the conditions. Safety car is deployed then as well as the rest of the field comes through. Talk us through the start, Megs.
Right, so further back, we can see both Vettel and Hamilton have the exact same thought process and turn to the outside of the field. It's a shame it only worked out for Hamilton because Vettel got cut off by Alonso accidentally.
Yeah.
It was either Alonso or Ocon, though he claims that he got hit, I think.
Here's what happened to Sebastian Vettel, because he went round the outside as well, the same as Alonso, just trying to get out the spray. But he
wasn't hit.
Yeah, the aquaplane down the straight. Does he get on the curb? Oh, there it is.
He was hit.
Tapped by the outside of Alonso, and wheel-to-wheel contact put him in the gravel.
That's what I said. There was 2 incidents with Alonso.
Yeah.
One was he went wide and let Lewis through.
Red flag. Red flag. The race is stopped.
You can barely see your own hand
But
out
if you re-look at the start, you'll notice that Alonso's car just went sideways a little bit.
I think he hit a wet patch.
And that was where I believe him and Vettel got together.
Oh, look at Sainz as well. He was so close not to get wiped out by the field as well. He's almost on the track, and there goes one of the Haas cars through. And this one happened to Albon. Oh, that's Joe spinning.
We could have had DC in Belgium situation there.
So the rain is just getting worse out there as well at the moment. So red flag is out then. The Japanese Grand Prix has been suspended on lap 2 of the race as well.
I think Zhou had the kindest.
Yeah, just aquaplaned it off. So red flag with Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, Ocon and Hamilton the top 5. You're back with us now with live coverage as well of the Japanese Grand Prix. The red flag is out, and that was a replay of the start. Let's hear from Lewis Hamilton.
Coming into pit lane, stay in the fast lane, and follow down to the end. We'll see you there. Yes, heavy right now. The forecast is looking pretty grim, to be fair, but yeah, let's just see.
It's going to be another Belgium, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be. Well, welcome back, everybody. We apologise that our internet died at the start of the race, but this red flag has given us the opportunity to sort of have a little bit of a play, redo the start of the race up until the red flag moment.
Fix it.
Fix what? Fix our mistake.
Because for some reason...
Are we not now on USRN?
We're not on USRN just yet. We will be on USRN again shortly. I've just had to allow time for the programme to reset itself. So hopefully we'll be back soon.
I think I might know what happened.
Start procedure crashed everything? Yeah.
Also, look.
Yeah, as soon as that opens... Oh, no, it should be okay as well.
Because we didn't give it enough time to process.
Well, it had an hour, so I don't know why it's not working.
Maybe it over-processed as soon as it started because of more input coming in.
I understand nothing.
And welcome back, everybody, on USRN. Apologies for being away for a little bit, but we are back now. Delighted that everything looks to be working well. We're under a red flag procedure as well for the Japanese Grand Prix. And we must just talk about 2 laps have been completed now this Grand Prix, which means 6 points can be awarded for the race win if it is awarded. But now, Josh is with us trackside as well. Well, not trackside. Where are you? Roadside, I suppose. Josh, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I'm currently in Fleet Services on the M3, so hello from Fleet Services.
I was going to say, this red flag is going to help you a lot, isn't it? To maybe even get to your destination in time.
Kelly PK gets her own thing.
Yeah, go on. Go on, Josh.
Josh?
Yeah, and hopefully, I'm hoping, because we're only around an hour away from I'm still calling it location, but I'm hoping that it'll be good.
I'm hoping that too. Well, have a relax.
Let's just say you will be shocked by what I've got planned, and you will be very, very surprised. That's all I'm going to say.
I'm looking forward to it. I really am. So, red flag is out then. The race is suspended as well. Megan, what have you found?
Red flag?
Yeah?
Means I'm going straight to Haas tweets.
Good idea, actually.
And Aston Martin.
Good idea. Get straight to Haas and get straight to Aston Martin. F1 has wanted to move the Japanese Grand Prix to April for some time since Liberty took over. Basically, the idea being it's best not to hold a race in typhoon season.
Better be early April.
Yeah. So I must apologise for our internet cutting out right at the start of the race, but the red flag meant that we've got to do it again. Let's take another look at it with Karun.
The Prime Minister of Japan is just walking past the skypad, sploshing through a river that's running through the paddock, by the way. So,
do you want to ask him if he wants to see the start, will you?
There are a lot of very serious-looking bodyguards running past, so I'm going to link them to it. But, yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Pete Bonington is right. The rain is falling very heavily. But let's take a look at the start. So, as we can see, I'm just going to pick out a couple of people here. Esteban Ocon, so he's in that Alpine there in the middle. And watch his movement here. It's such an aggressive turn that he makes to the left-hand side because he sees this gap that's opened up over there, and he's suddenly going, "Ooh, I can have a bit of daylight." There's not going to be any spray in front of me.
Alonso.
I thought it was Alonso, but it is Esteban.
Meanwhile, moving the middle.
Look, it looks like 14, doesn't it?
I claimed, but it was Esteban.
Yeah. He's on the white line.
At the start. I said, that's Esteban.
Which start?
To move to the left-hand side
the start of the red flag.
Heading now towards turn 1.
I said,
Leclerc got the better getaway, but as we got down there, he's got his nose in front.
That's not Alonso,
but
that's Esteban.
Verstappen, already, I think at this point, he's thinking about the grip on the outside line. Jensen mentioned the karting technique, and that is often about using the unconventional line, shall we say. So in the dry, they would be where Leclerc is, but the grip tends to be further around the outside. And at this point, Verstappen is already looking at there. He's looking at the outside part of the track. He's already thinking to himself, if I give myself a nice wide run around turn 2, I can carry better momentum and get past Leclerc. And in the end, that is exactly how it all played out for him. So he got track position, got himself in front despite a poor getaway. let's go back on board with Verstappen. Listen in. Just bogged down there, really struggled for grip to get off the line. But as I said, he's already at this point, his eyes are looking to that line, not there, there. He's already looking at the end, the end of that curb on the left-hand side, because he's going, if I get myself there and just carry the momentum, I will be able to drive around Charles, and that's exactly what he did. Let's look at Sebastian Vettel, because you, first of all, get a much better sense of the spray when compared to what we saw with Max earlier. This is what I said. Look, on the left, he can sort of see Fernando Alonso there on the right. And as we get down here, the spray starts to kick in. The drivers start moving around on the water, and look at the visibility he's got. And this is why I think he was struggling to judge just where Fernando was. And at this point, there, he turns in, watch his hands sort of in the middle, and he makes that contact, which then sends him spinning across. And actually, Sebastian using good presence of mind here to sort of steer himself and roll back out of the gravel trap and across the curb back onto the track and get going again. So really unfortunate for him. Let's go on board with Carlos Sainz, trying to find grip on the inside of the exit of the hairpin. Just listen for the wheel spin. See, there wasn't like a massive rise of revs there. It wasn't like he got greedy with his right foot. I think he just got caught out with a bit of aquaplaning underneath one of the rivers. So really, really unlucky for him. You've seen that lots of times. Yuki Tsunoda had a very, very good opening lap. He started down in 13 and has ended up 9th. So let's go watch with him. Look at the spray and listen in. He's playing with the throttle. He's downshifting, you know, on the straight way before the corner because he just can't see where he's going. All he's looking at are those red lights in front as a guide as to where the track's going. He gets up into the S's. And it's so tricky in terms of visibility of the drivers. At this point, he's just thinking, right, I need to survive. I need to get through this opening sequence. And I'll just move it along because we get through the S's, and I think it all starts to kick off at the hairpin, obviously, after Sainz's accident. So let's get down to the hairpin. He's dropped back a little bit from the pack in front. I think we've got a bit of an issue with that clip there. Anyway, but yes, basically, I just wanted to show you how bad the visibility was for someone like Yuki Tsunoda. Lance Stroll, he came up with that curious comment about the visibility being bad, but not the grip. Look at the grip he had down the inside. I mean, that is unbelievable. I'll just go back and show you. That is great bravery from Lance Stroll. Look how close he is to the wall there on the right-hand side. That is extraordinary bravery, but he's found a gap. He's found a little bit of gap. And actually, look at the tarmac here. It's a different color. It does seem like he's found grip. He's thought about where the grip might be while everyone else is scrambling along that bit of water there. So a good presence of mind from Lance Stroll to sneak by a bunch of people there right up alongside the wall and get down into turn 1, taking a nice safe route along the inside. So yeah, he did a great job there in the Aston Martin. In the end, one of the Williams coming around along the outside of him, using the wet line to get past. But on the whole, that was very good from Lance Stroll. And let's go finally on board with Fernando Alonso. So we saw the incident with Sebastian Vettel before. From his perspective, the clip from Alonso has just landed. So let's have a look at this. Again, really struggling for visibility. He's downshifting even before. There's the pit exit line there. So even before that white line disappeared, he's already downshifting just because he can't see where he's going. So as we head down there, there's the whack from Vettel. But fortunately, I think Fernando's got away with it. And the battle then carried on till actually later in the lap, where he went down the inside of Lewis Hamilton at the hairpin. And this, you remember before the race, I was showing you about the battle between Jensen and Daniel Ricciardo. It was exactly this. On that occasion, Jensen was the one who did the switchback. On this occasion, it was Lewis Hamilton. But just go back and look here on the left. How close Carlos Sainz is. He's there on the left-hand side. Just try and pick him out in that spray. And it is so close for these guys because they just cannot see where he's going. Let's go back a little bit. And it's impossible. Alonso in the spray behind Hamilton there. Keep looking for where Carlos comes along. and there, he just appears. So, yeah, pretty dangerous there. Carlos lucky not to be hit from anyone else. But there you go, Crofty. We've got time to fill, so I thought why not go through a whole bunch of clips for you.
Thank you very much, Karun Chandok, as well, and did fill it with such perfection as well. Okay, we're under a red flag here for the Japanese Grand Prix due to obvious conditions as well, and the aquaplaning out there on the circuit. Megan now has Twitter news. Oh, sorry. Go on.
Aston Martin 28 minutes ago said, let's race. 21 minutes ago, perhaps not.
Yeah. Cars spinning off in every which direction. You don't want a standing start at Suzuka.
And Alonso's playing peekaboo and Alpine have the kettle on.
What's Chris Metland saying as well at the moment? Pretty sure this show is the race going red. Oh, what is going on here? Let's have a look. What Chris Metland has said on Twitter. Pretty sure this shows the race going red just before Gasly reaches the recovery vehicle. It should not be on the track until the field was all behind the safety car. So apparently, Gasly nearly hit the recovery vehicle. We just received some image here. So race is now red flag now, just as he passes the light board. And there's the recovery vehicle on the side. Whoa! Did we learn nothing from Bianchi? The last wet Japanese Grand Prix we had here, a driver got killed. And now we've just had a car off the track nearly with Gasly hitting the recovery vehicle nearly. Blimey. You just don't know what to say anymore. Red flag is out, race is stopped. Lights out, race on. Good start then from Verstappen. Pulls across the inside line. It's Ocon who darts out to the outside line. Leclerc goes side by side with him down towards turn 1. Now Leclerc has the inside line, but Verstappen just sends it with so much more confidence in the wet weather around the outside. It was unbelievable. This is on board now with Sebastian Vettel. Pulls to the inside line, drifts up the inside. He's got a bit of aquaplaning though on the wet weather line, on the white line there, but he still had some movement, still had some anticipation as well to come through, and there he goes off in the gravel.
Yeah, Verstappen had more grip on that side because of the slope of the track.
Yes, downhill into that part of the circuit as well.
Both people.
Downhill and a camber.
Yeah.
Both French.
Both French, yeah. Oh, and that was...
I don't think Japan likes French drivers.
That's Zhou spinning around, and is this on board with Albon? Yes, it is. So Albon's about to see him lose. No, Albon's going to lose it all on his own. Oh, hang on.
Okay, we're going to have to stop the car on track. Stop the car on track.
Oh, so Albon literally just had a failure of the engine. Then.
Probably the most normal DNF we're going to see in this race.
And there's Sainz's car in the wall. Go on, then.
Also, if you listen to the crackle there of the engine, right, that exactly the same crackle happened to Verstappen at the start of the race.
Didn't it? Even on the way to the grid, we were hearing on a practice start he was churning away as well. So we'll just keep it all right. Ted.
Downward hill, downhill facing down towards turn 1. To be honest, I can't see. I think this is race control also preempting and easing up of the rain, Crofty, because it started to ease up around, 3 minutes ago, and now it hasn't eased up any more than that. So I think they can see that it's going to stop. So to give 15 minutes, what they don't want to do is to get into a situation the kind of like we had in Singapore, when it looked like it had pretty much stopped, didn't it? And
race
then
will
there was
resume.
this huge delay to get the race going, and there's some inertia in the system. So I think this is yet more good race control from Eduardo Freitas, the new race director for this year, together with Niels Vittich. So actually that's a good call, because clearly that river is still flowing, isn't it?
Yes.
Down to the end of the pit lane. Andreas Seidel, the McLaren team boss, is just over there to our right. We'll see if we can grab a word before he goes back to the McLaren garage. But I do have this here, Crofty. Do you want to have a look at it? The Gasly Rolex board.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
the only Rolex I'll ever be able to afford. But yeah, here it is.
Hey, listen, you're going hand luggage all the way back to Heathrow.
You know,
does that count?
I'm quite tempted. Can I get it in the bin in the Japan Airlines plane?
We've got one of their ambassadors who said he'll give you a hand getting it back.
Should I sign it? Should I sign it from Pierre Gasly? I've got a Sharpie here. That would increase its value if I signed it Pierre Gasly. Should I do that? Everybody, should I do that?
Ted, do it.
I'll tell you what, we'll get Jensen to sign it.
I can hear a few 100,000 people the other side of the television saying, yeah, go and sign it, Pierre Gasly. No, should I not do that?
Do
Would
it!
would that be cheating?
Ted.
Yes, that would be cheating.
Right, okay.
And it's live on television.
I was tempted. I've got my Sharpie.
Just with love, Ted, I think is enough.
Well, no one's going to buy it if it's got my signature on it, Jen.
Course they will.
I think they would.
I haven't got anything to do with it.
I've seen your fans here, Ted. They're everywhere.
Do you notice, Jens, now he's got a Sharpie with him just for those autographs that he signs?
It lives in his back pocket.
I've got a Sharpie because I was going to sign it, Love Pierre Gasly. Or, what are you doing here, Love Pierre Gasly? Or, get out of my way, Love Pierre Gasly.
Thank you very much, Ted. Okay, so we've been
pit
told
lane in Japan, from the track side, goes like this, and
Inwards, yeah.
that's why there's a river.
Yeah.
It slopes both ways, and that's the flat bit at the bottom.
So the race will resume at 2:50 local time.
He stood on the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the race.
It's also
yeah, go on.
they have that many times this happens. If you can see,
It's
they've
perfectly
actually
drained.
they've actually got
cross, isn't
had
it?
to redo it.
Yeah. Whole new pit building was built up here about 15 years ago. Race will resume at 2:50 local time. It will be a rolling start procedure. So we've had the standing start, now we will have a rolling start, and there will be more than one lap behind the safety car.
Well, I thought, it should have been a safety car start anyway.
Yeah. It was too wet. At least they gave it a go, but it was too wet.
Well, there's too much spray.
Yeah.
That was the only problem, and that was the problem in Belgium all those years ago. And I got that from DC. DC definitely said that. It wasn't the fact that he careered across the track. It was the fact that there was too much spray.
I'd like to...
and he was in third place.
Yeah, I just need to ask, those of you watching on YouTube and listening in on USON, please can you tell me if, A, the audio quality is good, B, the video is good as well, or for those on YouTube, because we've adjusted everything to get it back on. But I'm just nervous when this race restarts, that's all, because the internet is liking to play up some things, because look, even our iPad's gone funny now. Oh, it's gone back now. Pointed at it and it went back.
No,
but,
at all on the Twitter.
No, well, we've been under red flag for around about half hour, so...
The strange thing is, the only things on the Wi-Fi are in this room.
Yeah, because everything else is connected via cable.
And I turn my Wi-Fi off.
I'm on data.
I'm on data.
Oh, well, fine then. The only thing working off Wi-Fi in this comment box is the iPad.
Yeah.
Because everything else is connected via cable. Josh, can you still hear us, or have you disappeared somewhere? I think he's disappeared somewhere. He'll probably get his headphones as well.
Gas station.
Yeah. Can't see Josh that we normally do. I can only hear him.
Why did I say gas station? We're not American.
Yeah, well, we're on USRN, so that'll be why.
Maybe I'm trying to just, translate petrol station.
I think they can't do original grid positions because more than one lap has been completed as well. Well, he's just disappeared.
He really might be in a petrol station.
Use of wet weather tyres is mandatory.
He was in the services.
Okay. It's a whole new race. The use of wet weather tyres is mandatory. So that is full wet weather. They can't do that if the race has already started. So this is a whole new Japanese Grand Prix coming up.
Well,
so
still
will the
showing
last
3 of 53.
I presume they'll forget the first two laps and start again.
They'll just say, "Oh, Sainz was off ill that day."
But I read the rules. They can't do that. They can't just say you've now got to use wet weather tyres because the Grand Prix is on. The drivers are free to use whatever tyres they like, even on a safety car restart. So by saying use of wet weather tyres is mandatory, that now indicates that this is a whole new Grand Prix. That's the only time the FIA and the race director can dictate what tyres you have to run on. So this will be a whole new Grand Prix, which is great for us because we missed the first one.
Yeah.
When the lights went out.
But I'm thinking of the rules, and I believe that if it's a safety car start, rolling start, you have to be you have to be on full wets.
I don't, not on restarts because we had a couple of years ago people starting intermediates.
Where is Martin?
Martin's not here. Martin's not here this weekend. He's got the rules, but Jensen.
I seem to remember Martin saying something about that.
I'm looking.
I think if you're behind us, if it's a safety car start, I believe, I'm not fully sure, but I'm pretty sure you have to be on full wets.
Do you know what I love? The fact that every other driver, I'm going to stay underneath my umbrella with the person walking with me. Perez, come on, let's jump in the rain.
Alex Wirtz, who is the president of the Grand Prix Drivers Association, has just said...
And for over 20 years, I believe.
Yeah, he's just said, I think we need to discuss a tractor on track. We keep it short. This must not happen.
I'm really surprised that in all the places that happened, it's here. Because the tractor on track has been creeping back in.
Yeah.
This isn't the only track that's done that. We had a tractor on track when the...
Turkey 2020?
No, just a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
We had a tractor on track when in the
Singapore?
F2 race.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one now. Yeah.
There was one...
Marsh was on track in Singapore when the safety car was came in.
And also when Leclerc went out and on his disastrous one a few races ago.
Oh, yes.
Right.
France.
It came out of its box before it was actually in the gravel track. When it was still, yellows.
Autosport have tweeted as well, just in case anyone decided to do the unthinkable and bang on set slicks as well. But they've also tweeted it's perfectly within the FIA rules now to mandatory restart tyres. James Hunt helmet there as well. Bit more advertising than James's.
I think they're talking about George there.
That's Raikkonen's helmet from 2013's Japanese Grand Prix.
Some of these things, they do them all themselves. There was a guy in the Sonoda outfit.
Yeah.
And he'd sewn every little bit
of
the outfit. What we used to love about Japan was the challenge they all had of different hats.
The DRS.
And they had you loved the DRS.
I love the DRS hats with the flappy thing. But have you seen the new one that I saw in practice on Friday? This guy has got a hat on. It's a builder's hat. On top of it is a new 2022 car, but the wheels move. He had a controller. It was a full-on car, and he's controlling it and everything. It's brilliant. 5 minutes to go then until the restart procedure, and it will be a new race. So here is the starting grid. This is how they will line up then. It is Verstappen on pole position with Leclerc alongside him on the front row of the grid. Row 2 will be Perez and Ocon. Row 3, Hamilton, Alonso. Row 4 sees Russell, Ricciardo. Row 5, Tsunoda, Schumacher. Row 6 as well, Stroll, Magnussen. Row 7, Norris and Bottas. Row 8, Latifi, Vettel. Row 9, Joe Gasly. Row 10, Albon. Well, Albon and Sainz are out, so it's just that less of a grid. But that is how they line up on the starting grid then.
Do you know what
and it'll be a rolling start.
Do you know what I think's the most unusual pair up on that grid?
What?
Norris and Bottas.
Yeah, where are they on the... Norris and Bottas on the grid.
That's the most unusual pair up.
4 minutes to go then to the restart procedure, and it is a new Grand Prix. They're going to do 2 laps, we're being told, behind the safety car to reduce the race distance to 48 laps, and then we will be green again. So the restart in 4 minutes and 30 seconds. It'll be a rolling start, which is perfect for me because we get to call an actual start to a race again and not just join in after the safety car.
Gorgeous George was out of his car quite quickly, and actually with his Mercedes cap on and recapping it himself. That's George in a nutshell. George, when he was a junior driver, used to, take everything in, write everything down. He like Ted, has got a little black book. He had to, and so is Verstappen, and also Seb. They do what George do. They write everything down, whereas Lewis and Bottas, with their engineering backgrounds, and the fact that Lewis used to do his own kart and things like that, and it all goes into the head, and they think about it. They don't need a little prompt. I think that's brilliant from Bottas and from Lewis. They don't need the little prompts. They don't write everything down. It just comes natural to them both. I think that's why they had so much success together over the years, because of the fact that they were a team.
Has been picking up. It's a bit different to the prediction. So there's a headwind into turn 9. Headwind into turn 9.
That's Russell on the radio. Headwind into turn 9, and there's a lot of people now saying about the FIA that they shouldn't have put that vehicle on the track. That is correct. Josh, is that you? Can you hear us? No, I think that's a tannoy I'm hearing in the background.
Yeah, I haven't heard him reconnect yet.
Yeah, we know when he will come back in because it'll go bing and to let us know that he's there. 2 minutes 40 into the restart then for the Japanese Grand Prix. The red flag. The race was stopped for 5 minutes as well after the start, so we lost that amount of time, but we got it all back. So you've missed absolutely nothing here on the watch along. We got it back, and I've got a feeling that later on as well there might be another attempt at that with some car noise. I don't know.
Wait, I'm gonna sleep.
Good morning, Megan. Drink your coffee, your frappuccino.
I've drunk more than you.
Actually, I think we're about level. We are actually level. I don't get to me when it's about coffee. It's
Not
very
me
early in the
when I'm
morning.
tired.
You've got no drink. Did you not about to get a drink?
I did ask.
Not you. Oh, Dad. Oh, right.
I did ask him. I didn't want one.
2 minutes start to the restart has just gone past.
Red flag again. Restart suspended.
Restart suspended again.
Is it because that damn river across the track?
Yeah. The rain's got heavier. Restart has been suspended.
Just restart the damn race.
Oh.
Please.
I'm wearing the wrong shoes as well because the other shoes were thinged.
Right. You know, we can't say anything about laying blame, but the present main topic in Formula One. It was quite interesting that Dietrich Mateschitz, and them were in deep conversation, weren't they?
The start is suspended again, so we'll have another 10 minutes
At the last race, and also Lawrence Stroll was in deep conversation. So we might not know what's going on fully, and we've got to watch what we say about it. But it does seem to be those two teams that are under investigation.
Let's head to Ted.
As you
But
say,
we're not
all
sure.
the gazebos have been put away, all the grid
Allegedly.
trolleys have been put away,
allegedly.
all the generators have been put away, the tyre blankets were still on, but they're easily taken off. There were just the 4 mechanics around the car, and now everything, all of that stuff has to be brought back. So, well, they must have seen something very, very heavy on the radar in terms of weather to have to do this, because it looked like we were all ready to get going again behind the safety car and start dispelling some water. So now I'm seeing loads of
Restart
mechanics just out here
suspended
with these grid trolleys,
indefinitely.
and it's not complicated. It's not easy starting.
Look at that. Weather
Formula
forecast
One
coming
car.
in.
It's very complicated. You
Why
have to
did they
warm a
do
lot of
this
things
in
up,
monsoon
cool
season?
a lot of things down, which it's a favourite of Martin Brundle's on the grid. And Martin, if you're watching, hope you're watching with a nice warm drink. Wish you
Where's your mum's boat?
Helping us out with this big fill, but no, it's
Mum has a
the
boat?
worst kind of thing for the
That piece of paper.
mechanics.
Yeah.
I can see all these gazebos. Maybe that since they allowed the teams to have these kind of easy up
Give us
shelters
here.
just to keep all the electronics drive, nothing else, they were going to mean that it was harder for them to do it. But now generators are being fired up as well, and if they still need a 10-minute warning for all the teams after this Crofty, then well, let's get the radar up. Let's see how bad this little patch of rain is, and how long we're still going to have to wait.
Well, a minimum, Ted.
Yes, as Crofty was about to say.
Are we on the
now on
camera?
Commerce Cam? Yeah.
Yep, we've got the boat ready for the race. Not the Formula One race.
The boat race.
The boat race that always happens in Japan.
Yeah, with this.
Put your mum's
with
boat
these
back.
conditions, that's never going to happen.
Oh, that's Bottas saying in these conditions the race is never ever going to happen.
It's going to be another Belgium.
Well, a minimum of 10 minutes will be given before a restart. So the race restart procedure is suspended indefinitely. But it gets dark here at 5:30. And right now, local time, it's coming up to 3 o'clock. So we've got another 2 hours and 15 minutes. The FAA has just released a statement. I've just been given it as well. The safety car had been deployed and the race neutralised. Car 10, which had collected damage and pitted behind the safety car, was driving at high speed to catch up to the field. And that's the first part of it. The second part is, as conditions were deteriorating, the red flag was shown before car 10 passed the location of the incident where it had been damaged on the previous lap. No recovery vehicle should be out on that track before the red flag is thrown and all cars have gone past that section. So the FAA saying it's Gasly's fault, we all know it's not. No truck should go out there.
Just like, how is he meant to get back to the pit lane?
Yeah.
If by not passing that area?
Yeah.
Just like, do you want him to go back?
The race should never have started, I think, as well. That's something as well. We've done 2 laps, but on the count back, we haven't actually got a race because the count back goes back 2 laps, and we've only won lap 2, so we haven't got a race. We've got no information at the moment up in the comms box about what's going to happen. At the moment, Verstappen will only get 6 points because it's not the half-point system anymore.
Does
it's
that mean it goes
6
to
points.
America?
Yes. To which we're all now really hoping the Doctor Who Santini special does not start at 8 p.m. because
start at 6.
Yeah, it's got to start at 6. Otherwise, you both miss the World Championship. And I've already made my decision. I'm calling the Formula 1 race, but you two will have a Sophie's choice. Doctor Regeneration or World Championship at precisely the same time.
Is she back then in the 50th anniversary, 60th anniversary episode?
Whittaker? No.
No, Sophie.
Sophie Aldred.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's back. Ace's there. Sophie's
Get it.
choice. Yes, Sophie's choice. It's yeah. Ace's choice. Amy's choice. Isn't it?
Warning and this coming back here.
Latifi on the radio there, just talking in. Turn that up a little bit as well before Josh restarts. I mean, we're literally just waiting now. I mean, I'm sort of glad that we were the only bit of on-track action and our OBS crashed. At least we called it again for everybody as well. Yeah.
Williams. The race will restart in 15 minutes. No, it won't.
I saw that. I was going to tell you before we threw down to Ted. Charles Leclerc watching on then. Let's have a look then at Carlos Sainz. He's in with Craig Slater.
Here, it would appear that there was nothing you could have done to prevent what happened to you at the start today. Is that fair?
No, to be honest, I'm not too worried. Obviously disappointed for crashing the car and for the team, but at the same time, the conditions were pretty much impossible with the visibility and the intermediate tires. The aquaplaning was crazy. I tried to get out of Checo's slipstream to see something, but as soon as I get out of the slipstream, I have more water in the tire and I go into aquaplaning, which sends me into a spin, and then you're down to luck because you know everyone coming behind you doesn't see you. They cannot see where you are, and you're in the middle of the track, so you're kind of praying for anyone not to hit you.
Was a grid start appropriate?
It was maybe the best would have been a rolling start in extremes, but anyway, it was going to get worse just to avoid any dangerous situation. But then they call us, if we start in a rolling start on extreme, everyone complains that Formula 1 doesn't race in the wet. But when you see the situation, basically we're driving without visibility, so how can you drive a Formula 1 car at 300 kph without visibility?
I have to ask you about dangerous situations. I don't know if you've seen Pierre Gasly encountering a recovery vehicle on the track while the safety car was still out, and what you make of that, given where we are as well.
Yeah, I don't know if people understand, but even behind safety car and we are going at 100, 150 kph, and still at those speeds we don't see nothing, even behind the safety car. So if one driver decides to get a bit out of the racing line or has a small aquaplaning or has to change a switch on the steering wheel and gets a bit out of line and hits a tractor, it's over, no? So I still don't know why we keep in these conditions risking having a tractor on track, because it's just worthless. Anyways, you were going to red flag it anyway, so why risk it?
Well, I was here in 2014. I mean, will the drivers want some serious answers from the FIA about this finally?
No, we will see.
Thank you.
And I think a very serious sounding Carlos Sainz there as well. And this was his accident on the circuit that brought out the red flag. Just aquaplaned at the 200R and hit the wall and was lucky not to roll over actually at one point as well. It looked like the car was almost lifting up on itself.
The onboard from one of them, I think it was Sonoda, shows how close.
Vettel radio.
It might have been Alonso.
We don't know for sure, but our feeling is that they're going to have to wait for this heavy rain to come, which is about 10 minutes, and it might last about 20 minutes. So I think it's probably another half an hour wait.
So whilst we wait...
So, a half-hour wait then. I'm going to keep that on in the background just in case we have from Ted.
Maybe we'll settle the Japanese Grand Prix with a team's forklift truck race.
Oof. There's a lot of rivers out there on the circuit as well. That's at the exit at turn 11.
It's about the only way we're going to get a Mitsubishi winner.
Yeah, probably actually. Yeah.
So we don't know for sure, but our feeling is that they're going to have to wait for this heavy rain to come, which is about 10 minutes, and it might last about 20 minutes.
Lap 1, turn 12, incident involving car 10 Gasly noted.
Haas and Aston Martin have already started their little race.
Ooh, Japanese tea, anyone? And you even get to choose your milk. Teas all round. Yes, please. We've got coffees. But they were supposed to last the entire race. I don't think they're going to last the entire race unless we go for a situation. Well, if you've woken up or stayed up on the YouTube and US Orange stream, congratulations. You really are die-hard Formula One fans. I wish we could have given you something more than a crashed OBS and a red flag procedure as well, than a quick redo of the start procedure on our commentary side so you didn't miss anything. But it's all been a bit of a bad start this morning, isn't it, as well, as Tsunoda walks back in. We've got extreme wet weather tyres, but it's just the fact that the water now has risen so much.
Have we ever used the very extreme wets?
I don't think so this season.
I don't think so either.
It's always been Inters. Monaco.
They're very much slower than the others. But they do actually clear the water from the track better.
85 litres per second they displace as well.
The fans are just so happy that racing's back in Japan.
I want to give them a race. I thought that was Lewis Hamilton for first, but it's Joe Guan Yu with a black overall. I didn't notice that.
And Lewis must have had his haircut if that was going to be Lewis.
Well, I don't. Usually the Alfa Romeos are in white overalls, aren't they? But Joe's in black today.
Because I mean, Lewis has braids in his hair, doesn't he?
Yes, that's true. Although he did have a hat on. It's too early in the morning to start looking at things like this, but we're in a delay.
Not even 7 o'clock yet.
No, we've been under red flag then for an hour. And now, crucially, we've used our hour's gap. It's a 2-hour race inside a 3-hour window, and we've used it up. So now we're eating into the race. So no matter what happens, this could be a timed race.
Do you think Toto and Binotto realised that this was going to happen and thought we're not going to do this?
Probably so, yeah.
Although Toto is supposedly
watching
in the control centre at is it Brackley or?
Yeah, so Brackley, yeah, probably. So I hope Toto is there, but we should have sent Natalie Pinkham to the Mercedes Technology Centre again to take a look.
Oh, she's actually racing herself in one of those races with the bikes and and
triathlons.
No, she's heavily into it now. You know, you hail them like taxis.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. The Singapore stuff. Yeah, I know what you mean now.
She did it in Singapore.
Megan, your phone is
got
going
a push from Sebastian.
Why is that phone, Megan, going off? What's that alarm? We've got nothing else to do.
7 o'clock alarm. I've put it on every day. It says college.
2022 world champion.
Until Monday.
Until Monday?
That's when the FIA get their...
We're not allowed to say that.
Well, I don't know what's going to happen next.
I really hope that
there's the car.
You see...
That's the one.
One of them has done a minor infringement, one of them has done a major infringement, and we're not told who exactly these are yet. But when you start thinking about the possibilities, one of them totally redesigned their car, you know, and the other one brought upgrades things. So if it is them, right, I would say the minor could be Red Bull, if it's Red Bull and things.
It would make more sense, wouldn't it?
Because the major, if you're going to change your car totally, right, the major infringement, if it is them, would have been Aston Martin, surely, because they totally redesigned their car. You know, and a minor infringement is usually just a rebuke and a fine, isn't it?
Yeah, it'd be a £5,000 fine or €20,000 fine as well, which would be something.
See, everybody's jumping to conclusions that it's Red Bull that's done the major thing, when actually we don't know.
No, we don't.
It's just the rumours, and these rumours came about supposedly by former Red Bull staff joining other teams.
Mercedes in particular.
Yeah.
Where they got them from as well. Correction, lap 2, turn 12
Toto
instant.
said that.
Yeah, yes he did, in Singapore. So it is lap 2, turn 12 incident involving Gasly has been noted. So that is the truck on the circuit. So are they going to give a penalty to Gasly, even though it's their fault? I think they've been in a lot of trouble if they do try that.
Are they seriously trying? Okay. If they do that, then they're technically blaming Jules Bianchi too for the tractor being on the track.
No, because they by it being noted, right, they can actually the stewards themselves and the circuit can be held responsible by the FIA for allowing it.
They better be, because given the past history of tractors on a track at this circuit, they should really think very hard how they're going to handle this.
Welcome to Japan, by the way, Megan. You haven't done one of these races before, I know that.
Yeah, and I'm not liking it so far.
Don't blame you.
Especially not with a safety.
And Pierre Gasly, French like Jules, I believe he went to school near Monaco and knew Charles really well, didn't he?
I really feel sorry for Leclerc and Gasly as well, and Ricciardo, of course, because Ricciardo and Bianchi were great friends.
The lad that died in F2,
Antoine Hubert, was also a friend of him. Yeah,
was also from that area. One of the nicest things is the fact that...
Oh, hang on, let's hear from Alexander Albon.
Alex, well, sorry to see you here. A number of cars obviously having incidents on that first lap, but a failure in your case, a hydraulic failure was it, brings you here?
Yes, but created with contact, to be honest. Just the side of the car got hit, and that was us out. It was one of them things, honestly. I don't really understand why we weren't racing to begin with. We could have seen maybe 10 metres in front of us at the very most, and the cars at the back, we were kind of doing pinball just because we couldn't see the track edge, so we were just going left to right down the straights, not really knowing where the track was. So yeah, that was what happened to me. I couldn't see where I was on the track, and I touched with another car, which of course I also didn't see. So yeah, it's a tricky one, but that's how it is.
So, in your view, a grid start on intermediate tyres certainly was inappropriate. A rolling start would have been okay or not?
No, not really. To be honest, it's the spray, it's the circuit, it's everything. So you know, I don't. It's a tricky one. Of course, you know, we don't want Spa to happen again, but at the same time, conditions like this, it's generally dangerous. I mean, even that car with Carlos on in the middle of the track, I'm really surprised no one went into it flat out. So let's see what happens. But you know, of course, we want to go racing, but it's yeah, let's see.
Well, I want to ask you finally, there's a lot of concern about what appears to be a recovery vehicle on the track, which Pierre Gasly encountered as he came round here, which shouldn't be the case. Yes. Will you drivers, are you aware of that? What do you think of that? Will you get together and talk about that?
Yeah, we already talked about it because it already kind of happened in Singapore, actually, I think. I'm not sure, but I think Seb raised it up in the driver's briefing earlier this week, and it's obviously, I don't know if it's happened again. I don't know if Singapore happened again. Well, of course, and we know what happened. You know, we don't want to talk about it. You know, a few years ago. But yeah, we're in a position where it is really dangerous, and I think people don't realise that. Of course, you know, the FIA, I'm sure, there can be long discussions going into the next race about why that recovery crane was on the circuit.
Thank you.
Josh has just informed me that his laptop has decided not to charge while in the car, so we haven't got him at the moment. But
not missing much.
No, he's not missing much at all under the red flag procedure as well. And we could be on it for a very long time. Now, the stewards have said that the lap 2 turn 12 incident involving Gasly will be investigated after the race as well.
It's really brilliant.
Oh, look at that now. Really heavy rain.
It's really brilliant that while he's on the move on a British motorway, he's allowed, he's able to do this.
Yeah.
You know, it was always touch and go, but he's tried his best.
Anyway, the red flag's out anyway, so he's got time to get everything sorted because it's now really heavy rain.
He could have it fully recharged by the time it...
Probably will be fully recharged as well. I thought you were going to say something. Who said
compared with what happened with you and the stuff over there.
If I had a hammer, the laptop, the computer would not be operational right now.
That is defeating the object.
Yes, it is. Well, it wasn't working anyway. But
so my laptop will probably be next to Lewis.
To be honest with you, yeah, just cover Megan over. Just give her a thumbs up. Shouldn't Megan's first night race in for Formula 1 in a while, and it's not going to plan. But yeah,
the doors for me. There's always a red when night races I'm on.
That is true. Yeah.
I put a hoodie over her to shut her up, but she's still got a microphone, hasn't she?
Put it back over. It's a nice cover.
Oh, well, if we heard Megan snoring, we know that she's fallen asleep.
I don't snore. You know I'm dead when I sleep.
That's true. There's the medical car now on the circuit as well, with Bruno Zurenda at the wheel. And just look at that. The spray doesn't look bad, but it's the amount of standing water in the rivers that are worse out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not a safety car, it's a medical car.
Yeah, that's a safety car.
It's Bruno.
Yeah, medical car for Bruno, because of course Alan van der Merwe is 110% not allowed in Japan, and he's been sacked from the medical car role because he wouldn't get his COVID vaccine. Schumacher.
No info. You can get out if you want, but I don't know what to say. Your choice.
Get out the
some
car.
People are out, some people are still in. I just heard there's more rain coming soon. It's going to get worse. So maybe it's a get out.
Maybe let me jump out then.
Let's jump out.
Yeah, get out the car.
The clock has started. The clock has started to tick down, so that's it.
It's the hour window.
1 hour 6. Yeah, we've lost that hour gap for the 2 hour race inside the 3 hour window. So the clock has now started to tick down with 1 hour and 54 minutes and 50 seconds to go. So now,
be another Belgium.
We're in the clock window.
Can you not mention the word Glock with Felipe Massa working for Channel 4 this weekend?
That's a fair point.
Although
Twix.
I love the fact that Martin got them together in front of a camera.
Yeah.
And he explained what actually happened, and they showed it on the onboards. And Massa, forgave
over the thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let's have a look then at the start. Let's go down to Karun with Paul de Resta.
Of the warmth to come and have a look at this. So first of all, we're going to go on board with Max Verstappen, because I think this is important here to give it a bit of context. Max is behind the safety car. I'm going to play it at real speed. Now, Paul, what I want to point out is as they come up to the incident, the recovery vehicle is already there. So the safety car and the entire train, behind Max included and behind him, go past that recovery vehicle, don't they?
Yeah, exactly. And we're under double yellow flags at this point as well, in a sense, with the safety car. You need to be prepared to stop, which I think they are more than capable of doing. And you can see they're actually avoiding the debris, and the safety car has slowed them down, and all the drivers taking the action to stay out of the way of the incident, and obviously the tractor we saw.
And we've seen tractors and recovery vehicles on track. We should explain to people, even as recently as Monza, we think back on the safety car when they were recovering. It was Daniel's car, remember, on that occasion, wasn't it?
And this is a normal thing. We see them when the race is neutralised, when nobody should be making an intention to overtake or race each other. That's the way of recovery. It keeps the race moving. It keeps under safety car conditions without going to red flag to move it on that bit sharper, and the process is in place.
Exactly. So Pierre Gasly was in a different situation in terms of positioning, because he wasn't behind the train. He pitted at the end of that opening lap to get that billboard removed off the front of his car. So he's pushing on. You can listen here. Wheel spinning. He's going a lot faster than anyone else is on track.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we get here, when you freeze it, if we just stop it here, Karun, at this point, I think when he looks back at his onboard camera, when he's been trying to catch up, he is considerably quicker than what the other cars were passing that incident, which is why they were maybe not quite as upset as he was. And I'll let you play it on just so you can show people where the red flag.
Yeah, because at this point, I think I'm just going to slow it down here and just roll it along, because keep an eye on the steering wheel, and I will zoom in a second. Ooh. Oh. Hang on. There we go. Right. At this point, the red lights have come on his steering wheel. The red light has come on there on the side of the panel.
And I think we can see just
go on, you
here
can go
as well. Just over here is what we're looking for in his visibility.
And presumably, the team, they would have already seen the incident being recovered. He would have already seen Carlos's car there. So, he should have known, presumably either by himself or through the team, that there was that clearing going on, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's a question I don't know if the teams are instructed. There's a vehicle on track as well that can go back to the driver.
So basically what they're saying is that why it's been investigated after the race is that Gasly didn't
as you rightly pointed out
slow
earlier with Max,
down enough
it's double wave yellows,
after
and
the
now
red
with the
flag
red,
was
it's
done,
a clear
which
instruction to the driver.
you
We
can
know
see on
this
the
from
left,
junior Formula
and
racing.
you can see
If
it
you've got double
on
wave yellows on track, you
his
have
dashboard
to
of
go at a
his
speed where you can be
display.
prepared to stop.
And safely, and be
so they're
prepared to
both
take
to blame.
avoid an action at any point.
And he quite clearly is going a lot quicker than anyone else was behind the safety car.
If you look at the speed, you're going to see, 2 to 3 times quicker, I would say. He is on the extreme way because they had to make that pit stop. It's never nice to see tractors on track. I 100% agree, and not in a nice place as well. But at the same point, it's the speed you go by that maybe it gives you that fear.
So there you go, guys. We've managed to get the footage, but I think it's important to put that context in terms
In his
of
defence,
the bigger picture of
Megan,
it. So,
in his defence,
hopefully
Megan, right,
clarifies a few
the
things.
spray
Well,
would have
thank you
meant
very much,
that
gentlemen.
he
And that
didn't
was Pierre
actually
Gasly's
see
reaction.
his
We
display
saw,
go red. It's only a small. I've always thought that the display, all the top lights,
representative and onto
should
the
go
pit
red.
wall as well. And you
That's
can see
even
that
worse.
Pierre Gasly not happy at all.
Because he
they
could have
will
been
look
going
at this incident,
almost full
the
speed, and what
stewards,
happens if
after
he
the
spun
race.
off?
2 questions then, gents.
Yep.
Was Pierre Gasly
Exactly.
going
He
too
just come around the
fast
corner,
in
so he could have
those
aquaplaned.
conditions and not just let the wet
I
with
just
the
think
red flag?
we've been very lucky
and also,
there.
why was that vehicle on the track when there were still Formula 1 cars going around?
Well, the first one is he's trying to catch up to the back of the pack, but there's a reason for the safety car. There's an incident on track that you have to slow down for. He's on wet tyres, so he does have a bit more grip, so he probably feels like he's not pushing that hard, but he's still carrying a lot of speed. But my biggest issue is for the FA to say, well, there was a red flag. He should have slowed down. He got the red flag. When you watch it at full speed, he got the red flag and probably had half a second to react to a red flag, which at that point, you can't make any extreme movements. You can't suddenly come off the throttle. You can't hit the brake. You can't do anything like that because you will lose the car. And he's actually just he's just crossed the river, which caused the accident in the first place. So it's a really tricky one. From an emotional side point of view, we should not have anything on track that's bigger than a Formula 1 car. There's no need to put something else on track that could cause a worse incident.
What they're saying is, we've just had a replay of the situation.
Oh, yes.
Why Gasly is under investigation, as well as the marshals and everything else, is the fact that his display went red and he didn't slow down.
So it's under red flags, and he hasn't slowed
But
down.
as Jensen has just said, you need a couple of seconds.
To
And if
process
all
it.
of a sudden you've got a digger in front of you, or whatever it is, a JCB type thing, you concentrate on that rather than your dashboard.
And I've just been told as well, I think Chris Metland's just tweeted this, it was Adam Cooper who's just said, I'm told that Pierre Gasly has been to race control to inquire about the tractor incident and was told that it was normal that under the red flag, vehicles are allowed on track. Yeah, but the vehicle was clearly on the track before the red flag was called.
That's true. That's why it should be investigated, because
They're just
it was
trying to save
clearly.
themselves.
We've just seen it because
They know the history.
Karun's just replayed it.
Yeah.
That the red flag didn't come out until after the recovery vehicle was on the track.
They know the history. They
Yeah.
know that Charles Leclerc will be first person to just tell them off about that.
Let's take a look at Daniel Ricciardo's start then on board. Started 8th alongside Lando Norris. Good getaway. Actually, there was surprisingly a lot of grip there for him. He got ahead of Lando. Lando's dropped down to 13th. Ricciardo stays in 8th, and currently as well, I think has the fastest lap of the race as well, actually. Glowed up there. So it was a great... Fastest first sector for Zhou, yeah. Okay, Megan's just got her mic up at the moment, but yeah, that looks okay to me. Sorry I was away for a bit too long there because Mum's just made Dad a coffee up here in the box as well because we might be here for a little bit of time. Right, it's no longer a lap race. We have gone to a timed Grand Prix. So for the second week running, this will be a timed Grand Prix. Lap 3 out of 53, but 1 hour, 46 minutes remain of this race. So we are now in a timed race. So, do you reckon we'll actually get a race today? I think this is another Spa, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've wasted our entire time, isn't it? And this is another Spa, Frankie
I've
Shaw.
been saying this for ages.
You've been saying this for ages, says Megan with her microphone way above, not being able to hear her just about. Eating too. Dad, what do you think? Spa again, or...?
I don't know. You know, it's the way this track... It rains a lot in Japan. And the way they've got such features as the cambers to drain and good drainage here. No, I think it's at least half an hour away. But yeah, if it does stop, give it 20 minutes, it would be raceable.
So we're looking at an hour Grand Prix.
You can already on the main straight there. You can see a dry line because of the cambers.
Surrounded by rivers.
So wet down the right-hand side, though, of that track as well. So red flag is out. We've got 1 hour 45 left on the clock.
I've
If it
always
does
thought,
clean up 45 minutes, it's going to have an hour race.
The stand area is one of the design-wise.
Yeah.
It's really a nice-looking track. It actually reflects Japan itself, you know, with the style of the roofs and things like that. I like that when they keep their heritage.
Night, night.
I think, hang on a second.
The TV there pointing out that for once he's not in trouble.
Racefans.net has just said that Philippe Bianchi, the father of Jules Bianchi, of course, who suffered that fatal crash here back in 2014 with that crane incident as well, being on the circuit under safety car. Philippe Bianchi has said, no respect for the life of the driver, no respect for Jules. His memory is incredible.
Agreed.
Yeah, and Philippe is actually he's often at the track watching Charles, and you know, and there was a nice when Charles won an F2 race. Philippe was crying.
Yeah, I remember it. Azerbaijan,
yeah. He
Godfather. Jules Bianchi was the godfather for Charles Leclerc.
Yes,
so,
he is. Yeah. Yes, he was. Yeah. And you know, like it's like an uncle or a big brother to Charles, and they were very, very close. And Charles is still very, very close to his dad, and you know, Charles lost his own father about 2 years ago, and you know, it wasn't the same, but they've like come together more after that, and he hasn't replaced his dad, but I think the relationship's got even closer since then.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree with that. Now, 1 hour 43 left on the clock. I'm just starting to think as well, how long until they decide that's enough? How long until they say, okay, we're not going to race? Because we're now eating into the 2 hour window.
I just wouldn't race.
I remember Martin saying that Felipe and Jules' dad were actually teammates.
As I told Dad,
at one point.
I don't think we should have even started. I think it was a foolish move, especially on those tyres, especially the way that they started. Who the hell thinks, oh, standing start?
Yeah, I just want to say, Upright Fossil makes a great point. He says, Josh, explain to everyone the advantages of rescheduling like IndyCar would do in this case. Yes, if we could reschedule this race for Monday, tomorrow morning, UK time, we would get a Grand Prix in.
Well, he would also remember the fact that was it Sonoda where they came back 5 months later.
Yeah, Texas Motor Speedway. Yeah. 5 months later they came back.
5 months later to complete the race.
I'm fine with that.
Gasly has been summoned for speeding under red flag conditions.
Yeah, and I think the FIA should be summoned for being idiots.
Hang on a minute, there's more. Perez, Latifi, and Vettel also saw the crane and complained about it as well. Megan, could you refresh that laptop iPad for us? So
How do
yeah,
you do that?
just no, I'll do it as well. But red flag is out there at the moment.
Pictures. Oh, is that on?
Yeah, it's not working. Here we go. Back on now. Wait, you just I'll just take the headset off for a second. So we're under the red flag. The race is suspended. We've had the red flag out now for about an hour and 10 minutes. The rain is getting heavier. We're on lap 3 of 53. And if you're just joining us, we had... sorry, say again. Gwenwyn's saying as well. Oh, so yeah, Gwenwyn's turned on the Bathurst race as well. Someone was watching Bathurst and qualifying yesterday. Oh, blimey. At the same time, that's something to keep an eye on as well, 2 different screens. As he saying. Plus, you can do that with modern iPads. That's what we got on the box, look, because we've got the world feed on. Split screen. Yeah, you can split screen on iPads now. Yeah, this is Windows 11. I've got 2 screens on here. Not that it works, Windows, because it crashed at the start. Literally, the only action we've seen in this Grand Prix, and we missed it all live, thanks to OBS and the internet going off as well. So we had to redo it for you as live. Hopefully that's acceptable. But I'm really hoping, really hoping we get a Grand Prix here. I really am.
Even if it's just 2 minutes.
I just want to race. We've had such an interesting weekend. I do not want this title going down to America, because then it really is a Sophie's choice for us in the commentary box because of other things on that day and other priorities. So that could be interesting. This is the Martin Brundle effect. This is Martin Brundle's fault. He's not here this weekend, so the championship won't be decided. It'd be the first one he ever missed as well. Let's see if it works. Now, the amber lights are still on down at the start line as well. Internet is now buffering, I can see. Albon said on Sky, drivers discussed recovery vehicles on track in their briefing as well. We already heard about that. And it's still raining out there. Lots of standing water, lots of rivers flowing as well. And with 1 hour 39 left on the clock, even I'm starting to think, are we actually going to get this Grand Prix in any way underway shortly? What we are going to do, though, is open up the countdown clock instead of the lap counter, because it just makes more sense to have that on. So I'm just getting that up as well to bring in the lap counter, because there's 1 hour 39 minutes left of this race, and I'm worried I've just frozen the computer by doing that, and I might not have done. So I need I've thought of a better idea of a countdown clock. We had this last time out, and it's somewhere around here. The countdown clock I had last time out. So while I fix that, we'll go over to button 9 and the battle screen, and just keep having conversations out there at the moment on the circuit. And yeah, Dad, we're in a strange situation right now as well, where we're just sort of waiting for some sort of action to go, but I don't think we are going to see it.
One of the things is that
your mic was really low there. Let's try again.
One of the things is that although when you're in an open cockpit car like that, and it's raining really bad, the actual velocity of the car helps your visor be clear. And so, you know, although the television camera looks that bad, it's not always the case for the visor.
Yes.
Because the visor, you know, the human eye, and like Sonoda on that first thing, you actually, one of the reasons they put 3 lights on the back of the cars now instead of just one on the monkey
back of the monkey seat, yeah.
Monkey seat. There's a monkey seat, but there's also on 2 lights on the wings, because that's a safety thing. That in the spray you can actually follow and use the monkey light as the center point of where the track is.
Yeah.
One day we're going to get the situation in the rain where one of them goes off and they all follow him.
Everyone is now at the Skypad with Karun. Let's go to him, discussing their tractor.
You could have perhaps kept the recovery vehicle, which I'll wind it long. The recovery vehicle, you could see there, is inside the white line. No, let me finish. Okay. I'm saying the recovery vehicle is inside the white line. why they knew Gasly was still on track until he had passed it. Perhaps they could have kept the recovery vehicle in a safer position before bringing it on there. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think we're blaming 100% either way. There's things that Gasly could and should have done, which we've all talked about. Go slower at a pace that you're prepared to stop. But equally, at race control, they could have done more to keep that out of the way.
The thing I wanted to highlight, and I'm not very good at working Skypad, so perhaps you can.
You want to go
that.
backwards?
Just go backwards, Bo. But if you're in Gasly's position, and yes, maybe you shouldn't have been in fifth gear, but look at the lights on that tractor. I mean, you can barely see them when you look at the back of a
right, they're barely visible.
Johnny, and you look at the rain lights there, and you look at when they're
like
harvesting.
the
These are bright red lights. They're flashing, and you can see them. And in that position there, you'd be going, well.
Yes,
hold on.
but you're aware that there was someone who's been off the track. You're aware that they're going to be cleaning up the mess that's happened.
Doesn't mean that you know
so
a tractor's
if that
on.
is the case, then you know there are going to be people around that area of the track. So don't go so fast.
There's one thing to consider here as well. We don't have a lot of runoff area here. We don't have a lot of places where the tractor can be very far off the track in these scenarios. You know,
I have an idea where it could be. Not on the track.
Cars with. And you're in the tyres, aren't you? So that's the access it's got to go where it is. I do believe, I agree with Karun, you know, maybe just wait until he passed, so they had neutralised it a bit more. In hindsight would have been a great thing, especially in these conditions.
Well, that's what
maybe
conditions is the mitigating, not the mitigating factor. Condition is the whole factor here, isn't it? If it was bright blue skies like we saw in Monza, then fair enough, there's decent visibility. But there wasn't here, and just think what happened in 2014.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, we should all, first of all, be thankful that we've come away from a situation where no incident has occurred here, and I think upon reflection, both Gasly and everyone from race control will make note of this, because in these conditions, actually, Simon, you raised a really good point. You know, should there be a mandate that there needs to be a whole bunch of much brighter lights on the back of recovery vehicles for conditions like this? You know, these are all things that the FIA safety department will be looking at, I'm sure, after this.
But then they'll throw in there, regardless of the tractor, that could be a Marshall on track that can't have lights on them. And that's where the responsibility lies on the driver in a sense as well. And I don't think generally in the rules people obey yellow flags like you should do, the way the rule is done.
No.
Single yellow, you know, they show a lift, they show a downshift, you lose a couple of tenths. As long as you don't improve, they see that as okay. And in a double waved yellow, I mean, it should be reduced speed massively. Absolutely,
that is a good point. It was a double waved yellow, and then it went red just before he hit the scene.
Yeah, because you're recovering. You know, there's a safety car recovering.
All I'm saying is that conditions here do not.
Or if Carlos was stuck in his car.
Yeah. You know, the other thing as well, they have the communication with the FIA to the teams to the driver. There should be something going on between the teams and the drivers, or the FIA, to be able to tell him there is
like in IndyCar and Formula E.
Yes, you've got to slow down at that point.
That there are external ones always talking to you.
Well, Lando Norris has tweeted, WTF, how's this happened? We lost a life in this situation years ago. We risk our lives, especially in conditions like this. We want a race, but this, unacceptable.
I have a lot to say about Johnny Herbert right now. How dare you say, oh, well, he should have known, he should have known. You can say that about a lot of drivers, you know.
Yeah,
oh, you should have known this. You should have known the tractor was something. You should have known the marshal was on the track.
Why was he going at least 200 kph?
He was trying to catch the safety car, which he was told to do. He was told to catch the safety car.
Yeah, but why was he told that?
Because they wanted to red flag the race.
Know the team knew that this was on the track.
Go on, Megs.
You could say that Jules Bianchi should have known that the tractor was on the track. He didn't.
No,
Gasly didn't.
Jules did, but he aquaplaned.
Exactly. Gasly could have done the same thing. He could have aquaplaned off.
You
don't say he should have known.
That's what we're
worried
about.
That's not his fault. That is the team's fault and the FIA's for even putting it on there.
Megs, if I've got to be quiet, you've got to quieten it down.
Please, I'm being exactly the same amount of volume that you are.
Sounds louder with the headphones.
JH and PDR are just pointing out that the drivers know the situation.
It's not Gasly's fault.
Well,
I think he shouldn't have been going at that speed.
But he was
probably trying to slow down and try not to spin off.
if I can just...
He was in 5th gear.
And if he
There's more
changed too
likelihood-
quickly, he would spin off.
Meg, there's more likelihood of him spinning off in 5th gear.
Can I just point out, it's
And
not...
also changing so dramatically.
Hello, it's not unusual under safety car conditions for drivers to stick it in a high gear to keep the tyre temperatures up.
Yeah.
Michael Schumacher used to put it in 7th gear, top gear, 7th, and just cruise
Does it
around.
mean they're going that fast?
It's easier to cruise around. But
He
Hazel,
was a brilliant driver, though. I mean, he won a race in 4th gear.
Yes, he did. Hazel Southwell has tweeted, Gasly getting called to the stewards for trying to catch the safety car, brackets, which they're meant to, close brackets, when he literally had no reason not to assume he was alone on the track before nearly hitting a stealth tractor is obscene, here of all places. I think it really is the fact is that the tractor was... You couldn't see it. I mean, it was so close, again.
I agree with what PDR said, though. It could have been a Marshall, and
Yes.
they don't have lights.
Well, yeah.
Right? The situation is that if a red flag, you should neutralise the situation completely.
Ted's got Andrea Seidel.
Across the pit lane to Lando's car over there. First of all, tell us what your driver's doing. I'll get on to what Lando tweeted in a second. But yeah, how's it going? What are you doing at the moment as we wait?
Yeah, well, at the moment, all we can do is waiting, study the weather forecast, and make sure everyone stays focused. The cars are staying ready to go at any time, and the drivers as well.
Okay, what's the latest? There we go. The Haas engine has stopped warming up now. We can hear ourselves. What's the latest radar suggest?
Yeah, to be honest, I think it's quite a pessimistic outlook. So at the moment, I would say with the weather forecast also, which says it will keep raining, I hardly see that we can start this race today, unfortunately, because the visibility, as we have seen before, just simply doesn't allow with these cars to go racing in a safe way, and then safety always has to come first.
Not again.
Which means,
told you.
unfortunately, then we can't start.
So we have a Belgian Grand Prix 2021 situation.
Yeah, I think there's a risk. Let's see. I mean, we have seen in the past.
Because also the light
suddenly open up.
goes pretty dark.
5:30.
Past 5 at their
Forecast,
time.
I'm rather pessimistic, unfortunately.
Time is it now?
And obviously feel for the Japanese fans here. But as I said before, safety always must come first, and if you have the visibility, same as before.
But I think Johnny has got a point that, like in Formula E, the race controller can speak to all the cars at once.
Yeah.
And why not? You know.
Yeah, okay. Well, Lando has also tweeted that he doesn't feel it's acceptable what happened with the recovery vehicle on track, with some cars passing it under the safety car, and then Pierre Gasly not passing it under a safety car. What have you been speaking about that with the engineers and the drivers? What's your feeling?
Yeah, it is clear that what happened there absolutely must not happen, no doubt. But at the same time, that's for me a discussion we have behind closed doors with FIA, with the race directors, because that's the right way to work together in a constructive way. And that's why I want to keep it like that.
No, it's a good idea. It's not clear. We don't have the full picture. We don't understand if there was a language barrier or anything like that between the Japanese people who were operating the equipment and the instructions. I think the clerk of the course clearly speaks Japanese, so that shouldn't be a factor if anybody was worrying, was wondering about that. There are certain procedures from the FIA that are always followed no matter what
Lots of people
country
in
we
Japan
go to.
speak
So language
English.
is never an
Yeah.
issue
Yeah.
for that, and something slipped through the.
It's one of the most
the net.
known languages in the world.
Have nothing to add.
One person here speaks English.
Again, it's a discussion we will have
Also,
behind
how would
closed
they
doors
got the
with the
job
drivers
if one
involved as well.
person doesn't speak the same language as another?
Because safety always must have highest priority. As I said before, something like this must not happen, and I want to leave it like that.
Okay, Andres, we'll let you get to it. Thank you very much for your view on that. So yeah, Crofty up there in the commentary box. That's certainly a common theme as I'm passing by engineers and drivers down here in the pit lane. It is pretty much the number one subject down here. In fact, Otmar Zafnar is down here. If you want, Crofty, can I? Can I have a chat with?
We've got a
Otmar
great
as he's
thing
down
going
here?
on
Let's
the
just
YouTube chat.
towards your
We'll get that in a
garage. We'll just
second,
get some
yeah.
We've heard
clearance on
something
your fellow
from
team
Alice
boss there. Well,
Powell.
come over here, Otmar. It's okay. We'll just. Okay, cool. So yeah, what's your view? I was just talking to Andreas about the the recovery vehicle on track and how it's the topic of conversation round here. What's your view and the view of Fernando and Esteban as well?
Well, I didn't see what happened, but I think those things are separate from the weather.
Sure, of course.
That kind of stuff can happen in the dry too. We just need to learn from it and never repeat it, really. Safety comes first, and that's probably why we're sitting here in the pit lane too. Can we restart the race? I think we should go behind the safety car on extreme wet tires and see what it's like.
I agree.
Okay, you feel that would be an option to dispel some of the water?
Well, I think it's an option to make a good decision.
Yeah.
So to make a good decision on the restart or not, put them out behind a safety car, make sure everybody's safe.
Let's get this show on.
Decide whether it's
Red
safe
Bull
enough
are
to start.
applying
Okay, and you feel they would be on a full wet tyre in these conditions, which it hasn't really changed, if I'm honest, in the last 40 minutes. It's been the same sort of intensity rain, then at least we could make an informed call.
Yeah, I mean, you
We're
make
also
an
going to
informed
lose the
decision. I
light
would
in
put
about
them out on
40
full
minutes.
wet. It's how the restart was going to happen anyway. And then decide. And if it is intermediates and it's safe enough to start on full wets, people will come in and change anyway.
Okay, all right, and that's the view of Fernando and Esteban. You're looking pretty good at the moment. Esteban made up one place on that, the one lap we did have.
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting 4th and 6th. They're anxious to get going as well. You know, they want to run the race. We've got 120,000 fans still waiting, so, you know, we should also learn a little bit from Spa, but it feels like it's deja vu all over again.
Well, certainly does there, yeah. What did we learn from Spa particularly?
Nothing.
I think what we learned from Spa was we maybe should have started this race an hour early.
Because of the daylight, the fading daylight. Okay. Otmar, thank you very much. Some interesting thoughts there, Crofty.
Actually, I think they're right. The race should have started an hour earlier.
Then I would have had to
ludicrous.
get up at 4.
Yeah, but it's ludicrous. It's absolutely ludicrous because we've now lost
Yes,
it.
but our Australian viewers and people in that part of the world that are listening to us, Megan,
always have to do
they
it.
always have to do it.
I don't.
Anyway, just quickly, let's go over to this wonderful YouTube chat that we're having right now as well.
I'm grumpy.
Let's see. Honestly, I argue this is worse than Jules, says the little owl. Jules, it wasn't on the actual track. It's a disgrace. Let's get someone killed then, shall we? Logan says, hi, I'm the FAA and I don't care. I'm minted, mate. So I'm sick of the FAA right now. Upright also says to the little owl, it seems as if that is what they want. More money from all the gore watching replays. I mean, they did replay Grosjean's crash, didn't they? Thousands and thousands of times.
It's on YouTube all over.
It is. Keep on going on then as well. The above comment is valid. I feel the FIA as well.
Uno.
Yeah, Uno. Someone get the reverse card out and put it on the track to get some good rain as well. Now, oh, no, don't show the cards. Oh, come on, don't show the cards. Oh, he's got a block. Nicely done. Right, that's Skipper goes.
Got
Put down
multiple
a 4.
blocks.
He's got a blue 9. And he's got a block, so he gets blocked again. He got 2 blues there. And there's an Uno reverse going. Oh, that was more interesting than the 3 laps of the Grand Prix we had. Go back on that screen. Come on, who's going to get Uno? That's the most important thing. Let's continue with the chat.
You'd expect that to be the Ferrari, because Ferrari are part of the Fiat group.
Yes.
And they had a Fiat Uno.
They did.
Pierre got locked in the bathroom last week.
Who's got Cards Against
Who got
Humanities?
locked in the bathroom?
Who's got
you?
Josh, are you back? Can you hear us? No, he's not back.
Pierre got locked in the bathroom. Gasly.
Pierre Gasly got locked. Well, he's having a terrible day, isn't he?
Last week, they've done a replay of it.
That'll just make...
Pierre got locked in the bathroom.
Yeah.
I know him and Yuki Tsunoda did karaoke coming in this weekend. One of the Red Bull mechanics has gone up. It looks like they're doing it. Or is that
no, it's a Red Bull fan.
It's a Red Bull fan going to do a
Keeping
Mexican
people
wave.
entertained.
He's trying to create a Mexican wave.
Yeah, this is getting ridiculous.
Of course, Mexico will be here in about a month.
Yes, after 2 weeks' time is America, 3 weeks is Mexico, so 3 weeks' time, about a month.
Yeah, because it's always around about Halloween.
Yes, 30th of October it's on this year. So it looks like the Japanese Grand Prix, we've waited to be back for 3 years. My friends just said, no, definitely not happy. I'm really tired, and if they don't race, I'm going to be annoyed. My friends just tweeted, texted me as well after that. I completely agree.
I agree.
The rain is getting heavier. Now, we have officially gone to a timed race. We've got no time to complete the 53 laps scheduled. So this will be a hour-long race if we get the race restarted in the next 22 minutes. But I've got a feeling, guys, they're going to call it off with about an hour to go.
Not a happy Maggie over here.
When did we get the call off in?
4 hours in.
4 hours in, yeah. How long are we now? 2 hours 53 on this broadcast. Well, do you know what? We had lights out. We had a start procedure, and we missed it live. This day is going to live with me for a long time. At least we redid the start, though.
Good old Kevin.
Yeah, that's Kevin. Can we just say it's a good thing that we redid the start, isn't it? Because that was a good decision. I'm glad, because we've had nothing else going on the next 2 hours.
Well, like we didn't have enough time.
The problem is as well, we haven't completed that many laps. We've completed 2 laps, but we have to go back 2 laps on the red flag countback, which means that this race is decided on the starting grid. If they do call it off, they've got to go back out there.
Well, Verstappen wins again.
Yeah, his second race victory handed to him due to a rained-off red flag.
I haven't seen a wicker hat for about 30 years.
There's one. That's a metal blanket now, but yeah. Oh, this is getting bad.
We'll take 80. We're down in the paddock in the white tent 1 hour ago.
Logan says 4 hours in as Mazzy overruled the 3-hour rule so they could try and get a race. One of the only good things Mazzy did, it turned out bad quickly. No points actually, as they did not do 2 laps in the clean conditions. Good point. Well, you could argue that the race started and we at least completed a couple of sectors, didn't we? Because the race didn't start behind the safety car. That rule, Logan, only comes in if the race starts behind the safety car and then gets red flagged. But because we had a standing start, 6 points can be awarded. Let's go down to Craig Slater with Christian Horner.
I'll pick up on that, which is what we've been talking about for the last half an hour or so, Christian. This issue with the recovery vehicle being on the track at the same time as cars are going around in conditions like this. Do you have a feeling about the appropriateness or otherwise of that happening?
Totally unacceptable. I mean, we lost Jules Bianchi, here. What was it, 5-6 years ago, and that should never ever happen. So there needs to be a full investigation as to why there was a recovery vehicle on the circuit. Checo reported it to us, and of course in those horrendous conditions where visibility is zero, extremely dangerous.
I mean, the FIA are saying we had double wave yellow flags. A red flag eventually came out. Pierre Gasly was driving too quickly. As far as you're concerned, it just shouldn't have been there when visibility was as it was in particular.
When cars are on the circuit, I mean, the virtual safety car was brought in, for a reason. Following that awful accident those years ago, and I think there just needs to be a full investigation as to why that vehicle was on track, because it's obviously shouldn't have been.
A miscommunication, possibly. Over-eager to keep things going here because we're under daylight pressure, I suppose, to get this race done.
Yeah, look, without all the facts, it's very hard to comment on why that vehicle was on track. What the process is that enables a vehicle to head onto the circuit. So I think allow the FIA to do the full due diligence into it, because that is something that was decided several years ago that's totally unacceptable.
We don't want to be in anything like that scenario again. We were all there, it was terrible. What about the start of the race and the appropriateness of a grid start at that point?
Well, it's tricky. I mean, I think they did their best to get it underway. I mean, you can see visibility is just horrendous, and even Max at the front is struggling to see. So how anybody behind can see anything at all? It's a difficult one, and I think it's something we need to look at for future years, for the asphalts that are used, the drainage, because it's the it's the standing water that causes the issues, and you can see now that's the big issue now, is that the rivers across the circuit, you get this aquaplaning where the car is just simply lifted up, and the driver just has no control of that at all.
It seems no one wants to use the full wet tyres either. Is that also something that he's looking at?
I think the problem with the wet tyre, the full wet tyre, is it's sort of a survival tyre, but there's no performance in it. So it's pushing the teams and the drivers as quickly as they can to get onto the Inter, and it's which will be probably 4 seconds a lap quicker around here. But then it's a matter of being able to survive those, those rivers, those aquaplaning moments. So it's a tricky one. But probably the distance between the performance of the extreme tyre and the Inter is just too great.
Are we lucky we didn't have a more serious accident than we did today?
I think we got lucky, so far. So it's unimaginable when you see something like that. So thankfully all the drivers are in one piece, and the right decision was made to red flag the race.
Just finally, what prospects do you believe we have of resuming, and what kind of duration of race might we get?
Well, it's tough because the daylight, it's going to start getting dark fairly shortly. I mean, sunset's 5:30. I would think by 4:30 in this weather it's going to start losing daylight, and it's just showing no signs of letting up at the moment. So we'll stick at it. I mean, it's just a massive shame for all these tremendous fans sitting out there in the pouring rain. It'd be great to put on a show for them today, and obviously we'd like to score as many points as we can, but safety does come first.
It was meant to be Max's day, but he's pretty calm about it if it has to carry on to Austin.
Absolutely. I mean, we're 5 races from the end of the championship. Okay, he's got a match point here. If we're not able to do it here, he's got another, hopefully, opportunity in America, if not there, in Mexico. So, he's pretty relaxed. And, we just take it one race at a time. Just focus on the conditions, on doing the best job that we possibly can.
Christian, thank you very much. Others are waiting to talk to you, so thank you for speaking to us. Craig.
Thank you very much to Craig Slater. So we have 1 hour and 15 minutes left on the clock. We've been under a red flag now for over 2 hours.
Abby Pulling's now...
Say again, Megan.
Abby Pulling's now mentioned about the tractor.
Abby Pulling's now talking about the tractor.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to say, but if you've got up early or stayed up late, I don't think we're going to have a Grand Prix, I'm afraid.
Ugh.
Because as Christian just said, with sunset kicking off at 5:30, by 4:30, it's going to be a lot of dark weather. So this is not going to happen, I don't think. Right, what games do you want? I've got Blade, V Rally 97 edition. One of Kellyanne and David's favourites, Tomb Raider, The Last Revelation, as well. Say again, Dad. Yeah, we can't hear you.
Harry Potter.
Go on.
He's got a yellow... Sonoda's got... is it Sonoda there?
Sonoda, yeah.
Yeah, he's got a little yellow duck. Like,
Sonoda's got a yellow duck like Kellyanne. Oh, right, okay. I've got Spyro, Year of the Dragon, and I think, ironic for these conditions, the first ever driver. In good condition as well.
Harry Potter.
And yeah, now we've got Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone.
Yes, since I played that one.
I could never get driver done. Everyone always enjoyed Tomb Raider. I've got F1 97 upstairs as well. But
I like Tomb Raider.
I like Tomb Raider as well. I
used to just jumping a lot. With things. I always used to seem to fall because I played that one.
You would like jumping as well at the moment as well. He's got no shoes on. He's got no shoes on over there as well. It is, man. Well, we can't hear you at the moment at all on your thing. Would you like a handheld microphone? No. Okay.
I'm sorry though. We started the race knowing these were the conditions.
Yeah.
100% chances of rain.
Well, it was dry when we started.
Thunderstorm advisory.
The rain's just sort of come in over the past couple of hours, Dad, hasn't it? It's just.
Oh, we knew it was coming.
Yeah, that gentleman had no shoes on, and the queue for the shop. You saw Yuki Tsunoda and Max T-shirts there.
Oh,
the queue for the shop was immense yesterday.
Ted's at the commentary boxes. Ted.
It's still raining, but look over down towards turn 1, and the Japanese fans who I must salute from from down here. They can't see me, but they're still there, and every single one of them has got a pack-a-mac or a emergency poncho, and most of them are still in their seats or by the little stands on the right-hand side by the beginning of the S's. But look above that grandstand down towards turn 1. It is getting brighter, and there are no rain-bearing clouds down towards that area. So we see the lake down there is a lake in between the inside of turn 1, and clearly that's got a lot of rain still falling
Possibly.
on it, but I promise you it is getting brighter. So don't give up yet, everybody. I am optimistic. I mean, I'm fairly optimistic at it first anyway, but I am optimistic that certainly we're going to get something.
Don't think
and
he
whether
sees
it's just
pets.
going round as what Marsaf now says behind
A reindeer
the safety
called
car
Rosa.
on full wet tyres to at least get an
Also
informed
mentions
view
his military
of what the
rank.
situation is like. It
Corporal.
might just be that, but I don't think we're done for the day just yet, because look, clearly it's getting a little bit brighter over there. But yeah, that's the view down here, and just like we did in Belgium last year, we just have to say thank you, well done, and sorry to the Japanese fans who've waited 3 years for a Grand Prix to come down back to Suzuka, of course, due to the COVID restrictions. And now they've seen practice, they've seen qualifying, but as yet they haven't seen a race. And just from here, Crofty, then if you can see those tractors, the recovery vehicles, by the side of the road. Those I don't know if it was that kind of thing that we're talking about, but yeah, that's where they are.
It was.
Thanks, Ted. Well, can I just say something that's really annoying me? We started the 2007 Japanese Grand Prix in monsoon conditions. We spent 19 laps of the 67 behind the safety car. When it came in, we had one of the best races of the season, and the conditions were worse when the safety car came in than they are today. Why aren't we racing?
I don't know. Your mum got a dress from Monsoon once.
Because safety's upped itself since then.
Isn't she sweet, eh?
I'll tell you one thing. This...
Gonna get cold.
I'm getting to the point where if this race, which sadly it looks like it might get called off, I'm going to be livid. Especially as we missed the opening laps and had to do it again.
This is not a day for, Ted loves his iced tea.
Yeah, it's not a day for that.
In the paddock, there's a traditional team tea guy, a professional tea guy, and you can get green tea there.
The master of the tea ceremonies, yeah.
That's it. And they've got one of those Japanese dancers there, haven't they, as well?
We've got the medical car out on the track coming through Degner 1.
It seems to be handling well.
Let's see what it's like at Degner 2 under the bridge. A little bit of water. That's not a river, that's the dryness part of the track. There's water on the stand at the exit, and there's a lot of water up to the hairpin. I think the extreme tyres could handle that.
They could. They've handled worse.
Yeah.
I've seen them go through puddles.
It's always hard because the medical car's got so much equipment on it as well, and it's got so much...
River!
Yeah, there's a river now at 200R where Science crashed. There's a river just at the fastest point of it as well. Spoon was the worst bit. I think this is the FIA thinking we've got to have a race or something. I think it's going to be 2 quarter points, so 12 points for the win if we get this race restarted. At the moment, it's 6 points for Verstappen. I think this looks fine to me. This looks manageable. We should have a restart now. Not a standing start. It'll be a rolling start procedure, but I think we can get this race going.
I can hear the traction control on that Mercedes. Every time he goes fast round a corner.
A lot of spray running up. Let's see what it's like at the 130R. Oh, there's a lot of spray being generated there. There's a lot of standing
race in this.
Yeah, there's a little bit of standing water there as well. They're just trying to clear it off the racing line. 200R is not that bad, I don't think. Oh, the Wi-Fi's gone off as well. Not for us. Our internet's still working, but the iPad's Wi-Fi's gone off. Mick and Sebastian just watching on. Hopefully it's all going to be okay. And what I'm really hoping is that the medical car comes in and says, connected to my iPhone, what I'm hoping is that they come in and say, no, all good, let's go. But there is a lot of standing water down the start-finish straight, isn't there, Dad? There's quite a lot of water there as the medical car crosses the line.
I'm a bit worried that you say that they've changed the driver, because Van der Veen had a lot of experience.
Yeah, because he wouldn't have a COVID vaccination. and he's not allowed, and then
Is
they
it
sacked
just
him.
for this? Well, they shouldn't sack him for that.
Well, it's because he tweeted as well, I don't want to get that vaccine, I don't see the point in it as well. So they sacked him from the FIA.
Don't see the point in it. What
Yeah.
the?
Well, he's daft for that, isn't he?
Yes.
But I'm just worried about the
How many times
experience
has
he
he had
has.
COVID?
He's helped.
Bruno Corello, who's at the wheel of that safety car, medical car, sorry, it does Formula E's safety car job.
Oh,
And
that's okay
he's
then.
a very experienced driver as well. Alfa Romeo just talking now as well.
I think I've seen him drive before.
Yes, well, you've covered some Formula E races, so yeah. That is Carlos Sainz's car finally being returned to the pit lane with a broken rear suspension.
Demolished.
Now, the question is, can they repair that car?
No. Once you're out, you're out. If you recovered, you're
hang
out.
on.
He's had help.
Sergio Perez last year. But the race hadn't started then.
George Russell earlier on this year had help.
Fair point.
Had
Red flag.
perfectly good car.
Yeah, fair point. Red flag came out. He couldn't get back in. It's okay, because the race had started. Okay.
And he
fair
had
point.
help.
Fair point, Megs. The last time we went through this red flag procedure at Silverstone. And also, this is the first time we've all been together since Silverstone, and there's another red flag at the start of the race. Maybe we should just disband a bit and not have that. But anyway,
Good, I'm off.
Nope. I reckon in 6 minutes' time, we're either going to get the race will restart or the race will not resume. One of those two in a few minutes' time. Because I just can't see. Are you seeing Crocodile Rock?
Really? It just came to my mind.
Crocodile Rock, written by a local lad from around here. Bernie, it's helping.
Yeah.
I like that song.
Lego hats. That's a great one. Ed Hunter, if you're not watching, that's what you need to do for something next year.
Yeah,
a
Ed
Lego
loves
hat.
his Lego, doesn't he?
Seb's 15 or Seb's 16. Oh, it's just Seb. So the medical car with Bruno Corello rolling round now. Dr. Ian Roberts will also be in the medical car.
Your granddad used to tell a story about...
Ted at Pirelli.
Hang on.
Rain. Only the full wet, because we have a river on tracks, we have standing water, and obviously the intermediate tire is not designed to cope with these conditions.
Full wet is?
Full wet, the real problem is the visibility, because with the intermediate tire at the start of the race, drivers were not able to see anything, and now with a full wet, you spray in the air 3 times the water of the intermediate. So
yeah, but that's
you can
the point.
imagine. I was talking to some drivers 5 minutes ago, and they said we cannot see anything. The problem is that with the tires, there is very little we can do to avoid spraying in the air.
It's called
with
rain.
Open wheel racing, that's what happens. So you're saying that the full wet would allow
sprays
sufficient
river without
grip,
you being
and
there.
maybe even the intermediate would allow sufficient grip. The problem is the drivers can't see where they're going.
Yeah,
or each other.
The intermediate in this condition is not working because of the aquaplaning, and it's not designed for aquaplaning, for standing water. With a full wet, difficult to say, but on Friday, at the beginning of free practice 1, we had quite a lot of water, and with this asphalt, with this layout that is putting some energy into the tires, you can warm the tire, and the tire can work well.
There was
better
more
than
rain.
in other circuits. Now
Free practice
we should
2.
go around the circuit and see each sector, because I was checking the weather forecast, and in sector 2, it looks like the rain is the intensity of the rain is higher compared to here. So here we can see what happened, but maybe in some other part of the track is even worse condition. Suzuka is not flat, so where you have downhill, you have a lot of standing water, and that become an issue with aquaplaning.
Okay, so Jensen and Jensen Button and Crofty were talking about whether there would be something else you could do potentially for a different design of tyre to allow, but I guess when the visibility is the key defining factor, it doesn't matter what design tyre.
Now what we can do obviously is to design a tyre that is able to disperse more water, less water, to modify the crossover. I mean, we have these tools to modify the tyre. The problem, as you said, is visibility, and with visibility there is nothing we can do. But for the rest, yes, it's. I mean, if we need a monsoon tire, as we called that in the past, we can do that. It was a decision to have this kind of product, to have a proper crossover between wet, intermediate, and slick. We can also modify the tread pattern, but I'm not sure it's the right direction, because in any case, with loss of visibility. They are not running in any case, and the risk is that you don't have a crossover with the intermediate. That is even worse.
And just finally, remind us, if the safety car was to go around and everybody was on the full wet tyre, how much water does that tyre disperse at whatever speed?
It's the calculation is 85 liters per second at 300 kph. That is a lot of water. That's why I was talking about spraying the air.
85 liters per second.
Per second, yeah.
Each tire.
But that's at top speed.
Yes.
Even less than that, 85 liters.
It's not at top speed because we saw in the past running over 300 kph because these cars are fast. So also in a wet condition they run quite fast.
Okay, Mario, listen, thank you very much for your insight, and yeah, go and stay dry. It is still...
Thanks, Ted. Megan, do you want to repeat that, what you just said, up here in the Coles box right now? Or are you all right? Go on.
And would you do it with the umbrella open or shut? You know?
Pick.
Yeah, your granddad used to say...
Yeah, go on.
You were saying about the stuff in the safety car, how much stuff is in that safety car, equipment and things like that. Your granddad, about 40 odd years ago, the local police force bought a new traffic car, a Granada, and they brought it back 3 times because they said, look, every time we go out in it at night, the lights are shining up in the air.
Ah, so they weren't dipped.
Right, yeah, they weren't dipped, they were shining up in the air. You've adjusted the lights wrong.
Right.
And my dad looked at it and turned around, and then he thought to himself, hang on, they're out in the car. Hang on. And he said to him, did you have your equipment in? Because you don't have it in now. Because they carry an awful lot of equipment, traffic cars.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that is a point for everybody that goes on holiday and piles loads of stuff in your boot and things like that. Make sure your adjusters are on your lights.
Because it'll dip up.
A lot of the modern cars have self-adjusters and things like that now. But, that was it. That was a simple thing like that the weight of the stuff in the car was making the lights shining upwards instead of things because it was pulling down at the back.
Well, we've got 1 hour to go. Coming up shortly, I'm expecting an announcement with 1 hour to go, depending on what is going to happen. So... Danny Ricciardo and Lando Norris are going over to the pit wall to wave to the fans. Shall we take a look then? 3, 2, 1. 1 hour to go of this Grand Prix. Whether or not we restart or not, it's going to be one of the shortest Grand Prix in F1 history. And at the moment, we've got no sign from the race control about any restart. I think this is a very dark day again in Formula One. 2 years running, we've had a race cancelled due to wet weather.
Well, it hasn't been cancelled yet.
Yeah, but something needs to happen. So we need tyres that can disperse the water.
Breakfast.
Yes, it is cooked. When I went back in about an hour ago, it was cooked. Or was cooking, I want to say, yeah. Leg stretches up then for Gasly. Gasly, don't do that. That looks like something else to me as well with his hips.
He's twerking.
Yeah.
Maybe he should hang upside down like a bat and do that.
A lot of the girls are showing their nails of some of the fantastic designs on some of these nails.
Is that the teams?
Do you reckon that... yeah, it did look like it. Do you reckon these are all transfers? I can't see how...
Yeah, there could be.
I don't see how people have the patience to do that.
I reckon the transfers, as Dad says. Race will resume at 4:15. The race is going to resume. We are going to have a 45-minute Japanese Grand Prix plus 1 lap. So this race will resume. The track is clear. The red flag has been rescinded. We are going to have a 45-minute Japanese Grand Prix. Get in.
How long before that starts then?
10 minutes.
Well, 10-minute warning now, yeah. So they've all been given the 10 minutes. 5 minutes past the hour.
I was just looking forward to my Sunday breakfast.
You're going to have to wait till 9 a.m. for breakfast. The racing, look at that, they're all running down the pit lane now. We've been standing for about 2 hours waiting for this. And we are now going to have a 45-minute Japanese Grand Prix.
The only person who's not happy is Max.
Yes.
Or as we call it, in 13 minutes there'll be another red flag.
Yeah, pretty much.
Does this mean that full points can be awarded?
No.
Does this mean we need actual wheels on the cars?
Okay, so the rule is at the moment we're going to...
Tyres.
I don't know how many laps can we get in 45 minutes. It's going to be about half distance. We might get half points.
How many?
12.
Okay. How many laps are there normally?
53. We've done 3.
How long does it usually take?
Lap around here is a 1 minute. Well, let's take a look. Alonso in wet weather conditions. Hi, Josh. Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Josh? We can't hear you.
Maybe he just didn't.
Lewis Hamilton.
Hello.
Hello. We're going for a race. It's actually going to happen.
You have good timing.
Can you hear us okay? Well, we're struggling to hear from Josh, isn't it? We'll let him get sorted. Let's just take a look. The times in practice 1 when the rain was at its heaviest was Fernando Alonso with a 1:42.248, Megan. So take that as about a 1 minute 44 lap, 1 minute 45 lap round here in racing conditions. So for 45 minutes, 1:45 over that distance as well. But do you know what that means? I don't think the championship could be won today. It goes down to America. We can't get full points, which means it can't be done. So the title goes down. Gwenwyn says, that'll be interesting. If there's no rain anymore, as Ted said, ray of sunlight, could they even possibly get to mediums? Unlikely. This will be a full wet weather race. For 45 minutes, it's wet tyres and go to the end. Simple as.
That just answered my question, is they've all got slip-ons now.
Yes.
Because your racing boots, if you get them, you know, there's no rubber things over the controls underneath.
Yeah.
Right? These are metal controls. Right? And if you get your racing boots wet, you just slip off the things.
Right, here's the distance then.
Off the pedals.
Right, here's the distance, and we're taking a photo of this. If we get more than 2 laps and 25% distance as well, that is, first is 6, second is 4, third is 3, fourth is 2, and fifth is 1 point. If we get to between 25 and 50% race distance, the winner gets 13 points, second gets 10, third gets 8, fourth gets 6, fifth get 5, sixth get 4, 7 get 3, 8 get 2, 9 get 1.
Okay, I calculate with the times that you gave me and the amount, and if there was no interruptions, then we should get about 26 laps in.
And I've just calculated that if the only way for Max to win the championship today is if
we get to 50.
If Leclerc and
Perez
Perez
DNF.
Which is
hit
entirely
each
possible.
other.
I'm trying to work it out as fast as... This is the problem with live mathematics.
26 laps I calculated we should get in.
Right, okay.
About.
That's just about below half distance, isn't it?
No, it's over half distance.
So we will be allocated more than half distance, which means that...
We're about half distance.
So if we do get those lap times, plus the 3 we've already had, so that is 19 points for the race winner and 14 for second. So all the title permutations, now we're going to have to really work out quite quickly as well, because...
How many does he need to win?
He must lead the championship by over 112 points at the end of this weekend.
How much does he have
at the
now?
moment, he's on 341. Leclerc's on 237. So we've just got to work out if he gets over 112 points. There's a calculator there to remind us. But he must outscore Leclerc by 8 points and Perez by 6. That's the must.
How much does they both have again?
Verstappen has 241, Leclerc has 237. There's a 104 gap between them at the moment. And Perez on 235 points, and that's 106 behind Verstappen.
There needs to be at least an 8-point gap between them.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean. He's got it. I mean...
so that means that he can only win...
if we get to 4 points.
Leclerc is in 7th, I think.
Well, if we go to the 50% distance...
Or out.
19 points for a race win, 14 for second, so where's 10 points back? So Leclerc needs to finish off the podium and so Leclerc needs to finish off the podium, and for this race to be simply, Verstappen needs to win the race plus the fastest lap to give him 20 points, which means 8 points back. Puts
Alfa Romeo were putting a banner out that they've made saying you are the best.
Oh. So, okay, so Max needs the fastest lap. And he needs... No, this is what I've worked out. Max needs the fastest lap and the 19 points for this race to go over 50% distance.
How many points do you get for 6?
Hang on. So that is 20 points. And 8 points back from that would be third for Leclerc. So Leclerc, for Verstappen to be title, Leclerc needs to either finish third or lower.
I think Leclerc should be finishing 6th and Perez should be finishing 5th.
It's simple. Verstappen needs to win the race, and then we'll work out everything as well. And I'm sure Formula One will display us some graphics as well.
Or the hope that
Leclerc
and Perez will take each other off.
Yes.
I don't know who the lady is there from Alfa Romeo, but the gentleman is used to be work for Michael Schumacher.
Oh, I know who you're on about, yeah.
His family loyalties are still probably active then.
I'm just moving my chair out of the way of the commentary box now as well because I can stand up now. Well, it's been. Let's have a better look on this restart then, shall we? We did the first start we had to redo due to us not having any internet. So I think we handled that with grace, sir.
I think he was.
We did.
I think he was Michael's chief mechanic.
And funny.
Yes, I think he was actually. Yeah. I've had to swap shoes as well. I'm wearing Converse. I didn't expect to be wearing them for this long. They're starting to hurt because my other shoes, I went through the grass and it got wet. I did move the bike, however, because I thought you'd hit it on the way in.
We noticed.
Yeah, so I moved the bike over towards
I had
the
a
table.
torch with me though. My phone.
I love that. Did you hear it? There's the signal. We're going to get this race restarted. Josh, can you hear us? No. Hopefully his laptop might get charged soon. So we will... Can you hear the clapping? In the background?
I can.
So they're getting ready. So a 45-minute Japanese Grand Prix ahead of us as well. It'll be 45 minutes plus 1 lap. How Formula E of them as well.
It really is.
Says that the race is going to restart in 2 minutes and 20 seconds, which will give us 48 minutes on the clock.
48? That means we get 27 laps in without interruption, which means we go past her at half distance.
Yes, but I
either
think
way.
more laps were done behind the safety car, which is 3 minutes 3 under the safety car according to that timer.
I love the way you two are very hopeful that there won't be another red flag.
We are hopeful.
Yeah.
We're probably
to quote Leia.
I think there'll be at least 4 or 5 laps under the safety car here, won't there?
To quote Star Wars.
Are you giving us... go on.
That hope... Hold on, I need to pick up the line.
All right. Are you giving us Spa 21 vibes when they restarted the race 2 laps later and red flagged it?
Ah,
yeah.
I remember it. Hope is like the sun. If you don't believe in it or something like that, you'll never make it through the night.
I'm getting into it. I'm clapping. They're all
Given what
cheering.
goes
They
to
all want the
nighttime.
race. They all want the race. Look at that. They're all clapping. I don't know. Let's get into it. It's quite fun. I love the Japanese. I love their culture. I love this race so much. Come on.
They're so polite, and the everything is kept so clean.
Is it clear track?
It's clear track. Track clear.
My favourite moment this
Is it not
weekend
raining?
was Craig Slater doing a piece to camera, and a little girl of about 2 or 3 just walked straight past him, and just touched his leg as she went past him.
So the Japanese Grand Prix is going to restart.
She was so lovely, so
Whenever
cute.
I hear uniform clapping, I just think we will rock you.
I do the same. I tell you what, race will resume at 16:15. It will be a rolling start procedure. So 49 minutes left on the clock. Here we go again then. We've had to wait 3 hours. It's time for the Japanese Grand Prix to restart here for a 45-minute race.
I think my coffee's starting to finally kick in.
My coffee has kicked in. I'm just nearly end of it as well. Hopefully Dad's a decaf though. Here we go then. Cars are fired up.
Dad thinks we're even.
We've been under a red flag for 2 hours then. It's time to restart the Japanese Grand Prix. The safety car is underway and cars are leaving pit road. The Japanese Grand Prix resumes now behind the safety car after a 2-hour red flag, And Max Verstappen leaves the pit lane behind the Mercedes-AMG safety car. Behind him comes Charles Leclerc, Sergio Perez, Esteban Ocon, Lewis Hamilton, the top 5, Alonso 6th, Russell 7th, Ricciardo in 8th, Tsunoda 9th, Schumacher 10th, Stroll 11th, Magnussen 12th, Norris in 13th, Bottas 14th, and Latifi 15th. That's Alonso. Go on, Dan.
Don't get misunderstanding here, because you know, like it when it's heavy rain or fog, the TV cameras make it look a lot lighter than it is. It is quite dark.
Yeah, well, sunset's in an hour and 15 minutes time as well. And Megan, I'm quite hopeful we're going to see a race, but as Dad suggested,
all the lights are on in the circuit.
They are. They did this back at Spa, didn't they? They let us go for 2 laps and then they red flagged it. I've got a little bit of a worry here that we could be in for another bad Grand Prix.
You can tell that they're readjusting the cameras because of the fact that if you look at the lights on the safety car, they look so bright, and that just gave you an idea of how dark it is.
Oh. Hamilton.
Track's really good.
Track's really good.
Lewis saying the track is really good. I'll take that. Thank you very much, Lewis.
Rolling start procedure.
Yep, so this will mean that they only do 1 lap behind the safety car, and then they'll line up in single file, and Verstappen will be the safety car. The same procedure is actually used for the first time back in the 1994 Japanese Grand Prix when they restarted behind the safety car. The conditions that day were too wet. Coincidentally, it's pretty much the same race. They started with a standing start, massive crash, red flag came out 15 laps later, and you were talking about Martin Brundle. That day, Martin went off at the top of the Dunlop curve, nearly hit a recovery truck, actually hit a Marshall as well, but luckily they both survived. Visibility is good, says Ocon. Yeah, and Martin hit a Marshall that day, and it broke his leg, the Marshall, and the bone was sticking out under him. He made a complete recovery.
Oh,
but
a compound fracture.
yeah, Martin was saying the race should have been red flagged, and he got reprimanded, and he was really, really angry about that because it wasn't his fault. The stewards basically said, no, not us, nothing to do with us. So Eduardo Freitas, the race director, seems keen. It's a rolling start procedure.
They're a
And
fool to try it, understanding.
Bottas hasn't left the pit lane. Bottas is still in the pit lane, according to the driver tracker look. So, what's happened to Valtteri?
He's out there.
Well, driver tracker's not showing it.
Maybe it's a transponder issue. Leclerc.
It's not too bad for now.
Perez.
Our conditions, they're getting better, I think.
Yeah, because now they're on the right tyres, of course, because they're on full wet. So, of course,
85 litres per tyre.
Yeah.
Per car.
That'll get the track cleaning right back up again. So, the rolling start procedure, we are on lap 4.
Per second.
Yeah, we are on lap 4 of the race, by the way, so the race has resumed. So, this is now a countdown procedure with 45 minutes left of the race. We're just waiting to see what's going to happen. Josh says, tons of notifications about tractor on track. What's all that about?
Have you just not seen
Gaz, that's Josh. Gaz.
Well, his thing's been off, hasn't he? His laptop.
Surely his family has phones. With Twitter.
So, we're just keeping a lookout now. The race has resumed. And the safety car taking over. So we have now completed 4 laps of the 53 scheduled, but with only 45 minutes to go, plus 1 lap, we're not going to get that much. Megan has worked out around about 25 to 27 laps we could see, despite hoping that we stay green the entire time. And what I'm really hoping for is that we get a radio message or a notification coming up saying safety car in this lap, and we'll have a green flag. It will be rolling start. They did issue a notification to the team about 30 minutes before the start of the original race that explained that with the rolling start, you have to maintain a 5 car lengths between each other, so there's nothing. Max shouldn't be able to back them up like he normally does, because that defeats the purpose. So Max will be told not to. Let's say the radio from Bottas.
Still visibility.
Oh, no.
Now when there's some cars ahead.
And that's
So Bottas is contradicting what other people have said and says the visibility for those further back is still too bad. And Bottas is out there. He is not. He's frozen on one track. Yeah.
Yes, because the spray gets worse the further back you are.
Yeah. So it's still a lot. He's actually quite bad through the 200R, coming towards Spoon Curve.
I haven't actually checked. What's the weather like here where we are?
It's dry outside. A bit cold though. My feet are getting a bit chilly. I'll put it in the cars box. I'll do some jumping jacks as well, get them moving. But we haven't seen anything at the moment to indicate. Let's hear from Max Verstappen.
I think it's raining a bit more now again, is
Oh,
it?
no.
Not here on
It is a bit. I think
It's raining again, heavier.
Tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
It's
so
gonna be raining.
so we need to get past 8 laps. Let's see if we can do
I
that.
think it's raining a bit more now again, is it? Not here on the...
So there's not raining on the pitch straight, but it is
Suck it
raining
up.
further back. Yeah. So are we going to go to another red flag, or are we going to keep this race going? The cars are out there, and there's a little bit of water on the start-finish straight.
They're doing 2-minute 45s.
Okay, so let's have a look. Well, the rolling start procedure graphic has disappeared. We're on lap 5 now, 49 to go. Green flag conditions have just been... Well, let's hear from Ricardo.
Other drivers have complained about visibility. How's visibility?
Yeah, at the moment, that's actually the bigger issue. I think track conditions are not too bad in most places.
Okay, so track visibility is not bad in 2 places. And where's Ricardo in the pack? He's 8, so he's in the midfield. So those at the front say it's raining again. Those in the mid-pack say it's okay. And those at the back of the pack say that it's...
Help me.
Help me, I can't see a thing. So to me, that's indicating that it's worse at the front and the back. But everyone in the middle isn't having that visibility problem.
They're kind of not bunched up.
Yeah.
That's actually the bigger issue.
85 litres of water per second. Safety car will enter the pits. Rolling start procedure. Get in. The race will start. The race is going to restart. We're going to go racing. We'll have about 40 minutes of racing then here for the Japanese Grand Prix. The safety car...
That's a lot less.
Yeah, safety car has now been withdrawn for the procedure. Safety car will enter the pits. Rolling start. Now 40 minutes, Megan, after completing 5 laps. Will we get over that 26 lap half distance margin?
Possibly. Just.
We need to get to ideally over lap 27. Max Verstappen is now backing them up. Now, it's not an IndyCar style start on this restart.
But
Will restart?
I don't get it because he's more than 10 car lengths.
Yeah. Behind the safety
behind
car.
the safety car.
That's not supposed to happen unless Max knows something we don't. We need to get the tyres back up to temperature. Getting these wets up to temperature is incredibly more difficult than normal as well. Charles Leclerc just staying in behind him. Yeah. It's on board with Leclerc's car.
Yeah.
A bit of a rumble, isn't it, in the background, like the turbo's overtuning.
I've heard that sound before today from a car that's out.
Probably Albon's.
Yeah.
When his gearbox gave up and he had no power. Either way, the Japanese Grand Prix is about to restart.
Soon enters, but the problem is the field is still bunched up. You know, when you pit now, it's a bit of a disaster, I think.
So who's going to take the advantage to go to intermediates first? Who's going to have the advantage to stay out there? Either
I'd
way...
wait to the first safety car, which will be on lap 3.
This is exactly like the 1994 Japanese Grand Prix. The race was red flagged early on. We restarted behind the safety car. We had our first ever rolling start. So a 40 minutes.
To be honest, it's not
Grand
too
Prix.
bad, is it?
No, it looks good. Inters would be the call. It's a bit like 2014 when it was that type of conditions after the red flag. So 40 minutes plus 1 lap through the Casio triangle we go. Are you ready? Are you steady? Because for the first time in over 3 hours, Max Verstappen exits the last corner. It's green flag, and away we go for the Japanese Grand Prix. And a wall of spray down towards turn number 1 as well. Verstappen leads, Leclerc second, trying to dart out the way, and you can only see Verstappen as we enter the first curve. Are they all going to get through safely is the key thing. Perez in third, backed off. Latifi and Vettel have dropped further back. Have they gone off yet again? No, I don't think they have, but it's a clean restart so far. But the amount of water, Megan, I think is similar. Oh, Vettel boxes for intermediates, and Latifi's in 2 for intermediates, so they've boxed incredibly early for inters.
Oh, that's a bit of a pit lane incident.
Yeah, unsafe release then for Williams. They've released him into the path of
also,
Vettel.
They're both idiots. Why go on to Why
No,
go to
no,
intermediates
the
when it's
other way
raining?
round. Vettel got released into Latifi. Sorry, because Williams are the first in the garage, and Aston Martin just in front of them. So Vettel got released into the path for Latifi. Sorry about that. It's because the pit lane orders here in Japan have reversed because it's different. So Mercedes are the last garage, whereas Haas are the first garage in the field. So Vettel and Latifi on Inters, they're the ones to watch. Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, Ocon, Hamilton, the top 5 at the moment, and everyone now just sort of circulating. And predictably, the fastest on the track is actually Verstappen with a 40.046. He's got the best of the conditions and a clear screen in front of him. Pit lanes involving Vettel and Latifi has been noted for an unsafe release. We're not even, a lap into the Grand Prix and that's already popped up on the monitor?
I'm going to have to sit down. I just bashed my foot for the second time on the chair.
Well, do take a seat as well. This is what they're going to red flag this. They're going to red flag this. That is a wall of spray at the 130R that you can't see a thing. I don't think this is actually the correct decision to restart the race, actually looking at that wall of spray. But can we just all enjoy the fact that it's raining heavily, the extreme wet weather tyres are being used, and we've actually got a race going on at the moment.
We've actually got 2 cars out on Inters.
Yes, that's true, with Vettel and Latifi. Whether they stay on Inters, I don't know, because the amount of spray is unbelievable. It's like it is actually 1994. It's unbelievable. But there was a lot of accidents in 1994. This is... I don't know about that actually, about unsafe release. I think that's just a racing incident there, because they both got released at exactly the same time, and it was the fact that the Vettel got poorly away. Lando Norris pits. Yeah, so Lando's in.
Are they all going for Inters now?
Yeah, they are. Inters.
Why? It's literally just started raining again.
Because of the difference in the speed of the full wets to the Inters.
Bottas is pitting too.
Bottas is pitted for intermediate tyres too, so he's getting ready to head back out there on the circuit, which is... Nice jobs.
You know what? Enjoy your crashes.
Let's see. What is? Where are they? Vettel's first sector time is a 49. Latifi, Megan, on intermediates, just set the fastest third sector of anyone.
Position if you pick. Lewis Hamilton says
they're losing time on the Inter. So
Inter's the wrong tyre. Inters are the wrong tyre. You're right, Megan. No further investigation necessary for Vettel and Latifi on their accident either as well, which I think is the correct decision to be taken out there at the moment. But Megan, it's just getting insane amount of water out there right now.
It is, and I can't understand the thought process of those 4 cars thinking, do you know what, let's go on to Inters. No. Just no.
What are we looking at here? Kevin Magnussen slipping up the inside of Lance Stroll then for 11th position on the monitor. Fastest first sector is Vettel. He's on the intermediate at 39.319. So we've got... let's...
Inters are much quicker.
Oh, and Verstappen pits and Leclerc pits.
You have the gap to lose.
Yeah, because they've got clear track.
Well, it's Leclerc. Well, who's going to happen? Because the top 2 in the championship and the top 2 in this race have come in. They're all coming in. Everyone's boxing. Well, this is insane.
Bow Alonso.
Alonso leads. Alonso leads the Japanese Grand Prix. And Megan is now crossing over. I said watch out for Alonso in these conditions. He top practice.
Ricciardo second, Schumacher third.
Perfect opportunity for Red Bull with a double stack here. Now the pit lane gets busy as Hamilton nearly gets taken out by Leclerc coming out as well.
Also, can I question something?
Yeah, go on. Oh, and Russell nearly hits Ocon in the pit lane too as Mercedes do the double stack. Got another tyres on, intermediates. Slow stop for Russell.
Mercedes, what is your plan? Because you just told Hamilton, oh no, you'd lose time on Inters. And then you told Russell immediately after, Inters are quicker.
I think they reacted to Vettel's fastest lap time. Look at this, 1:48.401 is the fastest sector time. Now, this is where the race could get stopped. No. Everyone's on either wet tyres or intermediates and they're all mixing in together. But Vettel's down into 10th position with the fastest lap of the race. But your race leader for the first time since 2013 with a chance of victory is Fernando Alonso with 34 minutes to go. Keep out there on the wet tyres until the last second. Hope for a safety car.
That was the worst decision we've made.
Russell's not happy. He says he wanted full wets, and I think Alonso is enjoying it. Megan, over to you.
Fernando Alonso is leading the Japanese Grand Prix, and I'm actually hoping now for someone else to go off on it to get red flagged again.
Because then Alonso would win his first race since the Spanish Grand Prix.
Exactly, Schumacher.
So Mick, we're P3. Lots of other people have gone on to the other tyre, but we're hoping for the safety car here. We're hoping for the safety car, so stay on track and keep going.
Yeah, well, it's Alonso.
Mick would get his first podium.
Alonso leads, Ricciardo second, Schumacher third, but Schumacher's got Verstappen right behind him as well. Or is that Perez? No, it is Verstappen. The timing screen's updated, so Verstappen on Inters is right behind Mick.
How did that happen?
Alonso boxes. Alonso's into the pit lane for Inters. So early, led a lap, Megs. Schumacher takes the lead. Schumacher leads in the Haas. Mick Schumacher leads in the Japanese Grand Prix. Verstappen's going to pull to the inside down towards turn 1. It'll be a really short lead, but look at that. MSC back at the top of the timing screen for a fraction of a second, but in the history books, because he crossed the line first, it will register that Mick Schumacher has led a Grand Prix.
I'm so proud of him right now.
And don't count out Alonso. He's dropped down into 9th position as well. And Ricciardo rejoins as well, just behind Lando Norris.
Zhou is 4th.
Zhou Guanyu on track position as well as in P4. Great start from him then in this restarted Japanese Grand Prix. Lando Norris has the fastest lap of the race. And now
Vettel 8th.
Vettel 8th after opinion on Inter's first. He was the first one to go on them as well.
At least want Mick to get a podium. Stop it now. It doesn't matter that Alonso's in 9th now. At least he led for a little bit.
If the race gets red flag now, the race goes to a count back when Alonso led across the line. Just to let you know. Because it goes back 2 laps.
Stop it now.
And that is Magnussen and Stroll in the pit lane with an unsafe release. Oh, and that's Mick Schumacher being passed around the outside by Charles Leclerc.
Stop it now.
Perez is up into 4th position as well, but Mick's on wet, so it's intermediate tyres, but they're all hoping for the safety car, which is just not going to come. Oh, red flag, yeah. Let's say Latifi.
Is it raining harder? Getting off, we're playing a bit now?
Negative.
So it's not raining harder, it's raining consistent, and the intermediate tyres are sort of just fixing between each other.
It's just raining more.
Yeah, 32 minutes to go in this race, and that's on the inside. That's Magnussen on the inside of Bottas, and that is for P16. Bottas trying to come back on the inside of the spoon curve, can't find a way through. Verstappen now with the fastest lap of the race.
Alonso 3rd.
Alonso's up. Alonso what?
Alonso I saw he was 3rd for a second.
He's 5th.
What's happening on the timing screen? Who's dropping down in the pit?
Alonso
Joe.
I think it was transponder issues.
Alonso's
transponders.
Well, what's happening here? Yeah,
Mick's still in 3rd.
Don't think the timing screen's actually ordered itself correctly.
Joe's in pits.
Yeah, so Joe pits. Alonso's up to 8th. Joe puts on the intermediate compound tyre. So all that waiting behind the red flag has given us what we wanted.
I need to know if I box now, where am I going to came out?
That's Joe.
Will be last, so we would like to stay out one more.
Happy
with the tide going.
The wet tyres were completely dying as well. Josh, can you hear me? Are you in the box? No, it's not.
Apparently, Anthony Hancock says it's not raining in Tokyo.
Could probably do with a bit of a Hancock Sapphire during the red flag period. Anyway, look at this. Fastest first sector time for Leclerc with a 37.550.
Perez should crash into each other or both just lose time or have engine failures and have to go into the pit lane.
You're too cruel, Megan. You're being too cruel to them as well out there on the circuit.
Have you met me?
Fair point, to be fair, as they come through. Oh, and here comes Alonso trying to get... Is that Alonso or Ocon? I can't tell in these conditions. Yeah, it's Ocon trying to pass Mick Schumacher.
Stay away from Schumacher.
Ocon's pushing hard on the inters. Lewis Hamilton's right there with him as well. Mick's gone a bit wide coming out of spoon curve. Ocon's going to have the inside line. Lewis has got the slipstream on him as well. Mick has to back off. Lewis has to back off. Lewis tries to go around the outside of Mick into the 130. It's not going to work out that way. And Mick stays back. But the spray is astronomical out here. Unbelievable that the race is going on, but we're happy it is because it's giving us some entertaining races as Leclerc takes the fastest lap at 1:44.489. As things stand, this Grand Prix will go down to the championship will go down to the United States Grand Prix as Hamilton sails around the outside of victory corner and takes over the position from Mick Schumacher. Hamilton goes to 5th. Not bad stuff at all as they come through up here in the comms box as well. We're on. And look at that, Mick is under pressure now this time as well from Vettel.
I don't want Mick to be so far down the order.
Don't think anybody wants Mick to be too far down the order as well. Ian Birch left the commentary box as well just a second ago.
Fernando, get up the order!
Well, this is turning into a very exciting Japanese Grand Prix.
Replace Leclerc and Perez.
Mick's under pressure, Megan. Mick is under pressure. Look, who's behind him? It's Sebastian Vettel. Vettel. Is Vettel just going to leave Mick where he wants to be?
Hopefully.
Yeah, I don't think.
No, he's not.
No. Vettel's going on the inside line into the hairpin and...
It's his last one.
Vettel moves up and look at Alonso. Alonso's in this fight as well, Megs. Alonso's not out of this yet. Mick looks like he's standing still on full wet tyres and Alonso takes 7th.
I don't know how to feel about this.
And that's Latifi. Is that Latifi? Latifi's 9th.
Yeah, I did say.
Latifi is on course for his first points. 8th. He's past Schumacher as he goes wide. And Latifi goes on 20th. So, Nicholas Latifi...
He let him through.
He did. And look, here comes Lando Norris as well to take 9th position. Mick
Does
struggling.
he have something wrong?
No, it's those wet tyres. It's not good. It's intermediate conditions, and those wets
Yeah,
are
but
just
he's
not
letting
helping.
people through.
Well, he's aquaplaning. He's not aquaplaning that much, but he's just losing track temperature as well. He's lost temperature in the tyres. But Nicholas Latifi in 8th position with an early pit stop under the safety car as well. Well, as soon as we went green for Inters, it's working.
Sorely like another win.
The weather's stable.
Yeah, we're expecting stable conditions to the end of the race.
Okay, so stable conditions then for the end of the race as Max Verstappen leads this way and Mick Schumacher into the pit lane. It was a valiant effort, and the history books will see that one lap of this race was led by Mick Schumacher.
And there weren't a lot of laps.
No, there wasn't, so that's actually quite good. Intermediate tyres go on now as well.
Also that Fernando led one. And I also read that Schumacher took over immediately after Fernando.
Yes, so technically Alonso led, then it was Schumacher leading across the line
So
as well.
people in the history books think, he overtook him.
Yes, yeah, so it's all that sort of situation right now. Well, we've had to wait an awfully long time for this Japanese Grand Prix. Lap 12 out of 28 minutes left. So we are thinking it's going to be a 28-lap Grand Prix, somewhere around those lines. But here is Esteban Ocon, Megan, once again under pressure with Lewis Hamilton. We saw this back in Singapore.
It's not unusual for those two to be together nowadays, to be
Yeah.
honest. So I want Leclerc and Perez to not be in the race anymore.
I love how you've woken up early for the championship to be decided, and as it stands, it's not going to be decided.
Exactly!
So it goes down to America, and I think it'll be done in America. And you're not here. So we've got to really hope that Doctor Who's on at 6 o'clock, otherwise I lose both you and Dad from the commentary. Those magnums that we've got in the fridge, we'll have to wait another week. 2.
Given our new fridge freezer, they're going to be ice.
Might have to eat those and get some more. Anyway, as things stand...
Our drinks are always like they've got loads of ice in them whenever we take them out. They're still cold.
Our coffees are still cold. I was going to say, and we've had the heater on in this commentary box as well. Josh, can you hear me?
It's so cold, our fridge is
Josh, can you hear me?
We could put the ice cream in the fridge.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, we can hear you. What are you
Can you hear me?
making? Yes, I can. What are you making of this Grand Prix so far? As Russell says, brakes are the same as Singapore quali. Oh dear, not good then. Over to you, Josh.
I have not seen any of it. I fell asleep in the car.
Well, to be fair, I would have.
But,
As you do.
I've heard that a tractor went onto the Grand Prix and everyone's fuming because Gasly nearly killed himself.
Yeah, Gasly. Oh, 2 seconds.
Is anyone struggling on the Inter yet?
That's not clear yet, no.
No one's struggling into it. Yeah, Gasly, just before the red flag came out, Gasly went past a safety truck that was on the track, and he was at higher speed as well and nearly hit it. So
There isn't any other.
yeah.
That was on the lap 2, wasn't it?
Lap 2, yes, yeah.
There isn't any other races today.
Just to let you know also, we did recall the start under the red flag procedure as well. As soon as we got our TV pictures back, me, Megan and Dad re-commentated on Lights Out. So it's all
yeah,
there.
and I'm currently in one of those spinny things, so in front of house.
Oh, I see.
Try not to get too busy. So I just exit seat.
No worries. Pleasure to have you in the box for the last race as well.
There
Megan.
isn't any other
I
races
did,
today.
I did come on, but then I decided that it was a good idea to turn my camera on. I don't think it went through to you, but it lagged me out big badly.
No, we didn't see it. We've had the race control up anyway. Just to update you quickly as well, Zhou Guan Yu further down. Verstappen saying he's aquaplaning at high speed as Russell looks up the inside of Yuki Tsunoda. Tsunoda's in 10th position as things currently stand in this Japanese Grand Prix and is looking to improve a lot.
There isn't any other races today, are there?
3 British touring cars, nothing for you.
Thank God.
Yeah.
I've got work to do and I'm tired.
Oh, what is touring cars?
Yeah, 3 British touring cars coming up later on, all live here on the YouTube channel. No races for you.
I'm going to try and turn my camera on. Let me know if you can see me.
We can't. We've got no facility to see you, only hear you.
Quite close to Ocon.
So others
Ah.
starting to struggle with the front
I'm going
setting.
to send you where I am right now.
Well, I can't see it right now. We're going to have to stop you for a second because we're going to commentate this race because it's getting quite into the end of this session at the moment. Let's hear from Sky Race Control with Corinne Channock.
Race we've got there, just under 24 minutes. And the drivers don't want to lose that flag position, so they're all having to manage it. Leclerc's last lap 1.4 seconds slower than Verstappen. He is really struggling with the front tyres, and the team are just giving him the encouragement to ride it out.
Thank you very much, Karun, as well. Lap 14 of this Grand Prix. As you can see, we did have 53 scheduled, but it hasn't worked out that way due to obvious conditions. As this race continues on, Verstappen leads with Leclerc second, but Lewis Hamilton is on the back now of Esteban Ocon as they come down towards the 200 to the 130R. Not going to make a move there, just backed out of it as well. Couldn't find the correct conditions out there too. But let's hear from Charles Leclerc.
We are expecting some spots in around 2 minutes.
Oh, more rain, Josh, coming in 2 minutes' time as Hamilton gets a great run now on the start-finish straight to Ocon for 4th position. Can't get through to turn 1. The track is now intermediate conditions for sure, but with more rain coming, this could be a bit of a factor. And yeah, as things stand, Josh, as well, Verstappen can't be the world champion today because Leclerc's second and Perez third.
Yeah, it looks that way, but I'm surprised only 14 laps have been done. It's a bit of a repeat of Spa 21. But
15 now.
It is what it is, and I've seen that Gasly has been summoned by the stewards because he was going over 250 kilometres an hour under red flag conditions, apparently.
So we'll keep so that the red flag was literally called just as he approached the scene, so I think they might give it back as Russell dives to throw the inside line of Yuki Tsunoda. Russell gets up into 10th position. Tsunoda drops down to 11th as Hamilton now side by side on the circuit as well, trying to pass Esteban Ocon through the 200R where Sainz crashed at the start of this Grand Prix some 3 hours ago. As they come through, this is on board with Tsunoda. Russell's going to slip through the inside. Yeah, so Tsunoda, I think, has no power, and Russell just sends it around the outside. So much more grip in there too. Gwenwyn says, how many laps have we done? We've done 16 laps.
If he says so himself.
That was Russell's ready, but we haven't heard it yet. We've done 16 laps so far. 21 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. We've gone once again to a timed race. The second time we've gone to a timed race in Formula 1 this season. Well, third time actually, because Monaco hit time. So it's a record there as well, as Hamilton this time is much more closer to Esteban Ocon. No DRS, of course, in the wet conditions as we head down towards the first corner. Hamilton can't find a way through, but Norris is under pressure from Latifi as well. Has Latifi just passed Norris? I can't tell on the timing screens. Yes, that's Russell. Russell has passed Lando Norris. We couldn't tell on the screen there, but Russell's up to 9th. Lando Norris is down to 10th position, and that gives you a try idea how dark it really is here at the moment as well, with sunset coming in. The darkness, Josh, is just descending massively, but it's a great battle.
Hang on a minute, Vettel's sick?
Yeah, he pitted for first on the intermediate tyres. Alonso actually led a lap. Let's hear from Leclerc.
How many positions we lose if we box?
We'll lose 5 positions. We'll drop behind Alonso. Got to
3 positions.
5 positions.
He is in a bit of a...
I swallowed some caramel there, so that's not great. As Megan walks back into the comms box as well. So Charles Leclerc, if he boxes for more intermediate tyres, will lose another 5 laps. This is Russell slipping up the inside of Lando Norris, Megan, with a sweet move with 20 minutes to go.
Dad said that he might be in for the end of the race, if he feels like he can.
All right, no worries, as they come back through.
How did Mick get all the way down there?
Pitted, remember. I've just swallowed some caramel from the coffee, and it's stuck in the back of my throat. Well, the caramel is in there, it's added in. I've just swallowed a big thing of it. It's stuck at the back of my throat. I'm fine. Don't hit me. I'm fine. Just make sure when you drink yours, don't be bad with it.
Mine's stuck on the side. There's a bit of caramel stuck on the sides of it.
Yeah, that's what I swallowed as well, so just be careful. That happened back in Miami, and last time we had one of these coffees as well.
You feeling better?
I am. Just to give it a good shake up here for the Frappuccinos as well. Josh, are you still with us, or have you left us?
No, I'm still with.
Oh, lovely. Don't know what I got that message from then as well. Leclerc struggling with those inters. He's 11 seconds behind Verstappen now. Do you reckon he'll pit or stay out there? Because if Leclerc pits, then we have got to start thinking championship permutations.
Yeah, if Ferrari pit, then it's going to be questionable. If Ferrari pit, is it going to be a clown move? Is it not going to be a clown move? Because it could hand Verstappen the championship.
Oh.
But depending on how the tyres go in the next 18 minutes and 45 seconds.
At the moment, a normal stop is not a good idea. It drops you in a lot of traffic.
Alonso said, can we stop? So the intermediate tyres were burning away already. Now, how are they doing that? The track is still wet up there, but they're burning on inters. So what are Pirelli doing with intermediate tyres? Surely they should last, not burn out when they're in wet conditions.
Why is all of them burning out? I mean, it's literally an ice-cold track because of all the rain. How are they burning out iceberg?
I have no idea. Literally got zero idea how that's even happening out there.
That's my main question.
Main question is...
Go on, Josh.
Have the wet tyres been used?
Yes, they have.
Yeah.
And we actually had
not for long.
Multiple laps on the road and race leaders as Hamilton's got a much better run down to the 130R, trying around the outside line. Ocon defends the inside line, and the TV cameras nearly missed it because for some reason they didn't swap to it. Come on, F1 TV, you've got one job, is to give us some great camera angles. How many laps now? As well, says Gwen Wynn, we have done 18 now out of the 53 scheduled. We've got 36 laps to go, but we've only got 17 minutes and 30 seconds, as you can see on the countdown timer, because this is now a timed race plus 1 lap. And Fernando Alonso is closing down on Sebastian Vettel. No worries, Josh. Alonso is closing down on Vettel.
What the disturbing thing is the fact that Ocon and Hamilton are one of the only drivers that are close together on the track.
Yeah, everyone else has been split up, just like what we saw in Singapore where they're racing as well. They all just sort of split up. The intermediates don't work. I've never seen intermediates that don't work. Pirelli have really got to fix this.
I've never seen wets that don't work.
Yeah, I mean, we're becoming like NASCAR where we just don't race in wet weather.
Things just don't work.
I'm praying for sunshine in America.
And quick races, 0 red flags, 0 safety cars.
Yeah. I'm hoping America will be good, and touring cars as well, because I'm tired. Let's have Lewis.
Ocon's making noises about pitting.
Yeah, let's make sure we undercut him,
Copy.
Ocon is making noises about pitting. Yeah, let's make sure we undercut him.
Imagine if in America, Max is either ill or as soon as the race starts, he crashes out and he does DNFs.
Well, to be fair,
I think you should just come in at that point.
Yeah, worth saying this was the right call, F1. Yeah, to get a race in any way, shape or form. 16 minutes to go. Hamilton's got the run on Ocon down towards the 130R. And it's once again, these new cars were supposed to be some of the closest and most easier to overtake ever. And yet we've had 2 races now where the DRS hasn't been enabled. And it's been an absolute ballfest.
And also, no one can ever seem to pass Verstappen. So I think that the cars have been made so that Red Bull is superior.
Ted. Their chairs just doing nothing in the garage.
Oh, mechanics just sat in the garage doing nothing in their chairs now as well. Yeah, it seems to be that way as they come back through.
Yeah, let's make sure we undercut him,
Come on. Give us something, Japan. Give us something entertainment. Some
Leclerc
form of
and
fun.
Perez crashing out would be nice entertainment.
That would be Verstappen champion then immediately.
Exactly.
If Leclerc or Perez fail to finish on the podium, then it will be World Championship for Verstappen. Yeah, okay, we can hear you, Josh. Alonso now is under pressure from Vettel. On the way round, Vettel's under pressure from Alonso. Latifi in 8th, getting his first points of the season.
I'm proud.
Latifi's got some altitude sickness, definitely.
Being up in 8th, yeah. I thought I heard wheel guns, did you, Megs?
Yeah.
And it is, as you say, Zhou Guanyu into the pit lane with a brand new set of intermediate tyres, so he should be good for the end of this Grand Prix. Let's see how he does, whether or not time increases or time
We could have
decreases.
a few drops of rain, nothing major.
That's Bottas saying we could have a few drops of rain. Nothing major, though. We don't want any more rain. Let's just finish this race now and get out of here.
Unless it rains off Leclerc and Perez.
Hamilton's got a much better run this time on Esteban Ocon. He pulls to the outside line on the way down towards the 130R. Hamilton's going to try and go around the outside in wet weather conditions. They're nearly touching. Hamilton backs out. And Ocon just holds it through. Sparks flying. Now down to the Casio triangle. Ocon defends the inside line. Hamilton trying to look around the outside. That's where Senna and Prost crashed in 88. And there's still nothing going on there. Blimey, this is a good race already.
That was just gliding.
Hamilton doesn't have the DRS, but he's got the slipstream down towards the first corner. Ocon's going defensive. Hamilton pulls out the spray, can't find a way through at the first curve. And it's turn 2 and 3 already. Still nothing working out there, Megs.
Right. So I think Verstappen needs to get the fastest laps
stop,
in.
the net time is about the same, but we have to pass 6 to 7 cars. What do you think?
I'm not sure. Everyone's tyres are hopefully going to start to go from now.
That's Lando on the radio. And this is a replay, Megan, of Hamilton and Ocon side by side at the 130R.
Yeah, I think that was quite close to them crashing out, to be honest.
Yeah, it nearly was. I've finally been able to put my correct shoes on because they've dried out at the tips. So I'm back to comfort shoes now in the commentary box as well, not the flats of Converse. I've got a little bit of a spring in my step with these comfortable trainers. Now, Hamilton looking on the inside line. Ocon starting to go offline as well, to try and find some extreme water to try and keep these Inters alive. It's amazing as Gasly put the pits as well and puts on a brand new set of intermediate tyres too. So does Stroll as well. But it's amazing, isn't it, Megan, that the Inters are dying even though the track is bone dry and they've only done 15 laps. I mean, what's going on here as Ocon makes a mistake? Hamilton's got the run. At the moment, Verstappen will not be the champion as things stand. Thanks for that, F1. Hamilton's got a much better run down to the 130R. But no, he's not going to pull around the outside of Ocon. No chance there.
No.
Backs out of it. So
And the same thing happened before, happened again.
So as things stand, this is now not going to be Verstappen's championship with 12 minutes 14 to go.
I got up for nothing.
You've been in the commentary box for 3 hours for nothing. We missed the start for nothing.
All I ever want is just peacefulness. I had to change my weekend schedule to Thursday and Friday because at least then I don't have to go into college until 1 o'clock. So I had slept until like, I don't know, 10.
Yeah. Well, you get the rest of the day off. I've got to have some breakfast and go to touring cars.
I don't. I've got to go have my breakfast and then try and figure out how to do a scenario question.
And this is George Russell going right round the outside of Latifi. Russell up to 8th, Latifi down to 9th. Former teammates, of course.
I think staying out's the better decision.
I also got to figure out how to do certain questions in psychology. I had a lot to do.
That's Sonoda boxing, Megs. Sonoda pits for a 2.5 second stop and a new set of Inters as well as they come through. Josh is back with us as again Ocon goes wide. Hamilton trying to get him through. 11 minutes 9 left of this race, plus 1 lap, of course. That 33 of 53. Megan, what is half distance again? Half of 53 is
26.5.
So we need to get over. We need to get to lap 27.
Yes.
We're going to do that, aren't we? 10 minutes to go. Lap 22. Are we just plus the 1 lap, of course? Are we just going to make it to the half distance to get half points?
I'll calculate.
That's going to be even
Wait
worse.
a minute. So that's 2 minutes and 5.
Well, half distance won't be.
Yeah, we got it, mate. Well done. Let's keep going.
You're just in the groove.
Are you sleeping? You're just in the groove. Reel them in. Perez is getting in. He's 2 seconds back from Leclerc. Ocon's having another run. Looks like there's smoke in the garage at Red Bull as well. So if we get to 50% distance plus, it'll be 19 points for the winner, 14 points for second, and 12 points for third, and all the way down to 10th with 1 point as well. So we will get a flexible system of points. Right now, we're in the half points territory, which needs to go. 10 minutes to go then of the Japanese Grand Prix here at Suzuka. Ocon starting to slide, Hamilton sensing prey, and this is the closest battle on the track right now as Bottas and Magnussen also closing in together, and Russell is 8 seconds back from Alonso. The lights on the side of the circuit, Josh, as well, more illuminating the circuit. Let's hear from Perez quick.
Are you sleeping? You're just in the groove.
We might only just make it.
Oh,
not at all.
If there's a safety car, we had it gone then.
Yes.
So we might just make it to 19 points positions.
And even that's just because Verstappen may cross the line just before.
Right, so we need to get, as Ocon's made a mistake, Hamilton's got a great run around the outside of the 200R, where Sainz crashed earlier in the race. Not going to go for a run there. What about coming into Spoon Curve? Spray is everywhere at the moment, but Hamilton still can't get through. So we need to get past lap 27.
We need to get to it. We can barely make it as it is.
And that means 1 lap 23 at the moment with 8:50 to go. Yeah, plus 1 lap. Josh, what do you think? 13 or 19 points?
19. Just.
Yeah, he works out too. Vote closes for driver of the day in 6 minutes. Use the f1.com/vote.
Sebastian Vettel.
Yeah, it's got to be Vettel. Although, personally, I think Alonso deserves it as well. Led a lap.
And Schumacher.
Ocon is defending like a lion. Once again to Lewis Hamilton. Still no DRS down the start-finish straight. Hamilton may close in, but he can't get through. Ocon hits the wall of spray into turn 1. Hamilton still can't move. It's reminding me of the battle. Yeah, it's raining again. It's raining again at turn 1. Oh, no. That's going to slow everyone down. Alonso pits. Now, that's a brand new set of intermediate tyres for Fernando. He only loses a position, I think. He drops down to 10th place, but I think that could be a very good call. Because, think about brand new tyres with the last 7 minutes.
He might be able to make his way back.
Should be able to. Hope he will be able to as well. That's the key thing. As after technical problems at the start of this race, which means we missed the first start, came back on air, under the red flag period, redid the first 2-3 laps for you as well, as if it was live, so you didn't miss anything. Filter that back in, and then organise it all later. I've got a feeling, however, that are those your clothes from yesterday?
Yes.
Keep hold of them, because later on today...
I've been wearing these for 2 days.
Later on today, we might get going. We might redo the start again. And record it, yeah. Just so we can fit it into the highlight shows.
I just want to get into my bedclothes and sleep. I was comfortable. Why, when I'm always having a really comfortable night's sleep, do I have to go to this?
And this is Leclerc defending against Sergio Perez. Perez has gained those 2 seconds back and defend like a lion. He's attacking like Perez now, as Hamilton looking a bit squiggly there, Megs, compared to Esteban Ocon. Finding a little bit of time.
He is. Alonso just passed Norris and has the
and Latifi.
Oh, at the same time.
Excuse me, I'm letting on the stall because I can't see anything in the mirrors.
Stroll now within 1 second.
Yeah, we're seeing it on the driver track. Alonso's flying right now. So Alonso... Oh, no, Latifi's passed him again. So Alonso into 9th. Latifi into 8th, but will get dropped soon. So Alonso won't actually lose that many positions at the moment.
He'll get the fastest lap.
Raining hard now at the Degners. So there is a lot of water there. That's a difficult part of the track if you slip off, isn't it, Josh?
Yes, it really is. As I have no idea why I've got me into this position, trying to climb around the climbing frame while holding a phone is not fun.
Oh, right. The things you get up to as a pit reporter when we let you out the comm box. Hamilton's looking on the inside of Esteban Ocon, down at turn 11, a much cleaner exit now towards the 200R. I don't think he's going to make a move soon. Yeah, he has it all. And Verstappen starts lap 25 with 5:28 to go, plus 1 lap. It's going to be incredibly close.
Have you seen how much time Alonso's making?
37.5 first sector. Alonso is...
He's just done 5 tenths in 10 seconds.
Yeah, Alonso is 2 tenths... No, Alonso is 2 seconds faster than anyone else on the circuit right now.
Alonso is faster than you.
Yes. Can you confirm you understand that message? Leclerc, 5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. Leclerc... Under pressure now from Perez.
And he had a bad second sector.
Can I ask, would Perez take Leclerc out to let Max win the title?
I would.
Yeah.
Knowing Red Bull, yes.
Can we just point out that it's been a minute and he's just done a second? 2 seconds, even.
Fernando Alonso's lap time is a 1:44.469.
That's 4 seconds faster.
He's 4 seconds faster than Verstappen. Alonso is flying.
3 actually.
Yeah.
He's 6 seconds faster than Leclerc.
Alonso is flying at the moment here in 8th position. Certainly going to catch Russell as Leclerc goes wide. Perez takes the inside line at turn 11. They're going to go side by side. Leclerc with the extra speed keeps ahead. And Perez can't find a way through. A 45-minute race does mean nice. It's the same as a Formula E. And look at that, 37.413 now for Alonso.
7 seconds.
He's faster again.
He caught 4 seconds in 1 minute 44.
I'm looking at the clock and thinking if he did that earlier, he would have been the race winner. What's
9 o'clock.
What's the gap between him and Verstappen? 52.9. No.
He could get Vettel.
We need to
keep pushing now.
We need to get. Come on, Joe, keep pushing. We need to get to half distance of this race, which we're gonna. So we will have half the Japanese Grand Prix because we're about to start lap 27.
Let's go on Fernando, please.
Hang on a second. 4 points have been awarded. Why is that?
Yeah.
According to the graphics, we're going to have 4 points, which means Verstappen wins in the fastest lap, and it's his. No, not Leclerc. So if that graphic is true, what we're seeing on the screen right now, that the 4 points have now been allocated for this Grand Prix. Is that allowed? Is that right? It goes against what we've been seeing.
I don't know, bro. Now there's only a 4.6 seconds.
For new tires?
Not at the moment.
He's got
No
2 minutes
point.
left.
But he needs that fastest lap. If Max wins with the fastest lap, it doesn't matter what way Leclerc or Perez go. He will be champion.
Alonso gifted him.
So, Perez is looking up the inside again, and Leclerc down at the hairpin. Leclerc goes around the outside and shuts the door.
Take him out, take him out, take him out.
No. Careful, Megan.
Take him out.
Careful, Megs. You're almost like you're biased.
The scary thing is, what Megan says normally happens.
Yeah, so...
Take him out. T-Bone in a corner.
Hamilton's closing in on Ocon. 2
Preferably
minutes.
at the hairpin.
2 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. The race is now official. Half distance has been awarded. 27 laps to go. We are now on lap 27, which means that we have reached the 50% marker for 19 points to be awarded. But according to the graphic, it was 25, so we don't know what's going on here as Hamilton closes in on Ocon, and Leclerc and Perez are coming together as well. And look at that from Alonso. He's closing 2.5 now behind Russell. He might get 7th position.
I need more power if possible, mate.
Hamilton needs more power, but here comes Sergio Perez with all the power that Red Bull have got down towards turn 1. Look how dark it is out there at the moment.
Him.
He's not going to do it though. Sunset is in 28 minutes. We just got this Grand Prix in time. But Perez closing in the back.
Give him a
Leclerc's,
puncture.
Yeah, well, Leclerc, well, if that happens, then he still needs to outscore Perez by
Give
6
him a puncture
points.
and give yourself a puncture too.
That'll give Ocon 2nd and Hamilton 3rd.
Fall back.
That
I
could
don't
be
think
it.
Megan's heard of FIA penalties.
I've heard of them.
She just doesn't care.
I just don't care about them.
She knows what she wants, and that is that. So 40 seconds to go until the timer ticks out, and the race will effectively be over. But 28, it'll be a 29-lap Japanese Grand Prix.
To quote Winifred Sanderson, you there, back.
One way or another, Perez is going to get you. He's going on the inside line and 10-11 again. Leclerc gets the exit speed.
If you'd gone a little bit faster, you could have spun him off the track as well as yourself.
I thought Gasly's car was on fire then, but it's just his onboard camera on the pit lane channel. It's all good. Yeah, it was on fire in
How does
Singapore.
Zhou have the fastest lap?
Zhou does. I picked it for New Winters, didn't he? So Zhou's taking the fast lap away from Alonso.
Verstappen, get fastest lap now.
Don't think he can.
Leclerc, Perez, cross each other.
Verstappen has crossed the line with 3, 2, 1. The checkered flag is ready. We are on the last lap of this Grand Prix. The timer has ticked out. So, did Verstappen cross the line with
28.
more time remaining or not?
Yes.
Have we got 2 laps to go or 1?
1 lap.
We haven't seen confirmation of whether this is the
We're on
final
lap 28.
Yeah, so let's have a look then, because look, it's all coming across saying the race is finished because the time has come out, but that's not the case as we're now on lap 28 of the race. This is the final lap of the Japanese Grand Prix in 2022, and Leclerc finishing 2nd means that Verstappen cannot be champion because it's not been 4 points. It has to go down to America, and it will be the easiest way for Verstappen to win the title so far this year.
Crush him out.
Hamilton is closing in on Esteban Ocon, and he's going to have a go on the inside. Hamilton oversteers, coming through the first curve. Verstappen's just round turn 11 now. And Alonso is past Russell. Alonso has passed Russell for 7th. Well done, Fernando. Can Perez Perez past Leclerc for second place.
Come on, you can do it. You can do it.
Verstappen's coming out of the last couple of corners. He's not going to be the world champion. He's just coming down towards one thing or the other. Leclerc goes defensive. Perez tries to come back. Perez alongside him. They're going to make contact. They're so close. They don't make contact.
Almost.
Brilliant driving between the two.
Also, if Perez passes Leclerc, could that mean that...
It could happen here as Perez going to send it on the inside. Leclerc shuts the door. But Max Verstappen is coming out the last corner now to be the race winner. Max Verstappen crosses the line and wins the Japanese Grand Prix. Max Verstappen crosses the line and is the winner of the Japanese Grand Prix. He still thinks it's the last lap. The race is over, Max. Well done. You win in Japan. You did what you needed to do, but it's not going to work out. Leclerc will finish second. Leclerc's gone off the track. Leclerc's gone off the track. Leclerc's gone wide. Perez going to have to come back, but Leclerc might just have it. Perez goes come on. Leclerc cuts off. Leclerc cuts off. Leclerc takes second. Perez is third. And in the most controversial way, I think Leclerc might get a penalty, which means Max Verstappen could be the world champion. Let's take a look.
Did he take him off? They were so close at one point.
Leclerc locks up, coming into the Casio triangle.
He cut the corner.
He did. He cut the corner. He gained a
Unfair
position.
advantage.
And he blocked Perez. That's Leclerc surely being given a penalty.
He'll have to give a position back.
So that drops him down to third. We're trying to work out if that means that Max Verstappen is the world champion or not.
Third is 15, isn't it?
Leaving the track and gaining an advantage would be a 5-second penalty. So
that'll drop him back to third.
That's what we've seen.
That's
before.
a 10-point difference.
19 points for first, 12 for second. 12 for third. So that's an 8-point advantage, exactly what he needed. And 19 to 14, I don't think he outscores Perez by the much he needed. So I think the title does go down.
That's
to
5.
America. And he needed 6. Let's hear from Verstappen.
Well done, mate. You've won it.
What?
You see the checkered flag. Well done.
The race, not the win.
Nice race.
It's a world title.
Nice few laps in the wet.
Totally dominant. That was absolutely fantastic. Well done.
Yeah, luckily we got the race. The fans deserve that.
Well, we're trying to work out up in the commentary box if he's the world champion or not.
What's happening?
I don't think he is. I think it has to go down to the next race. Trying to find the permutations. Here it is. He needs to outscore Perez by 6 points and Leclerc by 8. So it's 19 points for a race win.
If they're awarding 4 points, and that means that he is the world champion.
Because
Perez passed.
Leclerc cut the track.
Perez would have passed him.
Well, we don't know if it's full points or not. We don't know if it's full points or
no,
not.
if it is 4 points, then he is world champion because Leclerc would have a 5-second time penalty and have to give a position back.
25 to 18.
25 to 18.
More than a 6-point gap.
That's 7.
So he could be champion. Don't know. Let's hear from Leclerc.
To the finish line.
2 seconds.
Yes. Checkered flag. Race is over. So P2. You did a good job there. Defending.
10 minutes involved in cars 16 Leclerc and 11 Perez noted, leaving the track and gaining an advantage. Have to give a position back, gaining advantage. No matter what it is, you have to give your position back if you've gained advantage over another person while in the overtaking.
Is Max Verstappen the world champion?
I think he is.
Or is he the Japanese Grand Prix winner? Turn 16, incident involving car 16 Leclerc and 11 Perez noted, leaving the track and getting an advantage. It hasn't been investigated yet, but...
Max, can you have a single world championship without there being controversy?
You just don't know anymore, do you? This is like 1999 all over again when Ferrari got excluded and Hakkinen was the world champion, and then a week later it got announced that Ferrari weren't excluded and Hakkinen wasn't world champion. He had to fight it in Japan. Well, once again, why is it Max can never just win a title cleanly?
I don't know.
We don't know whether it's full points or it's 19 points because we haven't had anything. Because the graphic came up saying it's 25 points, but we don't know if that's right or not.
I think Red Bull think he's champion.
I don't know. Well, no, because Leclerc finished second at the moment. So until they swap around, because Leclerc went off the track and gained an advantage, until they swap around and the points differentiate.
I'm praying for them to swap around.
Is he the champion or is he not the champion?
I'm praying for 4 points and swapping around.
Now it's under investigation. It is under investigation now.
Good.
Chris Maitland's just told me.
That should be quick if we can figure it out in that amount of time. Then.
Yeah, Josh, what do you think here? Because we can't work it out whether it's full points or not. Oh, sorry, Josh, say again. It is now under Oh, he's gone. It is now under investigation, leaving the track and gaining an advantage. And he blocked Perez coming off the track.
Exactly, so that's blocking the overtake of the unfair advantage.
Precisely, and if Vettel got that back in Canada 2019,
then he should get that.
When he came back on the track dangerously and blocked Hamilton.
Both times a Ferrari, so it's not a Ferrari.
Then Leclerc should get the penalty, yeah. Right, well, while we try and work out what points people have scored, whether or not Max is the world champion or not, let's go down to Johnny Herbert in the post-race interviews.
For Charles Leclerc, let's head down to Johnny Herbert.
Well, I'm with the race winner, Max Verstappen. The crowd are still here. It's getting dark. Been a long day. How was it for you? Very difficult, obviously, at the start of this, going under a safety car, then a red flag. How was it?
I'm cutting across. I'm cutting across. It is a 5-second time penalty for Charles Leclerc, which means it's Verstappen victorious, Perez second, and Leclerc third.
If we're awarding 4 points,
then Max Verstappen might be the world champion. We need to wait and see.
Happy to see all the fans and that they all, sticked around. It was getting a little bit dark at the end, but yeah, very happy that we could race here.
Yeah, and the championship obviously didn't quite come your way this time around, but at the end of the day, a race win is something that's very important here in Suzuka.
Sorry, I was Sorry, mate. Repeat.
That's okay. Yeah, so yeah, you didn't get the championship, but a great race win here in Suzuka in front of the fans. You've got to be happy with your performance anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
Limited laps.
No, exactly. I mean, I was just very happy that we had a race, because leaving here without a race would have been terrible. And I mean, the championship, of course, it would have been great to win it here, but we have a great opportunity, of course, for next race.
Yeah, well, have a good break before we go to the next race.
Well, we've got no idea. Let's hear them for Sergio Perez, finish second.
Okay, I'm going to get you, Sergio. Sergio, good to see you. Bit of a battle for those last few laps. Tell us a little bit about what happened going into that final chicane.
Yeah, it was a bit hectic, as always with Charles, good racing. We were fighting each other really hard. I tried to make a move at the end. I think he locked up, went off, and then I was going around the outside, but he came back, which was fair racing. I think
I think it's 19.
The penalty is fair.
Yeah, well, it seems Charles got a 5-second penalty for going through the chicane. Max, I think it's maybe have changed for you. Come back in.
Is Max?
Charlie got a 5-second penalty there after the little sort of race we had with Sergio, world champion.
And Max Verstappen is the 2022 world champion!
All the Honda people, all the Japanese fans. Incredible.
Yeah, it's official! He's done it! Max Verstappen! Again, in controversy and confusion, Max Verstappen is the 2022 world champion in Japan.
So they are awarding 4 points.
It's full points awarded, which means it is double Dutch delight. Let's go down to Leclerc.
A bit like the last race, we are very strong warming up the tires, but then after 3-4 laps, we just destroy them. So, yeah, struggled this time. A huge congratulations, of course, to Max for his second World Championship. And yeah, we'll keep pushing until the end. It's obviously frustrating today. The pace was not quite there after 4 laps, but it's like this.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of people supporting you, Charles, especially Ferrari. It's been a battle with Max, so far through this season until this point, but you're going to be stronger coming into next season for sure. But you're going to finish off the year strong, yeah?
Exactly, that's the goal. I mean, I think Max's title this year was just a matter of time, really. So we knew we expected him to win the world title. Now we need to use those last races in order to become a better team and hopefully, put him a bit more of a challenge next year.
Okay, thank you, Charles. Sergio, I'm going to get you back in again. Second place. How does it feel to get second place? 1-2, obviously, for Red Bull.
Yeah, certainly a great result, here for Honda, for all the Japanese fans that have been amazing. And yeah, it's a great day for our team, now that Max becomes champion. It's certainly a massive day for all of us.
but it must be really personally good for you as well with that race when you get in Singapore, and a great race, great fight to the end of the race today to get that second.
Yeah, it was certainly nice. We have to keep this momentum, going until the end of the season.
Yeah, well done.
Well, right now,
Johnny Herbert's down.
Right now, nobody knows. This is right.
Sergio
We've
Perez
been told that
double
Max is world champion, but as things stand, we have no official
5-second time penalty for leaving the track and gaining
well, this
advantage. It gives Verstappen a one.
Well, this is ludicrous. Ian Birch.
Say second Perez on the thing now.
Right. We've got no idea because they've got it wrong. They have. I think the new rules indicate that if it's 50% to 75,
just give him it. Just give him it.
19 points the difference. So
yet again, the stewards decide the world championship.
Can Max win a title without having this controversy?
I think it's because it was over 50% completed.
Yeah, but that puts us in 19 points for the win. It's 19 for a win, 14 for second, and 12 for sixth. So
let's just give us this. It means that we don't have to have a Sophie's Choice next time out.
Well, once again, it's been decided in the stewards' room. He won the track. It's official. We're just being told Max Verstappen is the 2022 World Champion. It's been made official. Double Dutch delight, both times in controversy, both times by the stewards. But nobody can deny he has been utterly dominant this season. We didn't even see him take the checkered flag. A mess by Formula One today.
And the 5-second penalty was given as the interviews were being conducted by Johnny Herbert.
Johnny Herbert must have felt so proud, confirming that he was a champion.
They've got it wrong. I think they've got it wrong.
I think they have.
Because Perez should be within it by 1 point. I think they've... Josh, can you hear us? What do you think? What's your calculations?
This is a mess.
It is a mess.
Hopefully it's not that bad background noise as I've made it inside now.
No, we're fine.
Driver of the day.
Driver of the day. Megan, who was it?
Sebastian Vettel.
We don't know how.
Yes.
By 16% of the vote, it looks like.
Right, we've been...
And we missed the crossing of the line by Alonso and Vettel.
Yes.
It was so close that it went down to the thousandths of a second.
I'm sure this is the case. Max now has 360 points. Leclerc is 111 behind him with 112 still available. So Max isn't the world champion.
What's going on?
Well, this is are we awarding full points or half points? Everyone has declared Verstappen champion after Leclerc is demoted to third, but it seems they have got it wrong. And everybody's saying there's 111 points left. Max isn't. I think he's just been told.
Oh, yes.
What?
I think he's just...
But I'm not.
Max knows he's not. He's not world champion.
But I'm not. I am. Yes, you are.
You are?
You sure? Yes. Because people keep telling me
Well, Max doesn't even know.
No one knows.
The FIA say it is, but
I hope you are.
The points don't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
He wasn't
Unless
sure.
awarding 4 points.
We certainly weren't sure. The regulations weren't completely clear. But because the race resumed, even though it didn't go to full distance, because the race resumed after a red flag, full points could be awarded. That's the key, it's the resumption.
He's on the throne, isn't he?
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so... world champion, they've had that... Well, to be fair, they've had that all done up, so maybe they'll just call it. But because the race resumed, Jensen's there from Sky to interview the champion on the podium. He's had to run, and he's giving out one of the trophies. Okay, so by my calculation, there's still 112 points left, and Leclerc is 111 inside. So, even by that though, if it's full points...
No, if it's 4 points awarded, then he is champion.
But Max had to win and get the fastest lap to be champion.
No, he wouldn't.
And then had to the other way around. Leclerc by 6 points, Leclerc by 8, and he's done
because
that.
Perez is second. Because Perez is second, it means that there is a 10-point gap if they're awarding full points between Leclerc and Verstappen.
So Max is the champion?
Yes.
That
if they're awarding full points, yes, he is the champion.
We thought last year was a crazy way to decide the championship. This, by far, is the craziest way to do a championship.
He wins by 2 to Leclerc and 1 to Perez.
With 112 left.
Yes.
Okay, if that makes sense, it's official. That's all I'm being told.
If it's full points, then yes, he is the champion.
Either way, here in Suzuka, it's double Dutch delight. Max Verstappen is a 2-time Formula 1 world champion, and we're going to hear the Dutch national anthem for the race winner.
Winning constructor Red Bull.
And now the winning Constructors' champions are Red Bull, Honda and the Austrian national anthem. Well, at the fastest laps, as we've just worked out, that puts it at 116 points still available. So, say again. Max was on 341 points, plus 25, puts him on 366. And then Leclerc's finished third. So, what's that? So that's 366. So, hang on, we need to work out 237 plus the 15 points. So that's 252. So it's 366 minus 252. It's 114 with 116 points remaining.
How much did Leclerc have?
Leclerc came in with 237. So by my calculation, that is 114 points difference.
Minus 18.
Yes. But that also...
Wait, no, minus 15.
Minus 15 for the... Yeah, for this one. But add in, as Dad said, the fastest laps. So add in another 4 points. There's 116. Yeah. So 116 points left on the board.
18.
Yeah, well, 116 left on the board completely. Leclerc's only 112 back. Leclerc's still in this title fight. Max is not the world champion. That's my information. It's champagne time anyway, as the trophies have been handed out. Red Bull celebrate the Constructors' Championship no matter what. They've done that here in Japan. Max Verstappen wins the Japanese Grand Prix, but confusion reigns, just like it's been all day, whether or not he's the world champion. Formula One and the FIA say he is, but our mathematical skills say that he's not. Say again, no?
Max is
That's all, folks.
Mathematical skills say different as well, because he doesn't think he's champion.
Josh, have you been trying to work this out as well in the background? Because I'm getting 116 with the fastest lap points.
I'm getting 118.
Yeah, I've not had a big look at it, but if you count the fastest laps, the sprint races, and all of the races, Leclerc is just in the world title fight, I think.
So, I'm being told, Luke Etheridge as well from PSGL, has replied to my tweet saying it's 112. 25 times 4 equals 100. Plus 4 for fastest lap, plus 8 for sprint. So that's 112. So that's 25.
That's
25 times 5 equals... well, hang on a minute.
25 times by 5 is 125.
25
times by 4 is 100.
Let's hear from the world champ.
Can I work it out? Okay.
Your emotions must be all over the
112.
place. You know, you won the race. You were so dominant today. You didn't think you'd won the championship until after the race, but how are you feeling right now?
It's crazy. I mean, very mixed emotions, of course, by first of all winning the race, but you know, looking back now, of course, winning the championship. But what a year we've had so far! It's been incredible, and something I could have never imagined from happening after last year already. You know, fighting until the end, and then having such a good car again this year. So, you know, I'm so thankful to everyone who has been contributing to this success. Of course, the whole team who is here, but also back at the factory, who is constantly working flat out, and they are never missing any motivation, you know, to try and make the car faster. So, yeah, and besides that, I mean, that's of course from the car side, the work we've done together with Honda, all the way through. You know, every year just constantly improving rapidly, and you know, to win now twice with them is very emotional, especially also here with everyone watching. Gives you a little bit more pressure, but it's good pressure, it's positive pressure, and so that's why I'm very proud, you know, that we could do it here.
So the last 2 years, 2021 and 2022, 2 very different ways to win a world championship.
In the gaps,
Which one stands out for you?
I think the first one is always a little bit more emotional, but the second one is probably even more beautiful, just the way the season we've had with the wins and just the great races and the teamwork, the 1-2s we've had, and of course also we're leading the constructors, so we really want to focus on that as well to try and secure that. So it's been a pretty special year, and I think yeah, it's something you really have to remind yourself of, because these kind of years you don't have very often.
Give it up for Max Verstappen and Red Bull.
Points could be awarded because they continued with the race.
Well, utter confusion here in the commentary box. Max Verstappen wins the Japanese Grand Prix.
There's only one way he could be champion in the ways we've calculated, and that is from going through the gaps of the points and how they finished.
So it's just been a really bad day all round, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
that's the only way he can be champion, since they've decided to award full points due to them continuing with the race.
I've got a head. I hope the touring cars are easier today when we crown their champion later on today. Okay. Ted, it's got news.
Incredible scene on this Red Bull pit wall. While all the engineers and the mechanics were running up to the pit lane, Red Bull, Max Verstappen's own team manager, Jonathan Wheatley, was reading the rules to check the interpretation that Formula One had done that actually made Max Verstappen world champion. I can tell you that Mercedes were also doing exactly the same thing. They were trying to work out, hang on, what is this interpretation of the rules of resuming a race that means that full points are awarded, that means, by extension, that Max Verstappen is world champion? And it took Mercedes about as long as it did take Red Bull themselves to figure out that it is the case, and because the wording is that resumption of the race means full points, that we can finally say that Max Verstappen is the 2022 world champion. And if he deserves the world championship for anything, it's for his drive today. Simon.
Okay, thank you for that clarification,
Still
Ted.
doesn't make mathematical sense other than the gaps between them, though hey-ho.
Okay, so here's the race result. Max Verstappen, let's take a look actually on the board, because we've got it here. Max Verstappen wins the Japanese Grand Prix. Second is Sergio Perez, Charles Leclerc is third, and confirmation, full points have been awarded for this Grand Prix. 25 points to Max Verstappen, despite the fact we only completed half distance. Sergio Perez is second, Charles Leclerc third, Esteban Ocon is fourth, Lewis Hamilton fifth, Sebastian Vettel is sixth, Fernando Alonso seventh, George Russell is eighth, Nicholas Latifi ninth, and 10th for Lando Norris. Danny Ricciardo is 11th, Lance Stroll is 12th, Yuki Tsunoda 13th, Kevin Magnussen is in 14th, 15th as well for Valtteri Bottas, 16th and fastest lap for Zhou Guanyu, but doesn't get the point. Pierre Gasly is 17th, Mick Schumacher 18th, Carlos Sainz is out of the race in 19th, and Alexander Albon is 20th. Christian Horner has more.
1 point short, so we're looking at, do we pit him for the fastest lap? and so on. But wow, that's beyond all our dreams.
I mean, amazing. Let's just say, with regards to the whole season, this is reward for a wonderful team effort, but it's such dominance this year.
Look, Max has been truly, truly dominant, and it's our 14th victory. That's a record for us as a team. I think that
has this
the way
rule
he's
only just changed?
Yes.
From the first race, we
I
came
think
back
while
after
they were
some
deciding
difficulties
it,
in the first couple of races, but honestly, the team have just raised it to another level, and incredibly proud of everything that he's done, everything that the team, everybody, all the men and women back in Milton Keynes, have gone way and beyond under massive pressure. And to achieve this championship is
everyone
truly special.
finished the championship with points.
Sergio Perez, he puts
Even
the
with the freeze.
Charles Leclerc in the last corner, and that's what delivers it.
Hulkenberg
What a script! But to win that,
but he wasn't included.
to get that victory here in Japan with Honda as well,
He wasn't included
it's
in that
really
one.
special. But obviously, Charles obviously made a mistake at the end there.
Red Bull are the constructors champions.
Again, fantastic for Checo's.
Latifi finally finished with points.
But I have to say, yourselves, Red Bull, with Max.
Well, it's ingenious to change his tyres.
It only took him all
Let's start talking ourselves, because we've heard from Christian now. Go on, Dad.
Yeah, it's ingenious that Latifi and Vettel changed their tyres. It changed their entire race.
And Alonso.
Well, I've got zero clue. But
Alonso managed to get so much time in.
Right, here we go. Max Verstappen has 366 points. Charles Leclerc has 253. 130 point gap. Charles Leclerc 252, 114 gap. So
Perez is in second place.
Perez goes to second. So Max Verstappen is the 2022 world champion in one of the most bizarre ways to crown a champion. This has been a bizarre day. We started the race, we lost internet, we had to restart the race, and then the red flag came out. Then we've had a 3-hour wait, 40-minute Grand Prix, and all at the end, we still don't know who the winner of the champion is.
I tell you what, Max Verstappen doesn't do things easy, does he?
No, he doesn't. Can he just, for once, just win a title normally?
Yeah.
I mean, in fairness, he did everything he did right today. Took the lead, won the race and everything. It's the FIA who made a mess of it all. And as soon as Leclerc went off that track and blocked Perez...
It was decided.
I knew it would be a penalty. It was just too much. We're seeing him now putting his hands in the bicarbonate of soda as well.
Why?
Stuff. Well, it's also... the bicarbonate of soda is on the top, but underneath is the handprint for the winners of the Grand Prix. So they've got to put their knuckles in there to make sure, so that gets put up on a wall outside the circuit.
The podium people.
Yeah. Christian Horner confirms Red Bull didn't know whether Verstappen crossed the line that he would be awarded full points as well. But two World Championships.
No, Jonathan was looking it up and the rules.
So he was trying to work out as well whether he was champion or
Even
not.
he was questioning his own team.
Let's take a look at the chat here. When the line came out, Groman says, haha, I mean, whatever. He only needed 1 point. Is that like the third tier since we're past the halfway? Yes, it should have only been 19 points, but we didn't know. They didn't know.
I had a feeling.
It would, as soon as that point
Sky
came up on the
didn't
board,
know either because they kept putting up this graphic about different
19.
points being for percentage of the race.
We started to wonder when F1 put up on the timing graphic the full points.
So earlier on this season, didn't we have a half-point race?
Monaco, wasn't it? Did we get over 75% then? And get to full...
Yeah.
So we got some Monaco we didn't. So Singapore we got over.
And we did last year, didn't we? We went to half points last year.
In Belgium, Spa, yeah. We could be 2 laps and it got half points. But that's why that new rule was introduced. But if we're not going to use it, I mean, whatever. But I think the ruling looks like that because the race resumed, full points could then be awarded. But that wouldn't be the case in a normal circumstance, would it?
I think it's because it resumed to at least half laps.
That's a mess of a rules.
That they considered it to be a full race.
The track invasion's begun out in Japan, we can see. That is a mess of rules.
It's also a second year running that the race championship has been decided by the stewards.
Yeah, happened last year because we were waiting around for 5 hours to crown Verstappen the title?
I don't remember a time where it wasn't decided by them.
Oh, this is the second time. FIA needs to be consistent as well, says SHT. Gwendolyn says, my brain is fried. SHT says as well, Aston Martin has 7 points per Alfa Romeo in the constructors. It's all changed once again. And we're just trying to work it out ourselves, really, to look over those full results.
And now we've got to wait for Moneygate.
Yeah, tomorrow. So it's still not over. Because last year's championship might not be decided yet. What a mess the sport is in right now. An absolute mess.
Can we just have
I
Max stop
remember the
winning the
days
championship?
when it was just simple. You just saw who crossed the line,
And they were
that was it.
Well, this is reminding me again in 1999. Do you remember when
How
Ferrari
many
got
times
excluded?
earlier on when he was with
Your birthday.
McLaren,
Think the company-
Lewis? How many times was Lewis, thrown out of races and given 10-second penalties that kept the points down?
Nowadays, he'd probably be on his 9th championship.
Yeah.
Probably would be. Unbelievable. Josh, are you still with us? What have you made of all this mess?
Congratulations to all our Dutch listeners.
Yes, well done, Synthel, 2-time champion. Josh, can you hear us? Well, actually, what's the gap between...
If you give it to the best driver of the year, forget all the things about the cars, right? I think Max has been the best driver this year.
He has.
You know, the way he's...
Most consistent,
his overtakes, his things like... I know that you can only do that with a good car, but, you know, I think he... Performance-wise, if you start analysing things, he's still top.
It's not also that. On F1 also announced Red Bull as the winning Constructors' Champion. But I just worked it out. 25 points for a win, right? So that's 25 plus 18 for second. That's 43. So that's 43 times by the remaining 4 races plus 4 as well for the points. Let's say from Adrian Newey.
W14B, McLaren MP413. All very good cars of yours, but you've now made with RB18 the most successful, winningest Adrian Newey car in history.
Right.
14 wins in a season.
Not very good numbers, but that's very rewarding to know. Thank you.
Yeah, so 14 Grand Prix. I mean, of course, we've
I
got
love
more
the way
Grand Prix
English has
these days,
changed.
but yeah, what a car you and your team have built.
Winningest.
We've always had a good run. I think Ferrari have been, they've had a very quick car. Early on, in many races, to be honest, they were probably a bit quicker.
Someone get me the Magnums.
I think we've kind of
So
managed
for
to
some-
round out the performance.
yeah, we don't have to
of the
wait.
car and try to get it working at all circuits. And
If people
obviously had a good run since
are
the
they
summer break,
listening
and
to him or us?
And not a bad driver as well.
Both.
You always need a driver depending on, you can build the quickest car you want, but if he deserves the championship for today,
For
at
the older
least,
listeners,
it's
he
amazing drive.
most wins in a season.
Yes.
Yeah, that annoys me. It's not propaganda.
Really
no
not.
grammar. Is
I
winning
mean,
this
obviously
even a
the
word?
traffic in Singapore made a little mistake.
Proper
apart from
gamma.
that, made absolutely no mistakes.
Grammar.
Very mature.
I know. You said
Always had the
grammar.
speed, so he's been. I think he
Because he's
thoroughly
really quick and also
deserves
had
all the
coffee, so it's
success
really,
he's having this
really
year.
hard to tell what I'm
And so
doing.
do you. That's the
I
statistic
think you've
we'll
had too
say.
much coffee.
Okay, well, I've just had this confirmed to me. F1 has announced Max Verstappen has won the championship, assuming the 50 to 75 race distance points are awarded. This is not the case. He would lead by 111 points as well. But the FIA has now confirmed full points has been awarded to the race, which ran to 52.8 of its scheduled distance. And as the pit lane channel still going on, look, there is Max Verstappen now putting his hands on the pressure cooker as well. There's the talc and everything, the bicarbonate soda for the race winner.
Puts his watch away.
Pushed his watch away, yeah, as well. So, by my understanding, can we just say also,
Good
Nicholas,
advert there for Johnson's baby
yes,
talc.
just seeing it on the front there. I didn't know they sold that in Japan. Nicholas Latifi getting points.
Great
First
Hull
time.
Company.
Yeah, yes, it is, isn't it? So Latifi 9th, 2 points, which puts him level with De Vries. But let's see, De Vries 9th, 2 points. Latifi, so I think De Vries might still be ahead of him. But still, that's great for Latifi. No longer pointless this season is Nicholas Latifi.
He's no longer nearly going to become the worst driver since Mazepin.
Yeah. If you're still wondering why we're on air, by the way, it's because we're waiting for the provisional classifications, which gives us the correct thing, which has now just actually been sent out to us as well.
Can I go again?
You can go in 30 seconds while we read out the official results.
You have
Because
to pay a toll fee.
yeah, it is Max Verstappen for 25 points,
Do you
Sergio
want your
Perez
pocket
for
money or
18.
not?
Hang on.
One cookie's the toll fee.
Yeah, so Verstappen does get 25 points, Perez gets 18, Leclerc gets 15, 12 for Ocon, 10 for Vettel, 8 for Vettel, sorry. Alonso gets 6.
Yeah.
Alonso.
Sorry.
Just hearing some things in the background there. But yeah, and 2 points for Latifi, 1 for Norris. But the official confirmation, 5-second time penalty for Charles Leclerc, applied as Perrin Rich Stewart's direction, leaving the track and gaining advantage. As soon as he went off, we knew it. So closing thoughts then, and then I'll kick off with the Grand Prix review and keep going. Megan, Max Verstappen is the 2022 world champion now. What's your thoughts?
Expected. I'm glad that I didn't have to make a Sophie's choice for next week.
Yes,
I love the fact that Max's press officer there nearly got hit in the face with the camera as the camera turned round, and she didn't even blink.
She didn't, did she? Bang on there as well. Right, let's see if this works with our new cameras up here in the comms box as well. Okay, so
Simon's now talking
should we hear?
Because I didn't expect it when
Before
I
we
crossed
leave,
the line.
let's listen.
So, yeah. I mean,
The new world
of
champion.
course you could see it slowly happening, but it's incredible that at the end of the day we did win it here.
Follow you through here if we can. We'll keep going as far as you're going, if that's okay, Paul.
Was it in your mind, obviously, you wanted the fastest lap, so you knew it was close, but was it just about winning the race? Oh, somebody's had a...
I didn't know that, was it going to be like half points or not a shot?
They're all trying to follow him.
So I just didn't know how many
People
points I was
falling
going to
all
get.
over the place.
That's why I just said, like, well, let's at least try to go for that fast lap, but I think the gap was just not safe enough to go for an extra stop. But at the end of the day, I was also very happy with the race we had, so there was no real fuss or stress about it.
Max, we were just going to say, Johnny Herbert immortalised there as the man that told you that you were the world champion.
Then you were confused as well afterwards.
Exactly,
Well
it
done.
just went yes, no, yes.
There we go. So
Okay, that about wraps it up then, because we've got to get out of here after 5 hours commentating as well. Apologies for missing the start due to the internet breaking up, but luckily that red flag helped us out as well, where we were able to redo it for you. So on the YouTube playback, you're not going to miss a thing either as well, and you didn't on USON as well.
And I did a quick change.
You did, actually. I was wondering, did you take your jumper off that you were wearing?
No, I completely got redressed.
Oh, right, I see. Well,
I wish I could do that.
I'm sorry to make you come back in the box, but champion, we had to make sure.
That's all right. I've had my breakfast.
Right, well, hang on, we're going off here in a second.
We ain't.
All
We've
right.
had cookies, that's all.
And some coffee with some left. Okay, my thanks to Megan, my thanks to Ian Birch, my thanks to Josh as well, Trackside, my thanks to all of you for watching. We came into Japan pretty much 100% certain that the championship wouldn't be settled today. We saw the rain and thought, yeah, it's not going to happen. We'll go down to America. We got 40 minutes of running in the end, and they were the craziest 40 minutes we've ever seen. Parc Fermé decided the world champion. Max Verstappen is a two-time Formula One world champion. We resume next time out in 2 weeks' time at the United States Grand Prix, when these two won't be here. So we'll see you in Mexico in 3 weeks' time. We'll see you, but I will see you in America. But thanks to all the listeners on USON. Don't forget, we've got the Charlotte Roval later on tonight. And here on YouTube, 3 races at the British Touring Car Championship. From Suzuka, Max Verstappen is the world champion. Good night to you all.